I secretly develop myself in the demon world. Sunan accidentally came into contact with a game called Demon World and obtained a unique talent. Just as he thought he would showcase his skills in the game, he discovered various signs indicating that the game he played was not simple. Rampaging players, immortal demons, possessed monsters. All sorts of incredible things happened one after another, and the real world gradually became bizarre. Sensing the danger around him, Sunan decisively chose to secretly develop himself. When the game merged with reality, he looked back and realized that he had long become the biggest demon in the eyes of the players. Chapter 1, Demon World. I'm sorry, miss. In the hazy night with a touch of cool autumn air, it was a good time for night running. At the dimly lit corner of an intersection, a man and a woman running towards each other collided head-on. Sunan barely managed to steady himself. Thanks to his long-term exercise, his reaction was quick, and he adjusted his body to the side at the first moment, greatly reducing the force of the collision. Under the faint yellow light of the street lamp, he could see that the person he collided with was a tall, delicate-featured woman in her 20s, dressed in black. The woman did not pay any attention to Sunan and continued to run in the direction he had come from, very fast, and seemingly in a hurry. Running so fast, are you rushing to be reborn? Sunan muttered discontentedly as he watched the woman's retreating figure. He didn't linger and continued to run forward at a steady pace. Sunan was a security guard working at a very famous 5-star hotel in the city, which was different from ordinary security guards' positions. Because the hotel was high-end, even the security guards' treatment was good. In return, the hotel demanded high standards from the guards, requiring excellent physical fitness. Nightly running had become a daily routine for him. The route he took for night running was not secluded. At this time, it was the peak hour for getting off work, and many people were running. Groups of sports enthusiasts could be seen everywhere, and there was nothing strange about it. However, he hadn't run far when he couldn't help but look twice at two people coming towards him from the front. They were two men running at a very fast speed. Oddly, they both wore duckbill caps and black masks that completely covered their faces. Observing them without a change in expression, Sunan found it strange that neither of them seemed to be here for a night run. Rather, it seemed like they were chasing someone. The reason was simple: running required quick breathing, and no one would wear a mask for a night run, let alone run so fast. Sunan didn't think much about it and maintained his pace, running forward. In his view, even if the two were indeed chasing someone, it had nothing to do with him. About 10 minutes later, dragging his exhausted body, Sunan returned to his rented apartment. After a quick hot shower, he started washing his sweat-soaked clothes out of habit. Suddenly, he noticed something and reached into his pants pocket. A metal ring in the shape of a bracelet appeared in his hand. Is this a bracelet? How come I have something like this on me? Sunan frowned. Under the light, upon closer inspection, he soon realized that it wasn't a bracelet. The metal ring was composed of two semicircles, with an ingenious and delicate buckle in the middle that could be opened and closed. When put together, the seams were tight, and the whole had a silver-white luster, full of metallic texture. Sunan was sure that this thing didn't belong to him. When he got off work, he had checked his pockets, and this item wasn't on him at the time. I ran home from work and didn't do anything else or come into contact with anyone. How did this thing get on me? Sunan carefully recalled everything that had happened after work, trying to filter through it all. Suddenly, he thought of something and furrowed his brows. It must be the woman who collided with me. She's the only one who had contact with me. Sunan's face changed slightly as he thought of many possibilities in an instant. Obviously, the metal ring most likely ended up in his pocket when the woman he collided with took advantage of his inattention. If that was true, it held an extraordinary significance. No one would put something into someone else's pocket for no reason, even as a prank. It meant someone wanted to mess with you. Sunan didn't believe that the metal ring accidentally fell into his pocket from that woman. Continuing to examine the metal ring closely, he noticed that some small characters and a combination of letters and numbers were clearly engraved on the inner side. Demon World, RTU 5143. Demon World? Could this be a game bracelet? Seeing the small characters and letters, Sunan realized what it was. He was very familiar with this type of letter combination, as similar combinations were often found inside many game bracelets. After hundreds of years of development, online games had evolved from the earliest web games that could only be operated through pages and keystrokes into virtual reality games that could be directly controlled by one's consciousness via game warehouses. Because game warehouses were expensive, and early game warehouses could only play designated games from game companies, virtual reality games were not widely popularized for a long time. It wasn't until the advent of game bracelets that the situation improved. Game bracelets had two functions. One was to store game software, so players only needed to purchase the corresponding game bracelets to experience different games. The second function was to verify identity. For players, game bracelets were like personal identity cards, storing their personal information. Sunan had seen game bracelets before, and he was an avid gamer himself. In his bedroom, there was an expensive game warehouse. However, all the game bracelets he had seen were made of plastic and contained sophisticated chips. Now, for the first time, he saw one entirely made of metal, like the one in front of him. According to the format of game bracelet codes, the text part represents the game's name. I'll find out if it's a game bracelet by looking it up. Opening his phone browser, he directly searched for Demon World, and once the page refreshed, countless search results related to Demon World appeared on the screen. There really is such a game. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he clicked on one of the top links. It was the game forum for Demon World. What a trash game! It's been a week, and I haven't even completed the starting task. I'm out. I'm not playing the game is playing me. Every day I log in, and I can't even survive for 10 minutes. You can't create this game without a decade of brain clots. I just want to know who came up with this game. Posts full of negative emotions caught his eye as Sunan casually browsed the game forum, surprising him. After a while, he finally understood what this game was about. The so-called Demon World was a game that had been on the market for only a week. The game's production company seemed to have some strange ideas. After the game was released, there was no advertising or promotion, and players couldn't even find the game's official website. As a result, very few people knew about this game. What's even weirder is that there are no game bracelets for sale in the market. The game bracelets in the forum are all given away by the game company via express mail during the game's pre-order phase. Some players estimated that so far, only a pitiful few thousand people have logged into the game, with many quitting after just a few tries. The reason was simple: the game was too difficult. In the game, players only have one life per day. Once dead, they can't log into the game again for the rest of the day, making the game's difficulty skyrocket. This was also why, after a week, many players still hadn't completed the novice task. Game tasks are divided into 4 difficulty levels. 1 star is the easiest, and 4 star is the hardest, with a huge gap between each star level. For players who haven't completed the novice tasks, if you want to quickly increase your strength, be sure to choose a 1-star task. Do not choose tasks with a difficulty level of 2 stars or higher. A pinned strategy post caught Sunan's attention, posted by a player named Zhou Cheng. This player must be very good, at least at the current stage of the game. He was top tier. Although the rewards for tasks with a difficulty level of 2 stars or higher are greater, they are too time-consuming and exhausting. Even if you barely complete them, the difficulty of subsequent mainline tasks will also increase significantly. Instead of wasting time on novice tasks, it's better to quickly skip them and focus on daily tasks and mainline tasks. I used this method, and now I have completed 2 stages of the mainline task, and my Demon Sutra has been upgraded from beginner to great accomplishment. Zhou Cheng's strategy attracted the attention of many players, and some did not agree with his method. In their view, higher difficulty tasks meant higher rewards, making the game more challenging. Of course, these people are just a minority. More people agreed with Zhou Cheng's method. At least Zhou Cheng's rapid rise in a short time proved the feasibility of this approach. But what can they do even if they agree? The novice tasks were simply too difficult for them. God is terrifying. According to the estimates, to upgrade the Demon Sutra to great accomplishment, you need 14 points of demon power. I don't even have 2 points yet. No wonder he's a great god. Who doesn't want to quickly complete the novice tasks? But the problem is, our strength doesn't allow it. Many players wailed under Zhou Cheng's strategy post. They knew full well that novice tasks were a waste of time, but the problem was, the novice tasks were simply too difficult for them. Is this game really that difficult? I just don't know if I can log into this game. Looking at the content on the forum and glancing at the game bracelet in his hand, Sunan became interested. Normally, game bracelets are bound to a player's identity, and others wouldn't be able to log in even with the bracelet. But there are exceptions. Some players play games not just for fun but also to make money. These people usually don't bind the bracelet to their identity so they can sell the bracelets later and make a profit. With a try-it-out attitude, Sunan went back to his bedroom, put on his bracelet, and entered the game warehouse. Consciousness connecting. Connection successful. Game bracelet detected, loading game. Game loaded. Bracelet is bound to player Fallen Leaf. You are not the owner of this bracelet, please use your own bracelet to log in. Can't log in. As I thought, other people's game bracelets are unreliable. The virtual text information popped up in front of him, and Sunan was not surprised. He just shook his head. Just as he was about to open the game warehouse to exit, suddenly, the text in front of him changed, and a series of information popped up. Unknown error detected. Player Fallen Leaf is deceased. This bracelet is now unbound, and you can log in normally. The bracelet has been rebound. You will now randomly inherit one ability from the previous player. Ability random extraction in progress. Talent ability extracted. Confirm whether to inherit. Notice, each player can only inherit the ability of a predecessor once. Please choose carefully. With a series of texts jumping, Sunan was dumbfounded. The previous player is dead? What's going on? Chapter 2, Novice Task. As an experienced gamer, Sunan had played many games and knew that some games had extremely strict control over the use of the game bracelet. Once used, it would automatically bind the player's identity and directly cut off the possibility of trading the bracelet. But what he was experiencing now was the first time. According to the descriptions of other players on the forum, in this game, players have one life every day, and even if they die, they will be revived the next day. There is no situation where a role would be permanently dead. Could it be that the death referred to here is the actual death of the real-life player? He suddenly thought of a possibility. After this thought, Sunan immediately felt ridiculous about it. He had just met the owner of the bracelet not long ago. It wouldn't be possible that the owner of the game bracelet had already died in such a short time. Besides, even if the owner of the game bracelet was really dead, how could the game know? After thinking for a moment, Sunan could not figure out the reason, so he chose not to think about the problem and continued to look at the game's prompts. Another question arose. It seems that the game's starting lineup does not give away talents. What happened to me? He had seen many games that give away divine equipment and divine beasts at the beginning, but he had not seen any information about this on the game forum just now. Is this some hidden setting in the game? After thinking for a moment, he did not hesitate too much, and directly chose to confirm the inheritance. Talent ability acquisition complete, please check the personal information panel. As the words jumped, the scenery in front of Sunan changed, and he arrived in a dim world. He was standing on the edge of a towering cliff at this time. In Dixuan year 1785, you came to this world ruled by the 12 demon emperors. It is a world where demons wreak havoc, and human life is like a grass. In this world, human status is extremely low, and monsters are the masters of this world. It is said that the ancestors of mankind were the masters of this world, but unfortunately, due to a disaster, the heavenly and earthly vitality was cut off and the practice was lost. Since then, humans have become the blood food of monsters. Until thousands of years ago, someone accidentally discovered that by using some methods, the bloodline of monsters could be integrated into their own bodies, thereby possessing part of the abilities of monsters, which gradually allowed humans to have the ability to barely survive. Unfortunately, this method has a fatal drawback. After the fusion of the monster's bloodline, the human body will gradually change into the appearance of the monster, becoming a non-human, non-demon existence. What's worse, as more and more monster bloodlines are integrated, various bloodlines cannot be well balanced. Eventually, they go out of control, and human consciousness is influenced by the demonic blood's evil energy, turned into a monster controlled by evil energy. Lines of text jumped before his eyes, quickly presenting the background of the game world. He had seen this information on the forum just now, and Sunan just glanced at it now. In short, the background of the game is a world where demons wreak havoc, and to become strong in this world, one must constantly integrate the bloodline of demons. However, it is not so easy to fuse the demonic bloodline, as it is full of dangers. Not only can it lead to changes in appearance, but it can also lead to bloodline conflicts resulting in loss of control, being controlled by evil energy. The demon world is full of dangers. Here, you cannot trust anyone but yourself. As an outsider, if you want to survive in this world, you must constantly integrate the bloodline of powerful monsters to gain their power. In order to survive better in the demon world, please set a name for yourself in the demon world. Wang Nan. He would naturally not use his real name, and he simply made up a false name. Character template creation successful. Character randomly descending. Character descent successful. Outsider, please start your game and have a pleasant journey. A sudden feeling of weightlessness came over him, as if he was falling from the sky. The scenery in front of his eyes changed again. Opening his eyes, Sunan found himself lying in a room covered with straw. Right in front of him was an extremely thick metal door. My head hurts so much, it feels like someone hit the back of my head hard. Intense pain made Sunan gasp involuntarily, and he subconsciously touched the back of his head. Thankfully, he did not feel any obvious blood. Acidic pain and weakness came from his limbs at the same time. Leaning against the wall, Sunan used a lot of effort to barely get up. Taking deep breaths of damp, moldy air, he felt as if his whole body had been hollowed out, extremely weak. The room was dimly lit, with only a reddish-yellow light shining through a small hole above the metal door. Various sensory inputs came one after another, making Sunan have an illusion that he was in the real world. Is this game a bit too realistic? Sunan was surprised. This was the first time he had ever played such a realistic game. You didn't die. Without waiting for Sunan to continue exploring, a surprised voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw that there were other people in the room. The room he was in was not large, only about 20 square meters. Squatting in the two corners of the room were 4 young men in their 20s. They all looked haggard and ragged, as if they had been through a disaster. The young man who had just spoken was on the left, his clothes tattered. This was a prison cell. His current identity was the same as the other 4, all prisoners in this cell. As soon as the thought crossed Sunan's mind, he quickly made a rough judgment about his current environment and his identity in the game. Not waiting for Sunan to speak, the young man who spoke before sighed and continued, "What's the use of not dying? It won't be long before we die anyway." The despair in the young man's voice gave Sunan a bad feeling. He was about to ask about the situation when suddenly he heard faint footsteps outside the room. Da-da! Da-da! The footsteps, from far to near, sounded rhythmically. Upon hearing these footsteps, Sunan remained unfazed, but the others in the prison cell shuddered as if they had heard something terrifying. "They're coming! They're coming again! It's over, they take away 2 people every time, and now there are only 5 of us left, it might be my turn this time. I don't want to die, who will save me?" The faces of the young men in the prison cell turned pale, as if they were facing a great enemy. At the same time, a series of messages appeared in front of Sunan. An unknown danger is approaching, panic is spreading rapidly. Even though you don't know what's going on, you realize that you might die here if you don't do something about it. Novice task has been activated, task panel is now accessible. Personal information panel is now accessible. Personal space is now accessible. The novice task is here. Sunan's eyes lit up. From the forum, he already knew that the main gameplay of this game revolved around tasks. Players could upgrade their game characters by completing daily tasks and mainline tasks. Open the task list. Without any hesitation, Sunan summoned the task list through his consciousness. As an outsider, you are protected by heaven and earth. You can gain power by completing novice tasks. Please choose any one of the following tasks to complete, and unlock subsequent daily tasks and mainline tasks. Novice Task 1, Escape from Cell No 19. Task Difficulty, 2 star. Task Reward, Mortal Level Bloodline, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. Novice Task 2, Kill a Prison Guard. Task Difficulty, 3 star. Task Reward, Mortal Level Bloodline, Mortal Level Demon Sutra, 15 Demon Points. Novice Task 3, Kill the Uncontrolled Warrior. Task Difficulty, 4 star. Task Reward, Mortal Level Bloodline, Mortal Level Demon Sutra, 30 Demon Points Technique Seeds. Note: tasks refresh daily. The selection and completion of novice tasks will directly affect the opening of subsequent mainline tasks and daily tasks, so please choose carefully. Among the 3 tasks, Sunan could choose any one. After a quick glance, he immediately found it strange. Aren't novice tasks mainly 1-star difficulty tasks? I have a 3-star difficulty task here, and even a 4-star difficulty task. Why are there no 1-star difficulty tasks? In the demon world, the task difficulty levels range from 1-star to 4-star, with 4 levels of difficulty within each task. Whether there are higher levels above 4-star difficulty is not yet known. In the forum, most players get 1-star level tasks, and only a very small number of players can get 2-star level tasks. Even so, many people have not been able to complete 1-star level tasks up to this point. Players who can get 3-star level tasks might exist, but they are extremely rare. As for 4-star level tasks, they are unheard of. This isn't right. My novice task even has a 4-star task. This is outrageous. Is it because there is something wrong with the place where I started the game? Sunan suddenly thought of a possibility. This possibility was highly likely. If the place he was in was not a novice map but an advanced one, even the simplest tasks would be extremely difficult for him at this stage. Starting with a 4-star level task, is it good luck or bad luck for me? Sunan remained silent. The game's tasks were extremely difficult, so much so that many players could not complete tasks and simply quit the game. Although he inherited another player's talent at the beginning, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could complete tasks that other players couldn't based on this talent alone. His gaze swept across the 3 tasks, and he did not make a choice immediately. The novice task was of great importance, and choosing required careful consideration. Rewards in the game consisted of 3 parts: Bloodline, Demon Sutra, and Demon Power. Bloodline was the foundation for cultivation. Only with a bloodline could you cultivate the Demon Sutra, which in turn required demon power to advance. In his 3 tasks, the 2-star task had 2 rewards: Bloodline and Demon Sutra, while the 3-star task offered another reward of 15 demon power points. The rewards for the 4-star task were even greater, giving not only 30 demon power points more than the 2-star task but also an additional technique seed. Such rewards were nothing short of generous. Perhaps this is also a good thing. The higher the task difficulty, the more generous the rewards. And since the novice task is related to future mainline tasks, if I can complete a 2-star novice task, the subsequent mainline tasks will surely be no easy feat. Sunan quickly adjusted his mentality and comforted himself. Most players haven't even completed their novice tasks yet. If he could complete a 2-star, or even a 3-star task, he might catch up with most players, even if he joined the game later than them. This might be his chance. With this in mind, Sunan quickly summoned his personal information panel. He wanted to see what kind of talent he had inherited. Chapter 3, Foreseeing the Future. Name, Wang Nan. Race, Human. Realm, None. Demon Sutra, None. Bloodline, None. Talent, Foreseeing the Future, Unique. Demon Power, 0 points. Foresee the Future. Sunan's gaze swiftly scanned the personal information panel, immediately focusing on the talent column. There was no helping it, the talent was the only content on an otherwise empty panel. Foreseeing the future, unique. The future bears countless possibilities. As a child of destiny, you will be able to see events up to 3 minutes into the future. Usage today, 3/3. Foreseeing events 3 minutes into the future seems to be quite a strong ability. What does this unique term mean? Does it mean only I possess this talent? Sunan's eyes lit up. Although he still didn't know the specific effect of foreseeing the future for 3 minutes, the brief introduction indicated that this ability was indeed extraordinary. This game had a high level of difficulty, as many players struggled to complete the novice task due to the fact that they had only 1 life per day. Once dead, they could only wait until the next day. In such a situation, if he could foresee the future and learn about impending crises, it would undoubtedly increase his chances of survival. Maybe with the help of this ability, he could really complete a 2-star or even a 3-star task. It's a pity that the foreseeing time is too short. If only the time could be longer. Furthermore, this ability can only be used 3 times a day. It just isn't enough. After some brief excitement, Sunan was dissatisfied. The short foreseeing time could be compensated by the number of uses, consecutive predictions to make up for the lack of time in each prediction. However, the limited number of uses drastically weakened the power of this ability. Let's first see how effective it is, and try to escape from here. The game didn't pause when he checked his information. The heavy footsteps outside the prison cell were getting closer, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the cell where the others were. Without time to think, Sunan immediately used the foreseeing the future talent. Immediately afterwards, a string of text quickly appeared before him. The effect of foreseeing the future was presented in the form of text information. Footsteps are getting closer, and finally, 2 minutes later, they stop outside your cell. A great danger approaches, and the other prisoners in the cell are even more terrified, instinctively curling up and trying to stay as close to the dark corners as possible, reducing their presence. Seeing their reactions, you realize that staying in the cell isn't safe, and being inside is akin to a sitting duck. If you want to survive, you must escape. You have confidence in your ability to escape and decide to make a break for it the moment the prison door opens. The sturdy prison door opens, and 2 terrifying figures appear before you, wolf-headed humanoids. In that instant, you who have been prepared to escape suddenly rush out, but sadly your speed is too slow, and you have no knowledge of the demon's strength. You don't even have a chance to step out of the cell before being slapped back into it. You died. Before your death, you realize that the 2 demons are too strong, and with them around, you can't escape. Dead? That was a bit reckless. No wonder no one plays this, what a garbage game. Looking at the information before him, Sunan was speechless. Within the predicted time, from beginning to end, he hardly did anything before the game character died. There was no sense of gaming experience. Now he finally understood why other players said the game was difficult. I just tried to escape, and the direction of the foreseeing moved toward escaping. If I don't think about escaping directly, but think about how to survive, what will be the outcome? A thought occurred to Sunan, and he couldn't help but use his talent again. However, this time, there was no information on the personal information panel, and the foreseeing the future had not been used successfully. The talent is not cooled down yet. He saw that on the personal information panel, behind the talent foreseeing the future, there was a countdown. 49, 48, 47. It's been about 10 seconds since I used the talent last time, and there are still more than 40 seconds left for it to be cooled down this time. It seems that the talent's cooldown time is 1 minute. The 2 demons will come in 2 minutes, and although I still have 2 chances to use foreseeing today, there is no time left. I can only use it once more. If I can't find a way to survive next time, I will die. Although the talent of foreseeing the future seems strong, it has many limitations. Not to mention that it can only foresee for 3 minutes at a time, but it can also only be used 3 times a day. Now there is an additional cooldown time. Even if it is not very long, the danger increases by a minute in this crisis situation. Moreover, from the result of the first time, once he dies in the foreseeing stops and he has no idea what will happen afterwards. Having it is better than not having it. People should be content. Sunan consoled himself, waiting quietly. The footsteps were getting closer, and finally, the talent cooldown time ended. Sunan didn't even think about it, and immediately used the talent. Danger is approaching. With your previous experience, you know that running away directly is a dead end. To survive, you must think of other ways. You plan to stay with the other 4 youths in the prison cell. You quickly scan the people in the prison cell, and in your opinion, staying with the 2 youths on the right seems safer. You plan to stay with the 2 youths on the right. However, before that, you think of how powerless you are now, which makes you feel very insecure. You search the prison cell for useful things. Fortunately, you find a slightly rusty dagger 2 steps ahead of you, and at the same time, an unknown key is found 1 step to the right. The appearance of the dagger brings you a little comfort. You hold the dagger tightly, quickly go to the right corner, and curl up with the other 2 youths. The direction of the foreseeing has changed. Sure enough, my consciousness can change the direction of the foreseeing. Sunan's eyes flashed with joy. Being able to choose the direction of the foreseeing on his own undoubtedly greatly increased the value of this talent. The sturdy prison door opens, and the terrifying wolf-headed humanoid demon appears in front of you again. Its ruthless gaze scans the room, the eyes of the 2 monsters falling on the corner where you are. Unfortunately, you and the other youth next to you are selected by the demon. You grip the dagger, wanting to resist, but your actions anger the demon. You are dead. He dies again in the foreseeing. But this time, Sunan is not only not disappointed, but his eyes light up. Since the two demons will choose me hiding in the right corner, does it mean that as long as I hide in the left corner, I can escape this disaster? From the information of foreknowledge, it can be confirmed that the demons will only take away 2 people each time. As long as he mixes in with the 4 people, the chances of being selected can be reduced. Now that he already knows what will happen next, he can avoid it ahead of time. Looking at the 2 people on the left side of the prison cell, Sunan made a decision. Outside the prison cell, the footsteps of the demons were getting clearer, leaving him little time left. There were still more than 40 seconds of cooldown time for the foreseeing the future. Now he had no other choice. Sunan did not go straight to the left corner, but searched in the 2 steps ahead of him, trying to find the 2 items mentioned in the foreseeing just now. Soon, he found the slightly rusty dagger, and at the same time, he found an unknown key 1 step to the right. Dagger, ordinary item. It may be sharp for killing people, but it is undoubtedly a dream to use it to kill the demon. Slightly rusty key, ordinary item. An unknown person lost the key. Upon careful observation, you can vaguely see that there are 2 numbers, 2 and 4, engraved on the key. There was no time to look more. Holding the dagger tightly, Sunan quickly moved to the left corner, suppressing the weakness of his body, and squeezed together with the other 2 youths. Chapter 4, Bloodline Uncontrolled. Both young men were about the same age as him, 25 or 26. One of them had ragged clothes, dark skin, and was trembling violently, his face full of fear. On the contrary, the other youth dressed in white seemed quite strange. Sunan noticed that the white-robed youth had the best clothes among everyone in the room, with no significant damage. At the same time, his eyes were tightly closed, his fists clenched, and the only expression on his face was ferocious, completely different from the fearful expressions of the others. There was something off about this person. Sunan noticed the anomaly in the youth. If it were any other time, he would have investigated further. He might have discovered a hidden plot, but his current situation didn't give him a chance. The footsteps of the demon creatures stopped outside the cell door, followed by a series of friction sounds from iron chains. The heavy prison door was opened. Red and yellow firelight shone into the cell from outside, illuminating the dim prison cell. 2 figures stood in front of the cell door, emitting an intense oppressive feeling that made it hard for the prisoners to breathe. Just as described in the foreknowledge, both creatures had wolf heads on humanoid bodies, tall and towering, about 2 meters high, with sharp tusks exposed and their faces ferocious and horrifying. These were 2 wolf demons. Don't choose me. Please don't choose me. The dark-skinned youth beside him was trembling, as Sunan held his breath. Even knowing this was a game, he was fully alert at that moment. The 2 wolf demons didn't enter the cell but stood at the door, scanning for suitable prey. As predicted, the eyes of the 2 wolf demons first glanced at the corner on the right. However, before Sunan could breathe a sigh of relief, the wolf demons looked in his direction. Immediately after, something unexpected happened. One of the wolf demons entered the cell and walked straight towards him. In an instant, Sunan had an intuition that the target of the wolf demon was not someone else, but himself. He had been targeted by the wolf demon. This was completely different from what was mentioned in the foreknowledge. Is the foreknowledge wrong? Sunan's face changed, and his first thought was that the foreknowledge might be at fault. However, he soon figured out why. I get it now. In the foreknowledge, it wasn't just my bad luck that the 2 wolf demons chose me. Instead, they were targeting me. From the beginning, the wolf demon's target had been him. As for why this happened, in Sunan's view, the most likely cause was the number of people. There were 5 people in the cell, with 2 people in each corner on the left and right. No matter where he chose, one of those corners would have 3 people. In this case, being targeted by the wolf demon every time seemed reasonable. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility that there were other reasons unknown to Sunan, but that was no longer important. What he had to do now was figure out how to survive and overcome the current predicament. The heavy footsteps of the wolf demon echoed in the cell, quickly reaching Sunan's corner. For the first time, Sunan had a close encounter with monster creatures in the game, experiencing an unprecedented pressure. Beside him, the other youth had already been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground, his face ashen. Quit game. Facing the terrifying wolf demon, which could kill him with one slap, Sunan chose to quit the game, as there was no chance to escape. The game only gave players one life every day. Once dead, they wouldn't be able to log in that day, so staying alive was a priority. You are currently in a dangerous environment, and you cannot quit the game temporarily. Forcing an exit may have unknown consequences. Please choose a safe place to exit. Complete today's task for a chance to exit without restrictions. Unable to exit. The game prompt appeared, and Sunan's heart sank, but he wasn't too surprised. If one could exit the game anytime, many people would not have been able to complete the novice task until now. I can only take things one step at a time, and if necessary, continue tomorrow. He resigned himself, preparing for the forced exit after his death. His ability to foresee the future still had one more use, but that didn't matter. Not to mention that the ability hadn't cooled down yet. Even if he could foresee the future once more, he was afraid the result would be the same. The wolf demon arrived at Sunan's corner, and its two dark shiny claws reached out for both him and the ragged-clothed youth. "Don't grab me! Don't grab me!" The dark-skinned youth yelled in terror, desperately trying to resist. This angered the wolf demon. Its furry arm swung, and the dark-skinned youth was slammed against the wall, his chest caved in and fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Such incredible strength! No wonder my mission has been at least difficult. Faced with such beings, novice players have no chance of escape. Sunan secretly took a deep breath, not daring to imagine the consequences of such strength hitting his own body. The wolf demon didn't care for the dark-skinned youth's life or death. After grabbing him, it reached for Sunan again. Sunan didn't resist. The result of the foreknowledge had clearly told him that resistance would lead to certain death. Instead of dying here, he would rather see what the wolf demon wanted to do with them and where it wanted to take them. Perhaps there would still be a chance to survive in a different place. That's what Sunan thought. However, at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. The white-robed youth suddenly stood up, whether it was because of the wolf demon's actions or for some other reason, and let out a hoarse roar. The next moment, the white-robed youth's clothes burst, and his muscles writhed and swelled rapidly, breaking apart his skin. He grew taller, reaching about 2 meters 30 or 40, slightly taller than the wolf demon. What was even more terrifying were his eyes. They expanded several times, but his eye sockets didn't grow larger. This caused the eyeballs to protrude significantly, giving the impression they would burst out of their sockets at any moment. At the same time, the human-like teeth of the white-robed youth fell out, replaced by thick, inward-curving tusks that grew at an alarming rate, tearing his mouth apart. The sudden and horrifying transformation caught everyone off guard. The other two young men in the cell stared wide-eyed, their faces full of shock and terror. Sunan, standing closest, felt a wave of madness. Even if this was just a game, Sunan was still somewhat overwhelmed by the transformation, which strongly assaulted his senses. A human martial artist? And an uncontrolled one at that. The wolf demon recognized the state of the youth, not expecting a human martial artist in the cell. Excellent, the princess loves uncontrolled human martial artists the most. After a brief moment of surprise, the wolf demon's furry face showed a hint of delight. Uncontrolled. Hearing the wolf demon's words, Sunan snapped back to reality and immediately thought of something. The term uncontrolled was sensitive. When he first entered the game background had strongly emphasized the issue of loss of control. Humans could only become stronger by merging with the bloodline of wolf demons, but as the bloodlines merged, conflicts between different bloodlines would lead to losing control, which is one of the basic settings in this game. He also immediately thought of one of the 3 tasks, the one called Kill the Uncontrolled Warrior. That 4-star level task. Chapter 5, Foreknowledge for the 3rd time. The task panel appeared before him. Novice Task 1, Escape from Cell No 19. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, Mortal Level Bloodline, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. Novice Task 2, Kill a Guard. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, Mortal Level Bloodline, Mortal Level Demon Sutra, 15 Demon Points. Novice Task 3, Kill the Uncontrolled Warrior. Task Difficulty, 4 stars. Task Reward, Mortal Level Bloodline, Mortal Level Demon Sutra, 30 Demon Points Technique Seeds. These 3 tasks had only one name, without any detailed introduction, presumably due to not selecting a novice task. Having to choose one of the 3 novice tasks, only after selecting the task could its detailed information be seen. Although I don't know the specifics of the task, I'm certain that this 4-star level task is definitely related to the uncontrolled white-robed youth before us. The white-robed youth lost control, and the wolf demon directly abandoned Sunan and went for the white-robed youth. With a swing of its claws, it delivered a mighty blow, enough to easily slap Sunan to death, attempting to seriously injure the white-robed youth. Feeling the danger, the white-robed youth, whose mind was already controlled by the evil energy in his bloodline, became even more enraged. He didn't dodge but instead attacked the wolf demon with a slap. As the arms of the man and the demon collided, it seemed like 2 pieces of metal hitting each other, emitting a dull boom. The next moment, the fierce wolf demon was sent flying and slammed heavily into the wall. This guy is so strong. No wonder he's related to the 4-star task. Sunan's pupils shrank. He had thought the wolf demon was already quite powerful, but now it seemed that it was nowhere near as powerful as the white-robed youth. Roar! Due to the intense pain, the wolf demon let out an angry roar. It arches its back and pushed off with its legs like a bolt of lightning, suddenly rushing towards the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth also slapped the wolf demon again with great strength, determined to kill it. Inside the cell, the man and the demon were engaged in battle, while outside the cell, another wolf demon was also enraged. However, it seemed to be guarding against the escape of the other people in the cell, so it never entered the cell and stood watch outside. But this situation soon changed. The out-of-control white-robed youth landed another hit on the wolf demon in the cell, causing it to spray fresh blood. In just a few breaths, the first wolf demon was severely injured. Now, the wolf demon outside the cell could no longer hold back and roared before rushing into the cell. Chance! This is a chance to escape. Seeing the second wolf demon coming in, Sunan was overjoyed rather than scared. Before, with the wolf demon blocking the cell door, he had no chance to escape. But now it was different. He could take advantage of the 2 wolf demons dealing with the white-robed youth to rush out of the cell. Looking at the task panel again, his gaze fell on the first novice task. Novice Task 1, Escape from Cell No. 19. Cell number 19 was undoubtedly the cell he was in. This task only required him to escape from the cell, not the prison, which meant that as long as he left this cell, the task should be considered complete. As for whether he would be killed after escaping the cell, that didn't matter anymore. Having made a decision quickly, Sunan chose to complete this task. Just in case, I'd better have a foreknowledge first. The cooling time of foreseeing the future had already ended when the white-robed youth lost control, and now he could use it again. The third premonition begins. The second wolf demon rushes into the prison cell, forming a pincer attack with the first wolf demon on the left and right, closing in on the white-robed youth, intending to hunt him down. They do not realize that the strength of the white-robed youth has greatly increased after losing control, and they are no match for him. Sure enough, in just a few breaths of struggle, both demons are severely injured and collapse to the ground, unable to get up, with the first wolf demon even on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, you know the opportunity you've been waiting for has finally arrived. In an instant, you burst out with unprecedented speed towards the outside of the prison cell. Congratulations, you have successfully escaped the prison cell. I really got out. Overjoyed, Sunan knew that escaping the prison cell meant that he could complete his novice task. A 2-star level novice task was not considered high, but it was already beyond what most players could achieve. Information was still popping up on the panel, which Sunan quickly browsed through. The white-robed youth continues to attack both wolf demons, finally killing the first one as it struggles helplessly. You are suddenly startled to see that the moment the wolf demon dies, its power seems to be extracted from its corpse, causing it to become instantly shriveled and dry, a strange event unfolding. An invisible force descends upon the prison cell, making the white-robed youth and the remaining wolf demon seemingly lose their power, their bodies instantly going limp as they fall to the ground, unable to move. Their bloodline power has been suppressed. You realize that this is the power of the prison cell, or more accurately, the power of this prison. This force is very powerful, easily suppressing the uncontrolled white-robed youth, but unfortunately, it lasts only for one breath. Finally, the other guards who watch over the prison notice the anomaly, and 4 powerful demons quickly enter the prison. The leading demon spots you right away. The demon launches an attack on you. You died. From the beginning to the end of the premonition, it took only a moment for the second wolf demon to join the battle in the prison cell. This prison can actually suppress martial artists, incredible. Looking at the information on the panel, Sunan's eyes revealed astonishment. If his guess was correct, the entire prison had the power to suppress bloodlines. This power was not usually strong, but once a demon died within its confines, its power would be drawn from its corpse by the prison, unleashing an even stronger force. A prison with such an ability was obviously not an ordinary one. No wonder my novice tasks are all at least 2-star level. I can be sure that this is not a novice map, but an advanced one. Watching the battle in the prison cell closely, Sunan prepared to burst out at any moment. As long as he could escape the prison cell, he would have basically completed his novice task. Before that, he needed to claim his novice task first. His gaze fell on the first escape the prison cell task, and he was about to claim it. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the 4-star task on the task panel, a bold idea forming in his mind. Maybe I can try to complete this 4-star task. Once a task is chosen, it cannot be changed. The reason he had not chosen a task until now was that he did not know which of the 3 tasks he would eventually complete. Originally, he had never considered choosing a 4-star task, but intended to pick the first 2-star task, since the 4-star task was beyond his capabilities. However, at the current moment, he seemed to see a possibility of completing it. From the information in the premonition, at the moment when the prison's suppressing force arrives, the uncontrolled white-robed youth and the wolf demon would have their power completely suppressed. If he could seize this opportunity, he could kill the white-robed youth. Sunan looked at the dagger in his hand, his heart wavering with temptation. Chapter 6, Task Completed. The foreknowledge information clearly told him that after the first wolf demon died, under the suppression of prison power, both the white-robed youth and the wolf demon would lose their strength. If he takes action at this moment, there is a high chance that he could kill the white-robed youth. The rewards of a 4-star mission are much higher than those of a 2-star mission. Moreover, the completion of the novice task will directly affect the subsequent activation of mainline quests and daily tasks. If I complete this 4-star mission, what kind of mainline tasks will I get in the future? A gleam flashed in Sunan's eyes as he thought about it, believing that it was all the more worthwhile to try this 4-star task. Whether he can complete it or not, at least there's a chance. Let's give it a shot, it's now or never. Without any further hesitation, Sunan gritted his teeth and made up his mind quickly. Risk it all, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. He still remembers the player named Zhou Cheng on the forum who improved his Demon Sutra to the great accomplishment level within just 3 days of the game server launch. If he could complete this 4-star task at hand, wouldn't it be easy for him to surpass Zhou Cheng? Accept the task. At that thought, the task panel instantly changed, leaving only the third 4-star mission after the first and second tasks disappeared. Kill the uncontrolled warrior. Difficulty, 4 stars. The prison you are in is called Kun Tien Prison, a specially built prison for imprisoning human bloodline warriors and some powerful demons. Here, both demons and martial artists have their bloodline powers suppressed. This prison was originally filled with despair, but some warriors whose bloodline conflicts were about to lose control saw it as a place of hope. Here, the process of their loss of control has been greatly slowed down. Not long ago, a spiritual-grade martial artist named Li Yuan deliberately let a demon capture him in order not to lose control, intending to enter this prison. His plan was successful as he was incarcerated in the prison. Unfortunately, he underestimated the impact of bloodline conflict. Even with the suppression of the prison's power, he was gradually controlled by the evil energy of the demon within his bloodline. Once he loses control, everyone here will die, including you. Task requirements: find and kill the person about to lose control. Task rewards: mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon power points technique seeds. So that's how it is. Quickly scanning the task content and associating it with the ferocious look on the white-robed youth's face, Sunan thoroughly understood the situation. Obviously, at that time, the white-robed youth had reached the brink of losing control due to bloodline conflict. It was only after being influenced by the wolf demon that he completely lost control. Sunan did not make any rash moves, tightly holding the dagger in his hand and quietly waiting for the right opportunity. Finally, after dozens of breaths, the two wolf demons were both heavily injured by the white-robed youth and smashed against the wall of the prison cell. Sunan held his breath and braced himself with all his might. The white-robed youth didn't let the two wolf demons go just like that. He came forward with an unstoppable movement and ruthlessly slammed a palm at them again. This time, the first wolf demon that entered the prison cell could no longer resist and had its skull shattered by the white-robed youth's palm. Aooooo! With a companion dying, the second wolf demon let out an angry howl. Here it comes! The prophecy has come true. Sunan tensed his body, knowing that the opportunity that determined the success or failure of the task had come. Success or failure depends on this single shot. At the moment when the wolf demon was killed by the white-robed youth, Sunan had already rushed out like a cheetah. The wolf demon's corpse fell to the ground, and a strange thing happened. In an instant, the entire corpse seemed to have all its moisture drained, turning into a withered, shriveled corpse. At the same time, everyone in the prison cell felt a slight tremor in the cell, and the out-of-control white-robed youth and the remaining wolf demon fell to the ground simultaneously. But Sunan and the other two young men in the cell felt nothing. Prison power targets those with bloodline power, so ordinary people like them are naturally unaffected. The sudden change left the other two youths dumbfounded, watching everything in complete bewildered. Almost at the same time, Sunan had already reached the white-robed youth. Lying on the ground, it seemed as though the prison's suppression of bloodline powers had caused the youth's uncontrollable state to improve. His swollen body visibly shrunk at a discernible rate. If the white-robed youth were allowed to continue, he might have been able to break free from his uncontrolled state and return to his previous condition. Unfortunately, he didn't have that chance. Die! With both hands tightly gripping the dagger, Sunan didn't hesitate and fiercely stabbed the youth's throat. He only had the time of one breath, so there was absolutely no room for waste. The palm-sized, rusty dagger easily pierced the white-robed youth's throat. Blood gushed out, the white-robed youth made choking sounds, his body violently struggling, and his eyes filled with resentment. Sunan's expression remained unchanged. In his hand, the tightly held dagger didn't loosen, he raised it again and fiercely stabbed down. This time, the dagger pierced the youth's eye socket and plunged deeply into his skull. As for such an out-of-control martial artist, Sunan couldn't guarantee his seemingly deadly strike actually worked. Blood flowed out from the pierced location, and he continued his actions, trying to strike the youth again. However, this time, an accident happened. The prison cell shook slightly again, and the power suppressing the bloodlines disappeared. In the next moment, before Sunan's dagger could stab down again, the white-robed youth had already smashed his arm fiercely into Sunan's chest. This was the youth's furious strike, and also his last bit of strength. With this one attack, Sunan flew backward, his chest caved in, fresh blood spewing from his mouth, and his vision rapidly blurring into darkness. He was dead. Just before dying, a smile appeared on his face. In the last glimpse, he clearly saw that after the youth's attack, his arm fell limply, and his face was filled with unwillingness and resentment. The youth also died, killed by Sunan. Congratulations, the novice task has been completed. Daily task activation, main quest activation, please go to the task center to check the tasks and collect rewards. Shit! How can this game be so realistic? The game warehouse opened, and Sunan's face looked pale as he struggled to get up. Just now, he had vividly experienced the taste of death. He had played many deep immersive virtual reality games before, but he had never experienced such a realistic game. It seemed like where he had just been was not a game at all, but a real world. This game is not simple. I'm afraid it won't take long to become popular. Sunan had a premonition. With his game character dead, he couldn't log into the game today. Glancing at the time, it was only 9:30. Even if he wanted to wait until midnight to log back into the game, there were still 2 hours left. He decided to open the game forum to see if he could get any other information about the game. There weren't many players in the forum, so there weren't many posts either. Most of them were from players complaining. Sunan casually flipped through them and, all of a sudden, a post with a lot of replies caught his interest. Merging with the second bloodline resulted in a bloodline conflict. I'm about to lose control, and my real-life body has undergone this change. Can someone tell me what's going on? The post was published at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago, but there were already more than 50 replies. This stood out in the quiet forum. Chapter 7, Information in the Forum. Opening the post, Sunan sees a game screenshot and a photo. There's not much content in the game screenshot, just a game warning. Warning, the second bloodline you've merged with conflicts with the first one, and it will go out of control in 42 hours. Please find a solution ASAP. As for the photo, it shows a palm entirely covered in dark hair, looking like a bear paw at first glance. What's strange is that the arm behind the bear paw belongs to a human. A bear paw? The poster's Photoshop skills are pretty good, I almost believed it. The second bloodline is out of control? This game just came out a week ago, and lots of people haven't even finished their novice tasks. How did you manage to merge the second bloodline, bro? All hail the poster, I'm willing to call you the first person to lose control, please share your strategy. Players in the forum didn't pay much attention to the photoshopped bear paw, but many were surprised at how fast someone could merge with a second bloodline. However, Sunan looked at the photo with a strange expression. He had just witnessed the white-robed youth lose control within the game, leaving a deep impression on him. Seeing this photo now, he couldn't help but feel like he was witnessing another person's loss of control. The one who photoshopped this so realistically must have seen an NPC losing control in-game. As Sunan took another look at the photo, he realized that the poster's username was Xiaofipeo and, coincidentally, they were in the same city. As far as I know, you can only get bloodlines from novice tasks and mainline tasks. Could it be that the poster has already completed the mainline task? No hope, prepare to delete your account and start over, even the game's NPCs can't find a solution to losing control. How could an ordinary person find one? You can tell from the background. Once out of control, you'll turn into a mindless monster. Obviously, if you want to play this game well, you must ensure you don't lose control. Good luck, poster. I'll wait to see you find a solution. A 3-minute silence for the poster. Most of the replies in the thread were unhelpful, and Sunan didn't pay much attention after skimming through them. Loss of control wasn't his problem right now, he was more interested in how the rewards from completing novice tasks could help players. He suspected the in-game map he was on was a high-level one, and to escape, he needed to strengthen himself as soon as possible. The game's task rewards mainly consist of bloodlines, demon sutras, and demon powers. Bloodlines and demon sutras complement each other, only after obtaining a demon bloodline can you cultivate the corresponding demon sutra. The improvement of a demon sutra's level increases the bloodline's power and thus enhances a player's strength. Demon power has a simpler role. As far as we know, it can be used to upgrade demon sutras, much like experience points in other games. Due to the lack of players, there wasn't much useful information on the forums. After 10+ minutes of browsing, Sunan finally found some helpful information. He now understood the game's mechanics. To survive in the game world, enhancing one's strength was the primary goal, which relied on the 3 aspects of bloodlines, demon sutras, and demon power. Bloodlines and demon sutras were hard to obtain, available only through novice and mainline tasks. As for demon power, there were more ways to obtain it. Daily tasks were the primary source of demon power. However, the demon power rewards for daily tasks were minimal, pitiful 1-point rewards for a 1-star task, and even a 2-star task only offered 3 to 5 points. Moreover, most players found 2-star tasks too difficult to complete. It turns out I really hit the jackpot by completing a 4-star task. Sunan's eyes flashed with a smile. Without comparing, he would never know how incredible his rewards were. A whopping 30 demon power points. Other players would need to complete 6 to 10 2-star missions to obtain those. 7-day deadline, Demon Art Mastery. I plan to establish a guild in the game. Interested brothers, please add me as a friend. As Sunan was about to leave the forum, a newly posted thread caught his attention. The poster's name was Zhou Cheng. Below the post was a game screenshot, clearly showing that Zhou Cheng had a demon sutra named Green Wolf Sutra with the word perfection added behind it. It's him. Sunan instantly realized who it was. He had seen Zhou Cheng's earlier post before entering the game. That post was published 3 days ago, when Zhou Cheng had just reached the great accomplishment level with his demon sutra. I don't know how many demon power points it would take to raise the demon art from great accomplishment to perfection, but one thing's for certain, the amount won't be small. Zhou Cheng really isn't simple, his speed of obtaining demon power is so fast. A different look appeared in Sunan's eyes. Now he knew that acquiring demon power in the game was not easy for players, it was quite hard for ordinary players to obtain even a single demon power point. Great God is too incredible. I'm sure no one can surpass Great God Joe right now. Great God, take me with you. Add me, Great God. Please agree. Zhou Cheng had already become a celebrity in the forum. With just a single call, his post had already received replies from dozens of players in a moment. Zhou Cheng's achievements didn't make Sunan envious. Instead, he was looking forward to seeing what level his own 30 demon power points could raise the demon art to. It's 10 o'clock. Time to sleep. After logging out of the forum and checking the time, Sunan didn't continue to wait for the login. He had to work the next day, so he needed to rest early. Staying up late was not a good habit. Morning, Brother Nan. At 7:30 in the morning, Sunan arrived at the hotel where he worked on time. As soon as he arrived, a tall young man quite far away greeted him with a smile. The young man was in his early 20s, eating a pancake with big bites while drinking soy milk. In addition, he was holding a hand-grabbing cake and a bowl of 8 treasure congee. These were not for anyone else but his own breakfast. Having a double portion of breakfast, this was Sunan's colleague, Wang Chong. Glancing at the breakfast in his hand, Sunan commented, "At the rate you're eating, you're going to get fat. One portion is simply not enough." Wang Chong laughed and offered the uneaten hand-grabbing cake in his hand to Sunan. "Brother Nan, do you want some?" "No need, I've already eaten." Sunan waved his hand, paused, and continued, "It's almost roll call time. Hurry up and eat, then go change your clothes. If Fatty Lee sees you like this, there's bound to be a scolding." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong got a bit excited. "Am I even scared of him? I've been annoyed with that fatty for a while now. If it wasn't for you holding me back, I would have beaten him up already." The Fatty Lee mentioned by the two was the captain of the hotel security team. Actually, Fatty Lee was not fat, to be precise, he was well built. He was famous in the hotel as a fitness enthusiast, having built up quite a muscular body. "I know you're tough. Just eat quickly." Sunan smiled and walked with Wang Chong towards the changing room. After changing into their security uniforms, they finished roll call. After handing over duties to the night patrol colleagues, the two began their day's work. Their work was simple, mainly responsible for the internal security patrol of the hotel. Occasionally, they would also be responsible for external security due to personnel shortages. Under normal circumstances, their work would be very leisurely as long as there were no accidents. At noon, Sunan was eating in the staff cafeteria, with Wang Chong sitting next to him, eating and looking at his phone. Suddenly, Wang Chong saw something and held the phone close to Sunan, saying, "Brother Nan, someone died again in that river where you run every night." "Someone died again? Did they kill themselves or commit suicide?" Sunan was astonished. The route he took for his nightly runs was built alongside a river. Whether it was due to people's lives being too stressful or other reasons, there were always individuals jumping into the river to commit suicide. The last suicide incident happened 3 months ago. Suicide. It is said that she drowned to death between 8 and 12 last night. It was only discovered this morning by someone on their way to work. What a pity, she was a beauty. Wang Chong shook his head and sighed. A beauty? Drowned last night? Sunan was startled. Suddenly, he thought of something and subconsciously looked at Wang Chong's phone. It was a photo someone else had posted in Wang Chong's friend circle. In the photo, several police officers at the riverside had set up a cordon, separating the onlookers. 2 people in white coats were conducting a preliminary examination of a corpse. The photo was taken from a distance, and it could only be vaguely seen that the corpse was a woman in a black dress. "It's her." The moment he saw the corpse, Sunan recognized the woman. It was the woman who had collided with him while he was running last night. The woman who was suspected of placing a game bracelet on him. How can it be? She really died? Sunan's heart pounded wildly as he suddenly remembered the game's prompt when he logged in yesterday. Chapter 8, Mountain Elephant Bloodline. He tried to log into the game using the bracelet yesterday, but it was not successful initially. When he was about to give up, he oddly managed to log in. At that time, he saw the prompt "The previous player has died," which puzzled him. After all, game characters can be resurrected after death, so why did the game allow him to log in? Now it appears that the game prompt "the previous player has died" likely refers to actual death. Sunan's face changed. If it really is as he speculated, then this matter may be somewhat beyond what science can explain. Wang Chong did not perceive Sunan's eerie demeanor and continued to look at the photo, shaking his head in pity at the sight of the woman. Sunan stared at the picture, and suddenly, he made another discovery. He saw, tucked away in the crowd at the corner of the photograph, two men wearing duckbill caps with their faces obscured by black masks. It's them. Sunan's heart skipped a beat again. Clearly, those two men are the same individuals he encountered yesterday. Fixated on the two men in the photo, Sunan's mind was filled with tumultuous thoughts. He suddenly considered the possibility that the woman in black didn't commit suicide, she was killed by these two men. It's no wonder he made such an inference. Yesterday when he met the two men, he noticed that they seemed to be chasing something. Looking back now, it's highly likely that the two men were chasing after the woman in black. Recalling the urgency on the woman's face as well, Sunan felt a chill run down his spine in an instant. Quietly withdrawing his gaze and calming his emotions, Sunan became certain at that moment the woman was murdered. And the murderers were likely those two men. As for why they did this, Sunan speculated that it was probably related to the game bracelet he had obtained. What secrets does that bracelet hold? Sunan didn't intend to provide any clues to the police. He'd decided not to mention anything about the bracelet, or even anything game-related at all. As night fell, Sunan ended a day's work and headed home after work. Better safe than sorry. He didn't take the same route as yesterday, but chose another one instead. This is also a route he often takes for his nightly run, so no one would find it odd if he changed his route. Moreover, the most important thing was that this path had a lot of pedestrian traffic. With an anxious heart, he returned home, and immediately took out the game bracelet of the demon world for a careful study. Unfortunately, after studying it for a while, he found nothing unusual about it. I hope it's all just my imagination. Taking a deep breath, he stopped overthinking, put on the bracelet and logged into the game warehouse. Where you die, you shall respawn. It was the same prison cell as before. Unlike yesterday, there was no one else here today, not even the white-robed youth's corpse from yesterday. Congratulations, novice task completed. Daily task activation, main quest activation, check the task center for tasks and collect rewards. Seeing the task completion prompt again, a look of joy appeared on Sunan's face. Confirming that it was temporarily safe around him, he opened the task panel for the first time. Would you like to claim the Kill the Uncontrolled Warrior task reward? Without hesitation, he immediately claimed it. Congratulations on acquiring the Mountain Elephant Bloodline, Mountain Elephant Sutra, 30 Demon Points, and Technique Seed, Bone Shifting. The reward has been stored in personal space, please check your personal space. Daily task has been activated. Main quest has been activated. With all 4 rewards received, he didn't check the daily and main quests anymore, and immediately opened his personal space with eagerness. Personal space is a grid of 10 by 10 cells, able to store 100 items in total. There are presently 5 items in his personal space. The first is a dagger, the second is a key, the same 2 items he obtained yesterday. Sunan didn't expect that the 2 items would automatically be stored in his personal space after his death. The remaining 3 items are a fist-sized ruby red diamond-like stone, a palm-sized white jade plate and a grape-sized purple crystal. Sunan took out the ruby red diamond-like stone. The stone had a certain transparency, he could clearly see that within its interior, something resembling a giant elephant was carved. Mountain Elephant Bloodline Crystal, Physique Series, Mortal Level Bloodline, mature mountain elephants possess mountain carrying strength, consume to obtain the Mountain Elephant Bloodline. Physique Series? Seems like the demon's bloodlines in the game are divided into different series. Sunan pondered. Afterward, he took out the white jade plate. Mountain Elephant Sutra, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. This sutra is used by juvenile mountain elephants of the Mountain Elephant clan to greatly enhance the power of the Mountain Elephant bloodline. Used to obtain the method of practicing the Mountain Elephant Sutra. Do you wish to use? As I thought, the white jade plate is the Mountain Elephant Sutra, then the last item must definitely be the Technique Seed. He put down the jade plate holding the Mountain Elephant Sutra and picked up the grape-sized purple crystal. Technique Seed, Bone Shifting Technique. Upon use, a technique seed possessing the power of bone shifting will condense within the body. Do you wish to use it? A technique seed will condense in the body? There's no information about this thing on the forum, I wonder what its actual use is. The game's introduction of the technique seed was too brief, he couldn't tell its true use. However, he knew that the rarer it is, the more valuable it is. This technique seed must be extraordinary. Without any hesitation, he picked up the bloodline crystal and prepared to use it first. As the bloodline crystal went down his throat, he could instantly feel a burning force spreading through his body. That force became stronger and more violent over time. He felt as though if he didn't suppress this force quickly, his body would explode under its impact soon. TSS. This feels too real. Sunan took a breath of cold air, enduring the pain while immediately picking up the jade plate containing the Mountain Elephant Sutra. Use it. With a single thought, the jade plate shattered, and a white ray shot out, instantly entering Sunan's forehead. Instantly, a large amount of information about the operation of the Mountain Elephant Sutra appeared in Sunan's mind. Without thinking too much, he instinctively controlled the violent force within his body in accordance with the information received. Surprisingly, as soon as the Mountain Elephant Sutra was activated, the sensation that his body was about to burst instantly disappeared. It worked. A sense of enlightenment rose in his heart. He immediately opened his personal information panel to check. Chapter 9, Demon Crisis. Name, Wang Nan. Race, Human. Realm, Mortal Level. Demon Sutra, Mountain Elephant Sutra, not yet started. Bloodline, Mountain Elephant Bloodline. Talent, Foreseeing the Future, Unique. Demon Power, 30 points. The appearance of the personal information panel has changed dramatically. Not only were there the changes in the Demon Sutra and Bloodline sections, but even the Realm section had turned into Mortal Level. This meant he was already considered a Bloodline warrior, and no longer an ordinary person. The known realms in this game are Mortal, Spirit, Mysterious, and King. The higher realms are currently unknown. Each realm can fuse several bloodlines, but the fused bloodlines must match the player's realm. For example, when one is in the Mortal level, they can only fuse Mortal level bloodlines. Recalling the information he gained from the forum, Sunan focused his consciousness on the Demon Sutra section. Instantly, a prompt popped up. Do you want to consume 2 demon power points to upgrade the Mountain Elephant Sutra to beginner? Upgrade. A flash of light appeared on the panel, his demonic power decreased by 2 points, and the Mountain Elephant Sutra became a beginner. At the same time, Sunan immediately felt a burst of heat exploding inside his body, his strength was noticeably enhanced. This feeling. He was intoxicated, the feeling of a rapid increase in power was so marvelous. Looking at the panel again, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I only used 2 points of demonic power to upgrade from not yet started to beginner, I still have 28 points left, I wonder how far I can go. Do you want to consume 4 demon power points to upgrade the Mountain Elephant Sutra to minor achievement? Upgrade. Do you want to consume 8 demon power points to upgrade the Mountain Elephant Sutra to great accomplishment? From minor achievement to great accomplishment, the consumption of demonic power doubled. Upgrade. Do you want to consume 16 demon power points to upgrade the Mountain Elephant Sutra to perfection? From great accomplishment to perfection, the required demonic power doubled again. If it were any other player at this point, they would probably not have enough demonic power to continue upgrading, even if he had completed a 2-star novice task. But Sunan could. He still had exactly 16 points of demonic power left. Continue upgrading. As all 16 points of demonic power were used, Sunan experienced an unprecedented level of power. Strength. This was a pure enhancement of strength. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased to a level not inferior to 1,000 pounds. It seemed like he had turned into a giant humanoid elephant at this moment. At the same time, the Demon Sutra rotated within his body, and his senses greatly increased, making everything in the dim prison cell appear extremely clear. Clenching his fist, he felt as if he could smash the 2 wolf demons he encountered yesterday into pulp with one punch. Illusion, it's all an illusion. Forcing himself to calm down, he understood that this was an illusion brought on by the rapid increase in strength. Although his strength had skyrocketed, he knew that if he were to confront yesterday's wolf demons now, he would still meet his death. After all, they were able to hold their own against the white-robed youth for several rounds. The white-robed youth was a spirit-level warrior, a realm superior to his own, and even more powerful after losing control. Even now, if he were to face the out-of-control white-robed youth from yesterday, he would still be killed by a single slap. From not yet started to perfection, I used up a total of 30 points of demonic power, and finally caught up with that Zhou Cheng. A glint flashed in Sunan's eyes. In just one day, he had caught up with the so-called great god player, Zhou Cheng. If other players knew about it, they would undoubtedly think he was cheating. Looking at the panel again, he suddenly discovered something and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Huh? After reaching perfection in the Demon Sutra, it is possible to awaken bloodline combat skills. Sunan was surprised, as he had never heard of this before. However, it made sense upon further thought, as the only known player to have reached perfection in their Demon Sutra was Zhou Cheng, and Zhou Cheng never disclosed this information, so no one else knew about it. What does changing the body of another world mean? Does the body in reality change? Sunan's pupils suddenly contracted, startled by his own bold guess. Unfortunately, there is no one to reference who has awakened a bloodline combat technique, so he has no way of knowing. Demonic power can wait, let's take a look at the last reward. With a slightly calmer emotion, without thinking too much, he picked up the technique seeds. If there is any reward he is most looking forward to among the several rewards, it is undoubtedly the technique seeds. Something that can serve as a 4-star mission reward can't be ordinary. Use. A purple halo bloomed, and the technique seed in his hand suddenly melted at an extremely fast speed, merging into his flesh. There was no special sensation, it was as if nothing had happened at all. Sunan felt a little strange, as if the purple crystal in his hand had really disappeared. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Is that it? He feels baffled. Unable to do anything about it, he can only look at his personal information, hoping to find some clues there. To his surprise, there really is a change on the personal information panel. Below the talent column, an additional technique column had been added. Technique, bone shifting, not activated. Not activated. How to activate it? When his consciousness falls on the technique column, a prompt appears. Activation conditions not met, unable to activate. Conditions not met. Sunan was completely speechless. What conditions need to be met? Tell me. Without giving any hints, how am I supposed to know what conditions need to be met? Fine, it seems this reward can only be looked at, not used. Never mind, let's see what the daily tasks are for today. Obviously, the technique seed is high-end, and he won't be able to activate it for a while. So he didn't waste any more time, and turned to look at his task list. Daily Task 1, Escape from Cell No 19. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 5 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 2, Kill a Guard. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Mortal Level Monster. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 5 Demon Points. Note, daily tasks do not provide detailed introductions. How to complete these tasks, please explore on your own. Daily tasks are accepted by default. Players can complete any task each day or complete multiple tasks at once. 3 daily tasks, Task 1 and Task 2 are the novice tasks from yesterday. It seems that as long as I don't escape from the cell, the task to escape from the cell will appear every day. He finally understood the task mechanism. The first 2 tasks are yesterday's novice tasks. However, compared to the novice task rewards, daily tasks only offer demon points in rewards, without any bloodlines or demon sutras. This is the difference between novice tasks and daily tasks. Daily tasks do not require acceptance or introductions, so Sunan didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he focused on examining the mainline task. Main quest, Monster Crisis. In some beings' eyes, losing control is the key to unlocking power. They are the synonym of disasters, the embodiment of evil, the masters of disguise, difficult to kill, possessing eerie powers that bewitch the mind. They are the monsters that make both humans and demons tremble in fear. The birth of a monster is extremely harsh, making them very rare, and ordinary people hardly encounter them. However, there are always some lucky ones who, for some reason, come into contact with a monster. You are lucky. Not long ago, you killed an out-of-control martial artist, but what you didn't know is that the father of that martial artist became a monster due to various coincidences. Unfortunately, you have caught the monster's attention, and it already knows your location. Fortunately, it's trapped by a powerful enemy and will need 20 days to break free. If you don't want to be hunted down endlessly, escape to a place 100 miles away within 20 days. Task Stage 1, Escape from the prison. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, Mortal level Bloodline, Mortal level Demon Sutra, 15 Demon Power Points. Task countdown, 20 days. Chapter 10, Mental Attack. A Demon Beast? I got targeted by a demon beast? From petty to villainous, such a disgusting plot could actually occur to me. After thoroughly reading the mainline task from beginning to end, Sunan was speechless. He finally understood why the choice of novice task would affect the mainline task. The novice task was simply a prerequisite for the mainline task. According to the task introduction, the demon beast should be related to the out-of-control warrior, and it's very likely that the warrior transforms under certain specific circumstances. This game is called Demon World, so the existence of demons is quite natural. What concerned him was that according to the task description, demon beasts were much more terrifying than regular demons. Seeing the difficulty of the task, Sunan gasped. The first chain task is a 3-star difficulty. What level will the final mission reach? It definitely won't be less than 4 stars. Chain tasks usually have increasing difficulty levels. Since his first chain task is already 3 stars, it's hard to imagine what difficulty the final mission will reach. There is a high possibility that he will not be able to complete it. What are the consequences of not being able to complete the mainline task? Sunan had a stern expression on his face, not knowing why. He felt that it seemed like the game had gotten out of his control. If it were any other game, players would not only not resent a high difficulty task, but they would also be excited by it. In their view, constantly trying to break the limits is fun, and they enjoy exploring the game. But this game is different. The fatal feature of this game is that each player has only 1 life per day, and once dead, they cannot log in for the rest of the day. As a result, a high difficulty task may take longer than expected, possibly severely delaying progress in the game and being left behind by other players, which is something no one wants to see. I must find a way to get the maximum benefit from the upcoming tasks, and quickly improve my strength, otherwise, there is no way to complete this task. Sunan was aware of the seriousness of the situation, and he dared not take the upcoming daily task lightly. Daily tasks are the key to obtaining demon power, and he needs to ensure that they are completed every day. There are 3 daily tasks. The second one, kill a guard, doesn't need to be considered because the guards of this prison are likely all of spirit level and beyond my abilities to deal with. The third task is to hunt down and kill a mortal level demon. The success of this task depends on first getting out of the prison cell and at least finding a demon to hunt. It seems that escaping from cell number 19 is a top priority. Sunan quickly analyzed the 3 tasks. Clearly, escaping from this cell was a matter that had to be resolved immediately. The prison cell door can only be opened from outside, and for me to escape, I have only one way. I need to make some noise to attract the prison guards over and take the opportunity when they come to escape. He is no longer the same as yesterday. If he faces the wolf demon of yesterday again, though he is still no match, he won't be slapped to death in one hit. As long as he can leave the cell, the task will be considered complete, and death would not matter much. Let's foresee the future first and see if the plan is viable. He didn't take any rash actions, instead, he used his talent to foresee the future. The prison door is locked, and you realize that to get out of here, you have to rely on the guards. You punch the metal cell door forcefully, causing a dull rumble. Unfortunately, the noise you made was too small and did not attract the attention of the prison guards. You have no choice but to hit the cell door for a second time. Unbeknownst to you, your actions have awakened a demon that has just been locked up in the cell. You have been targeted. Just as you hit the metal door a second time, the demon suddenly launches a sneak attack on you. You are dead. What? There's not just one person in this cell, but also a demon. Sunan's face tensed up. He thought he would die at the hands of the prison guards, but he didn't expect to be killed by an unknown demon in a sneak attack, a result he hadn't anticipated. The cell wasn't large. Logically, he would be able to see any demons present at a glance. But after scanning his surroundings several times, he did not see the existence of any demons. If it were not for the information from his foresight telling him that the demon had just been locked up, he would almost doubt his own eyes. Suddenly, he thought of something. No, there's one place I've overlooked. He abruptly looked up at the top of the cell. With dim light, at first glance, the top of the cell shows only pitch black. A thought struck his mind, and the Mountain Elephant Sutra quickly activated, quickly clarifying his vision. He finally saw a huge monster crawling on the top of the cell. The monster clearly had a human head, but its body was a bat's. Well, I was just worrying about how to complete the task, and now here comes a demon delivered to me. Sunan not only didn't panic but smiled at the corner of his mouth instead. Hunting a mortal level demon was a 2-star difficulty task, which means that the bat demon at present wasn't particularly powerful, at least not on the same level as yesterday's wolf demon. As such, as long as he plans well, it's not impossible to hunt and kill the bat demon. The bat demon seemed to be in deep sleep and wasn't awakened. Sunan clenched his fist, feeling the power within him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He changed his mind, no longer planning to escape the cell but instead completing the third task by hunting down the present demon. However, before that, he decided to foresee the future one more time. A 1-minute cooldown ended, and the foresight process began. You discover a demon sleeping above your head, and you plan to hunt it down. When you arrive at the cell door, as planned, you punch the metal prison door. The demon is instantly awakened by the rumble. You know you've been targeted by the demon, but you pretend not to know and hit the metal door again. As you expect, during your second punch, the demon suddenly attacks you. You, already prepared, react quickly, turn around, and concentrate your strength on the demon. The demon, startled by your sudden counterattack, panics and is sent flying away by your punch. With a successful first strike, your confidence surges, and you launch a fierce attack on the demon. The demon is dazzled by your onslaught and can only defend passively. With the Mountain Elephant bloodline and the Perfection Mountain Elephant techniques enhancing your astonishing strength, the demon doesn't stand a chance against you. Within a few breaths, you've beaten the demon half to death. Seeing this, you breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as you relax for an instant, the demon takes advantage of the opportunity and lets out a sharp screech. Your mind is attacked, you stumble and almost fall to the ground. By the time you manage to steady yourself, the demon's claw has already clutched your throat. You are dead. This bat demon can actually launch psychic attacks. Sunan was somewhat relieved, not knowing that the bat demon had such an ability. Fortunately, he foresaw once, if he had been arrogant and acted directly, it would have been a disaster. As long as he knew the demon's methods, things were easier to deal with. Chapter 11, Other Players. Sunan didn't hesitate any longer. As planned, he prepared to hunt down a demon. He wanted to attack the demon while it was dormant, but unfortunately, it was perched on top of the cell, out of his reach. Coming before the metal cell door, he gathered all his strength and landed a harsh punch on it. The boom echoed deafeningly within the cell. His punch carried the weight of 1,000 catties, catty equals 1.32 pounds, yet the metal cell door showed no sign of damage. After the punch, Sunan immediately heightened his senses towards the changes behind him, raised his fists and prepared to hit the cell again. As he was about to strike the cell door once more, an intense burst of cold wind attacked him. Its speed was so swift that even someone as prepared as Sunan barely reacted in time. Seeking death. He abruptly turned around and threw a punch without ever looking. Thud. There was a muffled sound of flesh on impact. He felt as though he had hit a sandbag, and the huge force shook his arm with pain. The shadow flew back. Sunan clearly saw his fist land squarely on the head of the bat demon, stunning it instantly. What followed was simple. While the bat demon was still stunned, Sunan kept attacking it relentlessly, each punch severely hitting its head. The bat demon struggled, but under Sunan's violent assault, it had no chance to fight back and was beaten to the brink of death within a few breaths. By this time, Sunan too felt the fatigue of his body. He was finding it hard to keep up with the high-intensity attack. It doesn't die even after this, worthy of being a demon of a 2-star task. Enduring his fatigue, he not only didn't stop, but his attacks got even faster. He was adamant not to stop until the bat demon was killed. He had already had a fall in his foreknowledge, letting the bat demon find an opportunity to counterattack. He would not repeat his mistake this time. At last, a minute later, the massive body of the bat demon came to a halt. Sunan kept attacking until the task completion notice appeared, and only then did he stop. By this point, the head of the bat demon was completely smashed. It couldn't understand till death how a mortal warrior could not only survive its attack but also counterkill it. Daily task: hunt and kill a mortal level demon completed, 5 points of demonic power reward granted. Current available demonic power, 5 points. Quit game. As soon as he saw the game prompt, Sunan didn't think twice and decided to log out immediately. On completion of each daily task, one has the opportunity for unrestricted logout. Current environment is dangerous. Unable to log out of game temporarily. You have one opportunity for unrestricted logout, would you like to use it now? Logout. He didn't hesitate and immediately used his unrestricted logout opportunity. Just as he logged out of the game, the corpse of the bat demon dried up at an incredible speed. The cell shook slightly, and a terrifying force arrived. The change in the cell alarmed the guards, who rushed towards cell number 19. I'm dead tired. In his bedroom, Sunan climbed out of the game capsule, gasping for breath. The process of killing the bat demon may seem simple, but in reality, it was full of danger. A slight recklessness could have cost him his life. But that wasn't the main point. Sunan discovered that, using up all his strength to kill the bat demon in the game, his body in reality was also severely drained. It felt as if it was not the game character who had acted, but him. This game is definitely not simple. If you say that the sense of real death he felt yesterday could be explained by the game being too realistic, then his current exhausted state was clearly abnormal. Got 5 points of demon power, halfway off from awakening the bloodline combat technique. Just need to complete the task of escaping from cell number 19, then I'll have enough demon power. Sunan planned to accomplish the other task in one fell swoop. If the task is left undone today, it will refresh tomorrow. Rather than wasting tomorrow's task slot, it's better to do it today. Moreover, he hadn't died today, even if something unexpected occurs in the task, he can resurrect a few hours later. After resting for a full hour, Sunan logged into the game again. Surprisingly, there was not just him in the cell that should have been empty. Not far from him, there was another tall man. When the man saw Sunan suddenly appearing, he was taken aback. A player? The two locked eyes, both recognized the identity of the other, showing surprise. Sunan was also surprised to find another player here. But it was also normal. He had just entered this game yesterday. Excluding this login, he had only logged in twice, each time was not long. Even if there were other players here before, it was normal that he didn't encounter them. After the man recovered, his eyes lit up and immediately asked, "Brother, when were you brought here?" Brought in. Sunan was slightly moved in his heart, but his face remained calm. I was caught just today. What about you? You were also just brought in. The man didn't suspect anything, he just looked disappointed. He thought he could get some information about this place from Sunan, but it seems impossible now. The man sighed, I was brought here today too. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, by the way, how did you get caught and not killed by that demon? Sunan looked at the previous location of the bat demon's body subconsciously, but the corpse of the bat demon had disappeared. It seemed like something he didn't know happened here after he logged out of the game. Sunan didn't intend to tell him that the bat demon was killed by him, that would undoubtedly expose his strength. He didn't want people to know about his perfection in Demon Sutra yet. He feigned ignorance and asked in a puzzled manner, Demon? What demon? I didn't encounter any. Didn't encounter? It seems you're lucky that the demon had disappeared when you were brought in. The man didn't think much about it. He noticed that the bat demon was missing, but he didn't know when it had disappeared, and he had no idea that the bat demon was already dead. It was a bat demon. Initially, there were 2 other players brought in with me. They were not lucky, they got killed by the demon. I survived just because I finished a daily task and had one chance for an unrestricted logout. You completed a daily task. Sunan was surprised. Hehe, luckily I completed a 2-star novice task. The man laughed, a hint of pride in his eyes. When he mentioned 2-star, he emphasized it. Sunan saw the strange look in his eyes. He knew what the man was thinking and feigned astonishment, 2-star? How did you manage that? Seeing Sunan's shock, the man felt satisfied. He patted Sunan's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't envy me. I only completed it with the help of others. I've only just made minor progress with the Demon Sutra." "Amazing! Amazing!" Sunan exclaimed. This time, he was not entirely pretending. Chapter 12, Escaping the Prison Cell. Now, most players haven't even completed their novice tasks, and the man's demon art has already been upgraded to minor achievement, which is far beyond the vast majority of players. You have to know that there is no demon power reward for the 2-star novice tasks, only 3-star tasks have it. This means that the man's demon power used to upgrade his demon art was all obtained from daily tasks. To upgrade the demon art to minor achievement, a total of 6 demon power points are needed. Each 1-star daily task only rewards 1 demon power point. If the man really completed the novice task 2 days ago, he might have completed a 2-star level daily task to get 6 demon power points. Otherwise, relying on 1-star tasks alone would be too difficult. "My name is Zhang Feng, what about you, brother?" "Wang Nan." Sunan reports his own in-game name. After both parties exchanged information, he quickly learned how Zhang Feng got here. It turns out that today Zhang Feng was planning to help 2 other players complete their novice tasks. As a result, there was an accident during the task. Not only did the 2 players fail to complete their novice tasks, but they were captured by the demons and brought here. "Brother Wang Nan, have you completed your novice task?" "Don't mention it, novice tasks are not that easy to complete." Sunan shook his head, revealing a bitter smile on his face. He would naturally not disclose that he had completed the novice task in just 1 day, and it was a 4-star difficulty task. His demon art had already been upgraded to perfection. He didn't plan to tell anyone about these things. With that, he sighed, "I'm considering quitting the game now. It's too difficult and there's no immersive experience in playing it." "Don't, why quit? The game is challenging because it's difficult." For some reason, Zhang Feng became very excited when he heard that Sunan wanted to quit the game and immediately tried to dissuade him. "You may not know that this place is an advanced map. It is very likely that 3-star or even 4-star level tasks will be spawned here. 4-star, so far no one has encountered such a high difficulty task. This will be our chance to rise." Sunan said, "So what if it's an advanced map? With our current abilities, we can't complete the tasks here." "Don't worry, brother, leave this problem to me." Zhang Feng smiled slightly, mysteriously said, "Do you know Zhou Cheng?" "Zhou Cheng? The player who has already mastered demon art on the forum." "Exactly, it's him. I know him in real life. The reason I was able to complete the 2-star level novice task was because of his help." Zhang Feng said proudly. Being able to know Zhou Cheng seems to be an honor in Zhang Feng's view. Sunan suddenly realized what Zhang Feng meant. "You mean that Zhou Cheng will come here to help you complete the task?" Zhang Feng nodded. "To be honest, I have been in touch with Zhou Cheng. He's very interested in our current location and plans to come here in a few days. By that time, it won't be difficult for us to complete the novice tasks." "Really?" Sunan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Of course. Not only that, but you can also join the guild Zhou Cheng is currently creating." Upon hearing this, Sunan seemed to be persuaded. He thought about it and said, "All right, I'll give it some more thought." "That's the spirit, brother." Zhang Feng patted Sunan on the shoulder, enthusiastically said, "Leave your contact information, let me add you as a friend." "I'll add you instead." "Alright, my nickname on the forum is Zhang Feng 123123, you can just search for it." Zhang Feng's appearance was just a small episode, and Sunan didn't care much about it. After Zhang Feng quit the game, Sunan continued his previous plan, came to the prison door, gathered all his strength, and hit the door hard. This time he didn't use foreknowledge, because it wasn't necessary. As long as the guards he attracted couldn't kill him directly, he could leave the prison cell and the task would be considered completed. Even if he couldn't escape from the guards afterward, he could use the unlimited exit opportunity to log out of the game directly. Bang! The prison door shook violently, making a dull roar. Sunan did not stop, punching the prison door again and again. After more than 10 punches, he stopped and waited silently. Silence. Listening carefully, Sunan vaguely heard a furious shout, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The guard approached quickly. The prison guard has been attracted. Sunan was delighted, this was the effect he wanted. Ignoring the guard's furious shout, he continued to punch the prison door one after another. Now, the guard was completely enraged. Those who deliberately make noise in Kuntian prison will be punished and immediately sent to the underground second floor. The guard sentenced Sunan directly. Then the prison door was opened, and the guard wanted to take Sunan back to the underground second floor. Little did the demon know, Sunan was waiting for this very moment. The moment the prison door opened, Sunan made his move and threw a punch. It was also a wolf-headed humanoid demon, and Sunan didn't know if it was the same one that escaped last time. Daring to attack the guard, you should be executed on the spot. The wolf demon was furious when it realized Sunan had made a move. It never crossed its mind that a prisoner would dare to strike it. Facing Sunan's attack, the wolf demon not only didn't dodge but slapped Sunan hard, seemingly intending to kill Sunan with a single slap. Bring it on! Sunan showed no fear. He just wanted to see how big the gap between him and the wolf demon was. Sunan gave it his all, but in the next moment, his face turned pale. The wolf demon was too fast. Sunan hadn't even landed a punch when the wolf demon dodged his attack and hit him in the chest with a palm. Sunan only felt a great force coming, his blood churned, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. His whole body flew out and crashed into the wall. It took just one blow to severely injure Sunan, who had mastered his demon art. This was not because Sunan was too weak, but because the wolf demon was too strong. There was a huge gap between them. So strong! Sunan was shocked. No wonder it was an existence capable of guarding this prison, its strength was not to be underestimated. Last time the wolf demon fought the rampaging Li Yuan, Sunan only felt that Li Yuan was terrifying, and the wolf demon could only take a beating in his hands. But this time, when he actually fought the wolf demon, he realized the wolf demon's true strength. I'm no match. Sunan had to admit that he was too weak. Fortunately, his goal this time was not to hunt the wolf demon but to escape cell number 19. Since it was confirmed that the wolf demon could not kill him instantly, it would be easy to complete the task. Gazing at the metal cell door, Sunan endured the discomfort and quickly rushed forward. He planned to withstand a hit from the wolf demon. Chapter 13, Changes in Reality. Sunan's goal was obvious, and the wolf demon saw it clearly, making him even angrier. Attempting to escape from prison, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The wolf demon's palm struck Sunan again, sending him flying for the second time. However, this time was different from last time. Due to Sunan's deliberate control, the angle of the wolf demon's attack was limited. Instead of knocking him back into the prison cell, it smashed him outside onto the corridor. Sunan succeeded. Although the wolf demon's strike had severely injured him and once again brought him to the brink of death, it ultimately failed to kill him. He finally left the prison cell. Now, even if he died, he would still be resurrected here tomorrow. Congratulations! The daily task Escape from Cell number 19 has been completed and you have received 5 Demon Power points. Current available Demon Power, 10 points. He finally had enough Demon Power to awaken his Bloodline combat technique. Quit game. Without any hesitation, he used his one chance of unlimited withdrawal after completing the task and immediately quit the game. It wasn't his fault, although he was currently not dead, he was close to it, one more blow from the wolf demon and he would be dead. With his one chance of unrestricted game withdrawal from completing the task used, he successfully quit the game. Upon leaving the game, Sunan's face was slightly pale. The experience of being close to death wasn't great, he really didn't want to try it again. Resting in his chair for quite some time, he finally regained his strength. He didn't log back into the game. After all, he had escaped from under that wolf demon's nose, and it definitely wouldn't let things go. Logging into the game now would mean death. I'll add Zhang Feng's friend first, Sunan thought of Zhang Feng, whom he had just met. The reason why he didn't let Zhang Feng add him first but chose to add Zhang Feng was that he wanted to use an alternate account to add him as a friend. At present, this game seemed increasingly complicated, and the origin of his game bracelet was also an issue, so he didn't want anyone to know his real identity. Although using an alternate account couldn't guarantee 100% security, it was better than nothing. Of course, he could also just not add him. He had already left the prison cell, and it might be a long time before Zhang Feng could do the same, so the two of them wouldn't interact much in the game. But after careful consideration, he decided to add him anyway. Since he had decided to explore the game thoroughly, necessary information channels were indispensable, and Zhang Feng was obviously one of them. He logged into the game forum using the alternate account and searched for friends to add. After completing this step, he didn't wait for Zhang Feng's approval and logged out of the forum. It's almost 2300 hours now, there's still more than an hour until the task refreshes, so I'll take a nap first and then get up in time. Setting an alarm, Sunan lay down in bed and slept. An hour later, the alarm woke him up. It was now 23:50, only 10 minutes left until midnight and the task refresh. Sunan didn't wait any longer and logged into the game. You log in where you logged out. Reappearing at the very spot where he had logged out, Sunan was on the corridor outside cell number 19. He was extremely alert, prepared to strike at any moment, and swiftly scanned his surroundings as soon as he logged in. The prison corridor was wide, about 3 meters, with solid walls on one side and a row of prison cells on the other. Each metal prison door had its own number. Unfortunately, the prison doors here were almost completely sealed, making it impossible to see what was inside each cell. The wolf demon is not here. Not seeing the wolf demon, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still in a severely injured state, I don't know how long it'll take to recover. He felt extremely weak, not even being able to exert half of his strength. Logging out and logging back in didn't make him fully heal, he would have to die for that to happen. Opening the personal information panel, his gaze fell on the Demon Sutras section. He now had enough demon power to awaken a bloodline combat technique. Awakening. 10 demon power points consumed, the usable demon power has turned back to 0 again. Sunan felt as though he had transformed into a gigantic earth-shaking elephant, with the mountain forest underfoot like a patch of grass. He sprinted at lightning speed, leaving behind earth-shaking tremors, toppling countless ancient trees under his feet. Mountains and rivers could not stop his pace. With every step, the ground trembled beneath him. He was unstoppable, with nothing able to halt his progress until a towering mountain peak appeared before him. The mountain peak was several times taller than him. He became enraged, bellowing at the sky. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated fiercely, charging right towards the mountain. With a single stomp, the mountain peak shattered into pieces, turning into countless fragments in the air. The towering mountain peak was snapped in half by his single kick. Is this the true power of the mountain elephant? As Sunan came back to his senses, he couldn't help but gasp, while simultaneously feeling overjoyed. He understood what he had awakened, it was the power of the mountain elephant, capable of crushing mountain peaks with a single kick. This was his bloodline combat skill. With the awakening of his bloodline combat skill, he immediately sensed a difference in himself. His strength had not increased, but at that moment, his control over his strength reached unprecedented heights. Not only that, but for some reason, as he understood the bloodline combat skill, he felt an invisible change within his body, as if a power was brewing within him. This strange feeling was extraordinary. What was most important was that this feeling didn't originate from his in-game body, but from his real body. This. Sunan was astonished. The sensation was so strange that he was at a loss. At the same time, he recalled the previous game prompt. Hint: each bloodline awakening will change your body in another world, choose carefully. Could it be? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and involuntarily shuddered. Quit game. With concerns regarding his real body, Sunan didn't dare to be careless and immediately exited the game, climbing out of the game warehouse. Upon leaving the game, that strange feeling did not disappear. Now he could feel it even more clearly, there was, indeed, a force growing within him. His heart thumped powerfully, and his blood flowed faster. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, instantly feeling a tremendous sense of strength. His power had increased dozens of times in an instant. Is this an illusion? Sunan was a bit confused, not understanding what had happened. Without realizing it, he looked at a pair of dumbbells in the corner of his bedroom and subconsciously walked over to pick them up. Each dumbbell weighed 30 pounds. In the past, Sunan needed to exert some effort to lift them with one hand. But this time, the dumbbells felt incredibly light in his hand. This is real, my strength has actually increased. Sunan was shocked, this situation was simply bizarre. However, he quickly realized where this power came from. The game. This power came from the game. Incredible. It's just too incredible. Even though he had sensed earlier that the game he was playing might not be ordinary, he hadn't expected it to be this magical, completely transcending the scope of ordinary games. Is everything in the game real? Sunan thought of a possibility and subconsciously tried to circulate the Mountain Elephant Sutra from the game. To his amazement, the Mountain Elephant Sutra successfully circulated within him. Simultaneously, he mobilized the power brewing within him, and his strength instantly increased by more than double. At that moment, he felt as if he had become a superhero. It's the Mountain Elephant bloodline. Sunan breathed rapidly. This was just too eerie, giving him the feeling of being in a dream. Looking at the game bracelet on his wrist, various ideas flashed through Sunan's mind. He finally realized why the previous owner of this bracelet had died, all because she had acquired the talent of foreseeing the future. If this was a normal game, even with a cheat-like ability, it wouldn't have led to a fatal disaster. But it wasn't. I must not let anyone know that the bracelet is with me. Chapter 14, 1-star task. Entering the game again, Sunan looked at the prison cells lining the corridor with unprecedented seriousness. Knowing that the game can change his physical body in reality, his mentality has now undergone a tremendous change. He knows that if he continues to treat this world as a game, he will suffer sooner or later. Congratulations, you have awakened a bloodline combat skill. Please name this skill. Mountain Crushing Elephant. Sunan said without hesitation. Bloodline combat skill naming successful. Congratulations on fully mastering a Demon Sutra to great perfection. You now have the initial ability to survive in this world. Your talent, foreseeing the future, has been strengthened. Daily usage increased by 1. The number of times I can foresee the future has increased. Sunan was overjoyed, and immediately looked at his personal information panel. Name, Wang Nan. Race, human. Realm, mortal level. Demon Sutra, Mountain Elephant Sutra, great perfection. Bloodline, Mountain Elephant bloodline. Talent, foresee the future, unique, available uses for the day, 2/4. Techniques, bone shifting, not activated. Demon power, 0 points. If I master one Demon Sutra to great perfection, the number of times I can foresee the future increases by 1. Does that mean that as long as I continue to merge more bloodlines and cultivate more Demon Sutras, the number of times I can foresee the future will increase? Sunan was excited. He was well aware of the power of his talent to foresee the future. His current achievements could be attributed to this talent. Originally, he could only use it 3 times a day, so he would only use it in critical moments. Now that he had found a way to increase the number of uses, how could he not be excited? I need more Demon Sutras and bloodlines. The Mountain Elephant Sutra had reached great perfection, so it could no longer be improved. If he couldn't find a second bloodline and Demon Sutra, his strength would not increase further. He desperately needed a second Demon Sutra and bloodline. Regrettably, daily tasks only reward demon power, while mainline tasks reward Demon Sutras and bloodlines. So if he wants to acquire more sutras and bloodlines, he can only focus on the mainline tasks. Escaping the prison is imminent. I still have 2 chances to foresee, and I can't waste them. After the delay just now, there were only 3 minutes left until midnight. Once it reached midnight, the daily tasks would refresh, and the number of talent uses would be reset. If he hadn't discovered the unique aspect of the game before, he might not have cared about using his talent twice. But now it was different. He couldn't waste it. Foresee. This prison has the power to suppress bloodlines, making you very uncomfortable here. You don't want to stay here for another day. You carefully follow the corridor towards the exit of the prison, ready to act at any moment. The midnight prison is quiet, and nothing unexpected happens along the way. You smoothly reach the end of the corridor. In front of you is a huge stone door, tightly closed with no guards on watch. You know this is the entrance and exit of the prison, and as long as you leave through this stone door, you can escape from this prison called Kun Tien. You attempt to approach the stone door, but as soon as you move, you hear a booming shout. Escaped prisoners die. The shout explodes in your mind, and you die. The second foreknowledge came to an end, and he died at the exit of the prison. Sunan's face darkened. Although he was prepared for this, knowing that it would be difficult to escape from this demon-guarded prison, when he confirmed that there were powerful demons guarding it, his heart sank. Now, this is difficult. There was a great terror at the exit. In his foreknowledge, he hadn't even seen any demons, and just a single shout killed him. He couldn't imagine how powerful the demon guarding the entrance and exit was. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to escape from here for a long time. No, I must find another way out. There is still one more opportunity to foresee. This time, I will try exploring deeper into the prison. Waiting for the cooldown of his foreseeability to finish, the second foreseeing began. You are desperate to escape this prison, but you know that the prison's exit is guarded by a powerful demon, and you cannot get close. You decide to go against the norm and explore deeper into the prison, searching for a possible escape route. You carefully proceed along the corridor toward the depths of the prison. When you reach cell number 30, you don't notice that you involuntarily stop. You die. What happened? How did I die? Sunan frowned. He had died in both of his foreknowledge attempts. At least the first time, he knew he was killed by a shout. However, this second time, he didn't even know how he died. 30th prison cell, could it be that there is a terrifying existence imprisoned in cell No 30? Having used up both chances, he couldn't go left or right and couldn't do anything now. All he could do was wait for the task panel to refresh silently. Soon, the time came to midnight. Suddenly, Sunan clearly felt that his heavily wounded and weakened body instantly recovered, as if his state had been reset. On the task panel, the daily tasks refreshed. Daily Task 1, Kill a Guard. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Points. Daily Task 2, Enter Cell number 24. Task Difficulty, 1 star. Task Reward, 1 Demon Point. Daily Task 3, Hunt any mortal level demon. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 5 Demon Points. 1 star task. When seeing the difficulty of the second task, Sunan was taken aback, then smiled. Even if a high difficulty task is good, completing it is vital. Although the 1-star task's reward is not much, it would allow him to have one unlimited logout opportunity. That was like having an extra life. With eyes filled with happiness, he immediately looked at the 1-star task, wanting to complete it first. However, when he looked at the content of the task, he couldn't help but frown. They wanted him to enter cell number 24? What kind of joke was this? He had just left cell number 19, and now he was being asked to go into cell number 24? Moreover, were the prison cells that easy to breach? The prison doors of this prison weren't easy to break, and it was impossible to enter without a key. Key? Right, I have a key. He had an idea, and his eyes brightened. The first time he entered the game, he found a dagger and a key in cell number 19, and the key was still in his personal space. Slightly rusty key, common item, an unknown person's lost key. Close observation reveals the numbers 2 and 4 faintly engraved on the key. 2 and 4, could this be the key to cell No 24? He had never seen a key to the prison door before and wasn't sure if this key would unlock the cell door. However, judging from the current task, the chances were high, otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. No wonder this task is only 1 star. With the key in my hand, it's naturally easy to complete. With the key in hand, he headed straight for cell number 24. Cell number 24 was not far from him, and Sunan soon stopped in front of a cell door with the numbers 2 and 4 engraved on it. However, what made him frown was that he just realized that all the prison doors in this prison had no locks or keyholes for the key. He tried touching the key to the old door, but there was no reaction. How do I open this? He didn't know what to do. Should he really directly blow up the door? If there's no place for the key, how does the wolf demon open the prison doors? Just as he was about to continue his research, suddenly, a series of sounds came from the direction of the prison exit. Sunan instinctively looked towards the exit. The corridor wasn't straight but curved, as if this prison was built in a circular formation. Standing here, it was impossible to see what was happening on the other end of the corridor, but Sunan knew the source of the noise. The prison guard was here. I mustn't be discovered. He had seen the power of the guards. They were too strong for him to resist. There was no time to continue his research. He had to quit the game immediately. You are currently in a dangerous environment and temporarily unable to quit the game. Please select a safe location to exit. Can't quit? Now there's trouble. He didn't know what mechanism the game used to determine him in a dangerous environment, but he knew that there was no place to hide here. If he stayed, he would be discovered quickly. If he didn't have foreknowledge earlier, he might have gone deeper into the prison, but the foreknowledge of death before had made him think otherwise. He couldn't go forward, nor could he go back. With no other way, he could only pin his hopes on the key in his hand. I can only use the foreknowledge once. Chapter 15, Cell Number 24. After so many foreknowledge experiences, Sunan discovered a problem. Foreknowledge was not purely foreknowledge. Some things he didn't know could also be revealed in the information of foreknowledge. For example, during his third premonition, after the out-of-control Li Yuan killed the wolf demon, a power to suppress bloodlines erupted in the prison, directly suppressing Li Yuan and the remaining wolf demon. Under normal circumstances, even if he had witnessed a person and a demon being suppressed, he would not realize that it was the power of the prison that was suppressing them, let alone know that the prison was suppressing their bloodlines. But the premonitory information directly told him. It was the same when hunting the bat demon. These two foreknowledge experiences were enough to illustrate the problem. If he still had a way to avoid the demon now, it's probably the key in his hands. Just because he couldn't find out the anomaly of the key himself didn't mean the premonition couldn't either. With this idea in mind, Sunan began his first premonition for today. The footsteps of the demon come from the entrance of the prison. You know that to survive, you absolutely cannot let the demon find you. There is nowhere to hide in this corridor where you are. Your only way out is to go deeper into the prison. But you know that the road to the depths of the prison is not safe either, and you will most likely die. In desperation, you put your hope on the seemingly ordinary key in your hand. You study it over and over again, and finally conclude that this is just an ordinary key. You don't realize that the key is an ordinary key, but the prison door is not ordinary. Maybe you should try touching the center of the prison door with the key. Your brief study makes you miss the chance to find other ways to survive, but of course, you have no other way. Unfortunately, you are eventually found by the demon. You fight the demon, but you are no match for it and only last 3 rounds. You are dead. It really works. Seeing the information from the premonition, Sunan's face was full of surprise. He was just trying his luck, and he didn't expect to actually get a hint. The footsteps of the demon were getting closer, and he didn't have much time. Without time to think, he took the key and touched the center of the prison door of cell number 24 with it. The moment the key touched the center of the prison door, something magical happened. There was a muffled sound from the prison door, and it opened directly without Sunan having to do anything else. It's open. Just as the prison door opened, he thought of 2 more questions. First, after entering the cell, would he be able to use the key to open the prison door from the inside? Second, what is in this cell? Would it be dangerous? As these 2 thoughts flashed by, Sunan hesitated for a moment, then quickly put away the key and dashed into the cell. In his view, whether or not he could open the prison door from the inside was not important. He could just use the method he used last time and leave the cell. As for whether the cell was dangerous, there was no need to think about it, the answer was a definite yes. There might even be a powerful demon inside. But that didn't matter. As long as he entered the cell, the task would be completed, and he would have one chance to log out without restrictions. Entering cell number 24 in a flash, Sunan immediately closed the prison door. Congratulations, the daily task of entering cell number 24 is completed, and a reward of 1 demon power point has been issued. Current available demonic power, 1 point. With the prompt that the task had been completed, Sunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then took a look at the cell in front of him, while also preparing to act. Unlike cell number 19, this cell was completely dark, and he couldn't see anything. He had to operate the Demon Sutra to greatly enhance his 5 senses so that he could vaguely see objects in the cell. However, before Sunan could carefully observe, he suddenly felt chills and a sense of death enveloped him. Danger! Death! Quit the game! Without thinking, Sunan immediately logged out. At the very moment he quit the game, he saw a white jade hand hitting his head. And the master of the jade hand was an extremely beautiful woman. Was the unrestricted logout opportunity one just got wasted like this? Climbing out of the game warehouse, Sunan looked grim. If it weren't for his quick reaction just now, he would already be dead in the game. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. He was somewhat regretful for entering cell number 24. For some reason, he had a feeling that the woman might be even more terrifying than Li Yuan, who had lost control last time. Now is definitely not the time to log in. The woman showed too much strength, and logging in now would mean certain death. I hope it's not an uncontrolled martial artist, or it's going to be a disaster. If it's an ordinary human, he could try to communicate with them, but if it's an uncontrolled martial artist, he can only find a way to deal with them. Luckily, during the brief glimpse just now, he didn't see any signs of uncontrolled behavior from the woman, so the probability of her having uncontrolled bloodline is low. Of course, it's not impossible that the woman has lost control but still maintains the appearance of a normal human being. It's getting late, time to sleep. Huh? Brother Nan, why do you seem different from before? As Wang Chong ate breakfast, he curiously looked at Sunan. What's different? Sunan was taken aback for a moment, and then realizing what he meant, his face remained unchanged. It was obvious that his strength had suddenly increased. When Sunan asked him that, Wang Chong didn't know how to answer for a moment. He carefully observed Sunan, who was changing into his security uniform, and suddenly found something after a moment, saying, "Your figure is better than before." As soon as he said that, something else came to his mind, and he confirmed, "Yes, your figure is better than before. I remember your muscles weren't this firm." Then, he finished the breakfast in his hand in one bite, walked up to Sunan, and couldn't help but pinch his arm. Now he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Brother Nan, how did you train? These muscles are so tight. What's so special about that? If you do 200 or 300 push-ups and sit-ups every day, you'll get the same results as me," Sunan said casually. 200 or 300 push-ups? No way, I can't. Wang Chong shook his head repeatedly. Maybe it wasn't a big deal to do hundreds of push-ups in the army back then, but now that he's entered society and the pressure of life has increased, there's less and less time to exercise, and as a result, his physique naturally declines. Little did he know that Sunan was just talking big. Although Sunan maintained his daily exercise habit, his intensity wasn't that high. He had just said that to cover up his changed figure. Just control your mouth and move your legs, then the ideal figure will naturally come. Moving my legs is fine, but controlling my mouth is impossible. Food is my greatest love. Then, Wang Chong seemed to think of something else, saying, "There's a new barbecue restaurant on the pedestrian street next to our hotel. I heard that it's pretty good. Brother Nan, I'll treat you to a barbecue tonight." Sunan said, "I'm okay with eating barbecue, but you treated me last time, so it's my turn now." "Brother Nan, what are you talking about? Who among us needs to keep track of that? And besides, it doesn't cost much to eat barbecue," Wang Chong said with a nonchalant look. Sunan glanced at him and said bluntly, "Are you trying to pretend to be a big spender in front of me? Don't I know you? You send more than half of your salary home every month. If it weren't for the higher wages here, you probably wouldn't have enough money for breakfast." Wang Chong's family was not well off. In the past, his life was okay when his parents were alive. It wasn't great, but it was bearable. However, a car accident a year ago shattered his family, and now Wang Chong was the sole breadwinner. As a result, when he first started working at the hotel after being discharged from the army, he had to borrow money from Sunan several times to make ends meet during that period. "It's not that bad. No matter how poor I am, I still have enough money to treat Brother Nan to a barbecue," Wang Chong said with an awkward laugh, not feeling embarrassed at all for being exposed. "No need to say more, I'll treat you tonight." Sunan waved his hand. Night falls. After a day's work, Sunan and Wang Chong sat outside a barbecue restaurant, eating and chatting leisurely. "Brother Nan, you're not young anymore. How come you don't have a girlfriend?" Wang Chong wondered since Sunan was already 25 or 26 years old and quite handsome. At this age, even if he hadn't married, he should at least have a girlfriend. "I don't have any thoughts about that for now," Sunan said indifferently. Wang Chong suddenly had an idea and said, "Brother Nan, do you want me to introduce you to someone? I have a cousin who is about your age and still single." "No need, just eat your food and keep your mouth shut. I'm serious." Let me tell you, my cousin is not simple. Her figure and her looks are absolutely amazing. As he spoke, Wang Chong even began to search for pictures on his phone. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Immediately afterward, accompanied by screams and cries for help from several women, the scene was chaotic. Murderer! Murderer! Help! Everybody run! He's a monster! He's a monster! The sudden calls for help instantly attracted the attention of everyone nearby, and the crowd instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. It was a large shopping mall not far away, and it was unknown what had happened inside, but large numbers of panicked customers were rushing out, screaming one after another in a chaotic scene. A murder in the street? What era is this? Who dares to commit murder in the street now? Brother Nan, let's go and have a look. Wang Chong suddenly got up, and without thinking, pulled Sunan towards the shopping mall. Sunan was dragged along by Wang Chong, but as soon as he approached the mall, his face instantly turned serious. Chapter 16, Out of Control Player. Customers in the shopping mall scattered in all directions, with various goods strewn all over the floor, creating a scene of extreme chaos. Wang Chong and Sunan couldn't get in at all, so they could only stand in a less crowded place and look inside the mall. Large swaths of crimson flowed. The pungent odor filled their nostrils, and at a glance, more than 10 customers were lying on the ground, their life or death unknown. But what really made Sunan's pupils constrict was the murderer in the middle of the scene. If one were to only look at his appearance, he seemed to be a young man in his 20s, with an ordinary face that was not ugly. What was eerie, however, was that the young man's body was not that of a normal human being, but rather a black bear with thick, black fur. This couldn't be described as a person at all, but instead, a monster. A monster with the body of a giant bear and a human head. What is this? Wang Chong was frightened, his voice starting to tremble. In that instant he saw the monster, any thought of subduing the criminal vanished, his body trembling slightly as he couldn't help but retreat. Sunan was even more unsettled. Especially upon seeing the wide double palms characteristic of bear-like creatures on the monster, his face changed continuously. For some reason, looking at that bear paw, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Where have I seen it before? Sunan quickly pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something and was instantly shocked. Forum. He had seen it in the Demon World forum. He clearly remembered that 2 nights ago he had browsed a help post from a player with the same IP address as him, who was about to lose control in the game due to the fusion of 2 bloodlines. In that post, there were 2 pictures, one was a game screenshot, and the other was a photo. In the photo was a bear paw, but the arm behind the bear paw was a human arm. Sunan thought it was a photoshopped picture and didn't pay attention to it at the time. However, upon seeing the palm of the bare-bodied, human-headed monster, he instantly recognized it, the 2 were clearly one and the same. Could it be, out of control? A bold and terrifying thought flashed through Sunan's mind as his heart raced. Was the photo that the player posted real? If the player lost control in the game, would their real-life body also lose control? Was the monster at the moment the same player who asked for help on the forum? One thought after another flashed through his mind, and Sunan's face instantly turned pale. He didn't want to admit it was true, but all signs indicated that his guess was highly likely. Beast-headed humans and human-headed beasts, weren't these the appearances of the demons in the demon world? Moreover, the game screenshot in the post at the time showed that the player would lose control in 42 hours, and subtracting the time it took to post, the player would most likely lose control around this time. The IP address was in the same city as him, the location matched, and the timing matched. In this light, the monster in the shopping mall was most likely the out-of-control player. This judgment was horrifying. If Sunan hadn't gained the power of the bloodline in the game last night, he might not have thought this way or believed it. But now he had no choice but to believe it. Let's go, it's too dangerous here, let's get out. Without giving it a second thought, Sunan grabbed Wang Chong and left. In the game, out-of-control martial artist's strength surges. He didn't know what would happen to a player losing control in real life, but it was certain that it wouldn't be something ordinary people could handle. The more than 10 unknown victims had already explained everything. Wang Chong also chickened out and quickly evacuated the mall. In just a few minutes, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the shopping mall, each looking from a distance, but none daring to approach. Soon after, several police cars and ambulances rushed to the scene, followed by a special vehicle. With their intervention, what followed was simple. Entering the mall, just 1 minute passed before a giant corpse covered in white cloth was brought out, accompanied by several gunshots. As people watched, the corpse was carried onto an ambulance and quickly taken away. Thankfully it was killed, but what kind of monster was that exactly? When the monster was killed, the doubts of the crowd didn't disappear. Everyone was discussing and guessing, all kinds of conjectures flying around. Sunan and Wang Chong exchanged a glance, their hearts still shocked. Neither of them ever expected to encounter such an incident while having a barbecue. Half an hour later, Sunan returned home. Sitting in front of the computer, looking at the silvery bracelet on his wrist, his heart was far from calm. The abilities gained in the game can also be used in reality. A player who loses control in the game will also lose control in reality. Does this mean that the so-called demon world is actually a real world? Sunan's expression was grave, and he was now somewhat afraid that he would lose control in the future as well. He didn't even know if he should continue playing the game. If he continued playing, what would he become? For a moment, he was lost. However, this feeling didn't last long. Soon, he knew exactly what to do. Escaping won't solve the problem. The game must go on, and not only go on, but I must invest even more energy. He didn't forget that the origin of his game bracelet was shady, and if others found out that the bracelet was with him, his fate would probably be very terrible. Unless he had enough strength. And strength could only be given to him by the game. He opened the game forum once again. At this time, there was nothing unusual about the game forum. Apparently, no one had yet realized that today's incident was related to the game. But Sunan knew that before long, someone would discover this problem, and by then, it would certainly cause another sensation. Brother Wang Nan, why didn't you log in yesterday? You're not really thinking about quitting the game, are you? Just as he was about to close the forum, a friend message popped up. It was Zhang Feng, whom he had met in the prison cell. Sunan's current login account was still the one he registered yesterday, so he naturally received the message. After thinking for a moment, he made up a reason and replied, I've been busy with work these 2 days, haven't had time to play. He had already left cell number 19, and if Zhang Feng couldn't find a way out, it was likely that they wouldn't meet again in the next few days unless something went wrong. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Feng immediately replied after he sent the message. Brother, hurry up and add me as a friend with your QQ account. The forum is not safe anymore. The officials have already noticed this forum. There was a link to add friends at the bottom of the message. The officials have already noticed the forum? So soon? Sunan was shocked. If today's monster was indeed a player who had lost control, it would be possible for the officials to investigate the game. But he didn't think it would happen so soon. Could it be that the officials had already been aware of the game? There was a possibility. Following that, he thought of another question, how did Zhang Feng know about this? He never believed that he was the only one who discovered the problem with the game. At the very least, the previous owner of his game bracelet knew. After pondering, he registered a new account, added Zhang Feng as a friend using the new account, and then cancelled his forum account. Soon after, he received a group invitation. Sunan was curious about what Zhang Feng was trying to do, but he joined the group without hesitation. The group was called Group Monster Chat Group, and there were already 11 people in it. The group owner was not Zhang Feng, but someone with the nickname C Corner Deist. The group was currently in full mute mode, with no messages in it. Since there were no messages, Sunan didn't waste any more time. He closed the chat software, checked the time, and put on his game bracelet, preparing to log into the game. It was already 10 o'clock, and in 2 hours, the daily task would be refreshed. Meanwhile, he had only completed one of today's tasks. Chapter 17, Mysterious Girl. He logged into the game again. Sunan was prepared to be slain. You finally show up, tell me, how did you disappear last time? Before Sunan could look for the mysterious girl from yesterday, her voice already echoed out. Immediately, he turned his head towards the voice. In the center of the prison cell, the mysterious girl from yesterday was sitting cross-legged. Her long hair spread out, her beauty could not be concealed by her oversized robe, her lovely face and elegant eyebrows, sitting there emitting a kind of sacred aura, like a blooming snow lotus. Her eyes remained closed as if she was meditating, but Sunan could feel, every action he took was under the surveillance of the mysterious girl. She was a normal martial artist, she hadn't lost control. The worst situation hadn't occurred yet. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, this was the best possible outcome. Ms. Sunan just started to speak when he realized his wording was improper and immediately changed it, Senior. Given that this could be a real world, his manner of speaking, his way of thinking couldn't be so casual. Who are you, Senior? Why are you imprisoned here? He did not answer the mysterious woman's question directly. No way, he couldn't just say that he had logged out of the game previously. Sunan intended to deflect the conversation, but the mysterious girl showed her displeasure. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Sunan's heart. Sunan's heart was pounding. Promptly he says, Senior, previously, that was a power of ours as outsiders. The outsiders were a reference to the players in the game. Normally, NPCs in the game would also call the players this. As expected, upon hearing Sunan's words, the mysterious girl instantly stood up. Outsider? You're really an outsider? Yes. Sunan nodded with determined. Under the gaze of the mysterious girl, he felt suffocated and his sixth sense kept alerting him of danger. He knew that if he said the wrong thing now, he was likely to be killed. So you have the ability of immortality. That should be the case. He finished speaking, then hastily added, but the ability of immortality is not without its limits. We can only resurrect the next day after we die. Sunan quickly added on, informing the mysterious girl that his resurrection also had limitations. Otherwise, if the mysterious girl decided to verify it by killing him on the spot, it would be very wronged. The mysterious woman seemed to be thinking about something, her eyes showed excitement. My master told me that it was true, outsiders really will descend. It was quite clear, she already knew that outsiders would arrive. When did you descend? 8 days ago. How many of you descended? I don't know the exact number, probably more than 1,000. 8 days and you've already perfected the Demon Sutra. The mysterious girl stared at Sunan. Even if she knew outsiders were extraordinary, she did not expect Sunan's strength to increase so rapidly. This couldn't be real. How did you increase your strength? By completing tasks. What are these tasks? The tasks are arranged for us by the game. What is this game? The mysterious girl was evidently curious about the outsiders and kept questioning. Sunan could only continue to answer. There was nothing to hide about this. There are not only him among the players, he is now basically sure that this is a real world, this information will be known to the people of this world sooner or later. Even if he doesn't say it, others will. However, as the mysterious woman's questions got deeper, Sunan gradually couldn't keep up. In the end, the mysterious girl even asked about the principle of logging into the game. That's outrageous. After asking the last question, the mysterious woman fell silent, as if chewing on the information brought by Sunan. After a long while, she looked up at Sunan again, a strange light flickering across her eyes. You outsiders have the ability to immortality. This prison won't confine you. You should be able to leave easily. I want you to go out there and do something for me. What does she mean by that? A task? Sunan became alert. If this was happening in another game, a task mechanism would surely be activated by now. But there was none here. Senior, you are overestimating me. Although I have the ability of immortality, I can't leave this place. He would like to leave, but unfortunately, his strength did not allow that. You won't be mistreated for your efforts once the task is accomplished. Please tell me what you need, Senior. It would be my pleasure to serve you, Senior. Whether there was a reward or not was not important, what mattered was that it was an opportunity to make a good relationship with the inhabitant of this world. The mysterious girl was powerful and she was clearly extraordinary. It was a golden opportunity, and if he seized it, he might be able to use the mysterious girl's power to complete the task. The mysterious woman took a long look at Sunan, and said, the Kuntian prison is a treasure of the Sky Wolf clan, the entrance is set up in a gorge called the Sky Wolf Valley. Above the gorge, there is a palace. I want you to sneak into that palace to steal a bronze bell the size of a fist. The Sky Wolf clan. A bronze bell. Sunan quickly processed the information of the mysterious girl, finally understanding why there were wolf demons guarding the place. In the meantime, his mind was whirling, quickly calculating in his mind. Although he didn't know what that bronze bell was, he could affirm one thing: it was definitely significant to the mysterious girl. The mysterious girl was powerful, but she had no way of getting it. Otherwise, the item that our woman could easily obtain after she escaped from the prison would not have been asked for him to gather. He did not know what the reason behind this was, nor did he need to know. All he needed to know was that he could take the opportunity to get some benefits from the mysterious girl. With that thought in mind, Sunan immediately said, "It's an honor to be able to serve you, but as you can see, I'm very weak. Any demon creature here can easily kill me." His straightforward logic was simple, that was to get the mysterious girl to help him complete the task. Upon hearing his remark, the mysterious girl immediately said, "Can't you get stronger quickly by completing tasks? You don't understand, senior. My task is to kill demons to complete it." Now, where couldn't the mysterious woman see Sunan's intentions? She coldly said, "I cannot help you, figure something out." Sunan was stunned, he didn't expect the mysterious woman to be so direct. But he would not give up just like that. "Senior, my Demon Sutra has been perfected. Now, if I want to continue improving my strength, I need the sutra and the bloodline, couldn't you?" His intention was very clear. Since he couldn't get the mysterious woman to help him complete the task, he decided to change his strategy. If he could obtain a sutra and a bloodline from the mysterious woman, that would also be great. Chapter 18, Kun Tian Qi. The woman said, "You have merged with the physique series bloodline, and I don't have that bloodline to help you." "No bloodline? Does that mean there is a cultivation method called Demon Sutra?" An idea crossed Sunan's mind as he asked, "Excuse me, senior, what do you mean by physique series? Does the bloodline also have different systems?" When he got the mountain elephant bloodline last time, he had such doubts, but unfortunately, no one could answer him at that time. The woman was silent for a moment and said, "Demon bloodlines are divided into 3 different systems: physique series, secret power system, and law controlling class. Each system has 3 corresponding bloodline powers. The 3 bloodline powers of the physique series are physique, strength, and speed. The 3 bloodline powers of the secret power system are essence, primordial chi, and divine soul. The 3 bloodline powers of the law controlling class are water controlling, fire controlling, and thunder controlling. The first bloodline a martial artist merges with will determine the path he has to take for his entire life, as he cannot change it or merge with other bloodlines. If he does so, he will face a bloodline conflict." The woman obviously needed Sunan's help and spoke in detail about the differences between the 3 systems. Sunan listened quietly. This time, he finally had a preliminary understanding of the cultivation system in this world. The woman looked at Sunan and continued, "If I'm not wrong, your bloodline is primarily about strength. If you want to merge with a second bloodline, you can only merge with a bloodline that is also a physique series and mainly controls the physique or speed. You can also choose to continue merging with a strength-based bloodline. Martial artists who take this single path have the smallest chance of losing control due to bloodline conflicts." The smallest chance of losing control. Sunan's eyes lit up. If he loses control in the game, he will lose control in reality. If he can minimize the chances of losing control, it would be the best option. Seeing that Sunan was interested, the woman said, "If you choose to continue merging with a strength-based bloodline, I can give you a Demon Sutra." Sunan did not answer directly, but continued to ask, "Senior, does that mean as long as I don't merge with bloodlines outside of the physique series, there won't be a bloodline conflict?" This question was crucial, as he wouldn't dare to continue merging bloodlines without understanding it. "It's not that it won't conflict, but the probability of conflict is very small." The woman shook her head slightly. When merging with a second bloodline, the first bloodline Demon Sutra must be at least at the great accomplishment level, otherwise, the chances of conflict will be high after merging. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Moreover, this only applies to the mortal level. When one enters a higher realm, even merging with bloodlines in the same system can cause a high probability of losing control. The higher the realm, the greater the chance of conflict. The higher the realm, the greater the chance of bloodline conflict." Sunan was taken aback. He originally thought that as his strength grew, powerful martial artists would have the ability and method to resolve bloodline conflicts, but the result was the opposite. This was simply desperate. Since it is not easy for a bloodline conflict to occur as long as he does not merge with different bloodlines, he no longer hesitated. "I'm willing," said Sunan. For now, he would take advantage of every opportunity. The strength-based bloodline is not only about increasing strength but also about improving physique and speed. However, compared to the improvements in speed and physique, the increase in strength is much greater, which was deeply experienced by Sunan when he merged with the mountain elephant bloodline. The woman nodded and without any visible action, just raised her hand and pointed at Sunan's forehead from a distance. In an instant, Sunan felt an influx of information into his mind. At the same time, his personal information panel showed a change in the Demon Sutra column. Demon Sutra, Mountain Elephant Sutra, Great Perfection, Iron Ape Sutra, lacking corresponding bloodline, unable to cultivate. Iron Ape Sutra. This was indeed a strength-based bloodline, and to cultivate it, he needed a demon bloodline called Iron Ape. With a Demon Sutra at hand, Sunan was secretly overjoyed. However, this was not enough. He looked at the woman and showed a helpless expression. "Senior, the sutra needs a bloodline to be cultivated, and there is nowhere for me to get the Iron Ape bloodline here." "I don't have the bloodline," the woman said indifferently. "No." Sunan was somewhat disappointed. Having the Demon Sutra without the bloodline was useless. At this moment, the woman's tone changed. "However, I seem to remember there is an Iron Ape in the 12th prison room." 12th prison room? That's great. Sunan's eyes lit up, but then he gave a bitter smile. "Senior, aren't you giving me a difficult task? Without a key, I can't enter other prison rooms." "That's your own problem. If you can't even get into a prison room, how are you going to escape this prison?" Sunan didn't give up and continued, "Senior, you must have a way. By helping me, you are helping yourself. Only when I quickly improve my strength can I complete your task as soon as possible." He said this, just holding a triancy attitude. The woman was powerful, calm, and didn't look like she was imprisoned at all, which made him doubt whether this prison could actually confine her. Or to put it differently, the woman might have a way out of this prison, but perhaps due to certain reasons, she didn't want to leave. Moreover, the woman seemed to know a lot about this prison, otherwise she wouldn't have known about the monster in the 12th prison room. As if persuaded by Sunan, the woman fell silent for a moment and finally took out an item. It was a key, identical to the one Sunan had obtained earlier. The only difference was that the key the woman took out was silver-white, with the number 1 engraved on it. "This key can open all the doors of the first-level prison rooms." "Open all the prison doors? There's such a thing?" Sunan was slightly stunned, followed by great joy. He had originally wanted to get a way to open the prison doors from the woman, but he didn't expect her to directly give him such an item. Kun Tien Key Number 1, a special item that was secretly created during the construction of Kun Tien Prison, possessing the ability to open all the prison rooms on the first floor of Kun Tien Prison. With this prison shouldn't be able to confine you, senior. Why don't you steal the bronze bell yourself? Sunan quickly took the key and pocketed it immediately. With this key, there was a lot more he could do in this prison. As if thinking of something unpleasant, the woman's beautiful countenance suddenly darkened, and she coldly said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Her reaction further confirmed Sunan's previous guess. He gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. "Senior, once I enter the 12th prison room, how can I obtain the bloodline?" The woman said, "The bloodline is the heart's blood within the demon's body. If you're in any other place, you can obtain the bloodline just by killing the demon. But it doesn't work in this Kun Tien prison. All martial artists and demons that die here, their essence and blood will be drained by the prison." "Heart's essence blood?" Sunan nodded, thinking for a moment. He knew what to do. Since this prison would drain the essence blood from dead demons, he just needed not to kill the demon. "You already know what you should know and have been given what should be given to you. Now you can leave." The woman sat cross-legged again with her eyes slightly closed. Sunan cautiously asked, "May I know the senior's name?" The woman sat silently as if she had fallen into a deep sleep, completely without any intention to answer Sunan's question. Seeing this, Sunan could only say, "Junior takes his leave." He took out the previous key, tried to touch it to the prison door, and the prison door opened the moment the key touched it. Sunan left the cell and then closed the prison door. Just as the prison door closed, the woman's voice sounded again. As long as you bring the item, I will give you a chance. A chance? Who knows what sort of chance? Returning to the corridor, Sunan immediately became alert. Fortunately, he didn't see the wolf demon. He took out the Kuntian key, and his eyes sparkled with joy once again. This time, the greatest gain wasn't the Demon Sutra, but this key. Here, his daily task would refresh every day, and completing one task would reward him with a full 5 demon power points. Previously, he couldn't enter other prison rooms, and naturally, he couldn't complete the missions. Now it was different. With this key, the first-level prison rooms in his eyes would become a treasure trove of demon power farming. Of course, only he dared to do this. Even if other players got this key, they wouldn't dare use it casually, because nobody knew what was in these cells. If they were unlucky and opened a prison room with a powerful monster, it would be courting death. But it was different for him. He had the power of foreseeing the future. He could just use this key in his foresight. In that case, he could confirm the strength of the monsters in the prison rooms and choose the ones he could deal with. Let's get the bloodline first. With the Kuntian key in hand, Sunan immediately used his foresight ability. Chapter 19, Acquiring the Bloodline. Having acquired a Demon Sutra, you urgently need a corresponding bloodline, so you set your sights on the demon in cell No 12. You quickly head towards cell number 12, but unfortunately, your luck is bad and you are discovered by a nearby guard. You immediately use all your strength to run deeper into the prison. Your speed is fast, but the guard is faster. Just as you are about to be caught, you stop in front of cell number 30 while fleeing. You are dead. Again, cell number 30. What kind of monster is inside cell No 30? Sunan is speechless. This time he did not die at the hands of the wolf demon but once again in cell number 30. Having passed cell number 30 twice and being killed inexplicably both times, he couldn't help but suspect that the strength of the demon in cell number 30 might be even stronger than the wolf demon. That wolf demon is near cell number 12, the results of continuing to predict will be the same. It seems I can only wait for the demon to leave. The question is, when will that wolf demon leave? It's now 10:30 and he has 2 foreknowledge opportunities left today. If he's lucky, he might still have a chance to enter cell number 12. After some thought, he logged out of the game. Half an hour later. Log in again. Is that wolf demon gone now? Predict again. You approach cell number 12 once again, this time your luck is good, and you don't encounter any guards. You successfully arrive in front of cell No 12. The wolf demon really left. Sunan rejoices, and continues reading. With the Kuntian key, no prison door on the first floor can stop you. You open the door of cell number 12 and enter the cell. Darkness covers your eyes, and as you enter the cell, you cannot see the objects inside clearly. A demon in the dark punches at you. This is a mortal iron ape, its strength is immense. If you are hit, you will definitely be injured. Fortunately, you anticipated this possibility and successfully dodged the attack. The demon does not let you off, attacking you once more, while you, who have recovered your senses, also fight back without fear. You engage in combat with the demon. Its power is much stronger than yours, and you can barely defend yourself, leaving no room for a counterattack. After brief combat, your strength gradually wanes, and you know that if you continue like this, you will surely die. In the end, you use the bloodline combat skill Mountain Elephant Stomping Mountain, inflicting heavy damage on the demon. This demon is already severely injured, and your attack severely diminishes its strength, leaving only a tenth of its original power. This is a great opportunity to kill the demon. Unfortunately, the strike from your bloodline combat skill completely depleted your strength as well. The demon furiously attacks you once more, you have no power left to resist. You are dead. Before dying, you realize you shouldn't have prolonged combat with the demon. That demon was injured. The prediction ended in death once again. Sunan is not disappointed, the demon's strength is much greater than his, making it an unfair match. But the good news is that the demon is already seriously injured and has not fully healed. This gives him an opportunity. If I can't prolong combat with the demon, what would happen if I used the Mountain Elephant Stomping Mountain at the very beginning of the fight and heavily injured the demon first? Sunan thinks of a new approach. In the prediction, he used the bloodline combat skill when he was almost exhausted. Although it heavily injured the demon, he also lost all his ability to counterattack. This method of fighting is conservative. If the opponent was not injured, fighting this way would be advantageous, as it might allow him to find opportunities during the battle. But now he is fighting an injured demon, and prolonging the battle actually works in the demon's favor, as the demon can slowly use its superior strength to wear him down. Face this existence and win swiftly. Understanding this, Sunan made a plan in his heart. The talent's 1-minute cooldown quickly ended. He immediately activated his last foreknowledge for today. Using the Kuntian key, you open the 12th prison room. As soon as you enter the cell, a demon in the darkness attacks you. This time, you don't dodge but directly use the bloodline combat skill Mountain Elephant Tramples Mountain. The demon didn't expect you to be so aggressive. Realizing the danger, it tries to dodge, but it's too late. Your foot lands on the demon's body, and its fist hits you. Both of you are severely wounded by each other. The demon's strength sharply declines because of its unhealed wound, leaving only a tenth. While you are also heavily injured, you still retain most of your strength and realize this is an opportunity. You engage in a struggle with the demon, and during the fight, it is severely wounded again, losing all its remaining strength to fight back. Congratulations, you have won the battle. You did not kill the demon because you needed its essence and blood. However, you don't have a method to extract the essence and blood, so you force the demon to give it to you. Faced with your threat, the demon reluctantly offers its essence and blood despite its anger. Congratulations on obtaining the demon's essence and blood. At this point, the 3-minute time limit ends, and the foreknowledge is over. I succeeded. After quickly reading all the foreknowledge content, Sunan was overjoyed. In many previous attempts, most ended in death. This is the only time he did not die and completed his goal and his predictions. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the 12th prison room. 2 minutes later, in the 12th prison room, Sunan looked at the iron ape who had lost its strength to resist, with joy in his eyes. Following the method from the foreknowledge, he successfully subdued the demon, albeit at the cost of being heavily injured. I need your bloodline essence and blood. As long as you give it to me, I won't kill you, Sunan said. The demon bared its teeth, its eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Eventually, it forced out a drop of pale silver blood from its body. As soon as the essence and blood left the demon's body, it instantly crystallized into a bloody crystal. Iron Ape Bloodline Crystal, Mortal Item, Physique Series, can obtain the Iron Ape Bloodline after consumption. Great, now you can die. Sunan said, satisfied, as he put away the essence and blood. He had no intention of sparing the Iron Ape. Even if it were a martial artist, he would show no mercy to kill it for the task. Under the resentful gaze of the demon, Sunan repeatedly punched its skull, killing it outright. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Slay a Demon, and you have been awarded 5 demon power points. Current available demonic power, 6 points. Quit game. With the task completed and items obtained, he quit the game without hesitation. Dragging his tired body out of the game warehouse, Sunan's eyes were still filled with joy. The gains tonight were beyond his expectations, not only obtaining information about the bloodline conflict but also acquiring a demon sutra and bloodline, solving his greatest need. Looking at the time, it was only 11 o'clock. Sunan decided to take a nap. Picking up his phone, he set an alarm for midnight and suddenly discovered that the Q group he had joined an hour ago had many unread messages. The group-wide ban has been lifted. Sunan raised an eyebrow and immediately opened the group chat to read. Chapter 20, Sudden Public Beta Test. Upon entering the group chat, Sunan found that more than an hour had passed, and the group had more than 100 people. When he joined, there were only a dozen or so people. Are all these people players? There are very few players in Demon World the game. According to the statistics of players in the forum, there are only about 1,000. If everyone in this group is a player, then one has to admire Zhang Feng's ability to bring so many people in such a short time. Sunan directly pulled the messages to the first one. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Cheng, do you know what happened in Donglan City 2 hours ago? The first message was sent by the group owner with the nickname North Sea /. Seeing this message, Sunan was taken aback, as he did not expect this group to be established by Zhou Cheng, who is known as a top player in the game forum. Like him, other players in the group were surprised that the group owner was Zhou Cheng, and even some players praised him below. Of course, more players were puzzled in addition to praising. Of course, I saw it. This matter has already made headlines on all the major hot topics. What kind of monster is it? Does Joe God have inside information? What does it mean that the official has noticed the forum? Joe God, why did you bring us all to this group? Everyone was full of doubts. Many people didn't want to join the group initially, but they couldn't resist joining when they heard that the forum had been noticed by the official. Now that they see that the group owner turned out to be a top player in the game, they are very curious, not understanding what Zhou Cheng wants to do. Zhou Cheng did not answer everyone's questions one by one, instead, he directly sent a few screenshots. It was a screenshot of the help post of the out-of-control player on the forum a short time ago. Zhou Cheng said, "You guys might not want to believe it, but I'll tell you the truth, the monster that appeared in Donglan City was actually an out-of-control player." With that, Zhou Cheng's words directly set off a commotion in the group. Players who were originally lurking in the group all surfaced, each of them shocked, doubting, and mostly disbelieving. Zhou Cheng didn't waste words, he just sent another screenshot directly. It was a screenshot from the game, with the content being a prompt. Prompt: every bloodline awakening completed will change your body in another world. Please choose carefully. Sunan had naturally seen this prompt. It only appears after the Demon Sutra had been upgraded to perfection. Change the body of another world. Is the other world referring to our own world? Is this some kind of joke? Did Joe God Photoshop this screenshot? The appearance of the game screenshot made the already restless players even more restless. Messages in the group went by quickly like a waterfall. As expected, Zhou Cheng knows about the problems of the game. Sunan's eyes revealed an unusual color. If there's anyone who understands the game among the players, there is no doubt that Zhou Cheng is one of them. Now Sunan has begun to suspect whether Zhou Cheng has also awakened the bloodline combat technique. It is not impossible. Although Zhou Cheng upgraded the Demon Sutra to perfection just 2 days ago, if Zhou Cheng got lucky during these 2 days and completed 2 2-star tasks, it's not impossible for him to accumulate enough demon power to awaken his bloodline. Besides, is it really true that Zhou Cheng only upgraded the Demon Sutra to perfection 2 days ago? What if he had hidden a trick? Zhou Cheng continued in the group chat, "I, Zhou Cheng, am responsible for telling you all that the game we are playing now is not just a simple game. I can assure you that a big change is coming to this world soon, and the reason for the change is this game we are playing. We are the pioneers, we have greater opportunities than others. We must all make good use of this opportunity. I can't say more about other things. If you trust me, join my guild, and I will try my best to help everyone." Zhou Cheng's words were mysterious and left much to the imagination. Seeing this, Sunan instantly understood Zhou Cheng's intentions. Good guy, Zhou Cheng's ambition is not small. He wants to gather all the players in the game for his own use. Even Sunan was surprised. Zhou Cheng mentioned before in the forum that he had established a guild, but the result seemed to be not so good, as not many players have joined. Now Zhou Cheng is doing this to gather more players in an obvious way. It must be said that Zhou Cheng played his cards well. Now Zhou Cheng's reputation among players is very high, he is the #1 player in the game, and now he brings such explosive news, I'm afraid many players will be persuaded. Even if they just want to give it a try, many people will be tempted. If Zhou Cheng's goal is truly achieved, perhaps he can soar to the sky with the help of the players. As expected, many players were persuaded and wanted to join Zhou Cheng's guild one after another. Of course, many people were also watching. Just as Sunan was about to continue reading, a message from a friend popped up. It was Zhang Feng. "Brother Wang Nan, be sure to log into the game at 12 o'clock tonight, there's something I want to discuss with you." What does this guy want to do? Sunan frowned. Zhang Feng obviously had a deep connection with Zhou Cheng. Now that Zhou Cheng was causing trouble in reality, Zhang Feng wanted to find him in the game, but his purpose was unknown. After some thought, Sunan ignored Zhang Feng, pretending he hadn't seen the message. He was still in the 12th prison room in the game. Although he could log in now and leave the 12th prison room to enter the 19th prison room, he didn't plan to do so. He decided to log into the game later, go to the 19th prison cell to eavesdrop on what Zhang Feng wanted to do, and then decide what to do. Time passed. Soon it was 12 o'clock at night. Sunan logged into the game. To his surprise, just as he logged in, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. detected that some players have lost control due to bloodline conflict, which meets the public beta test conditions. The first public beta test of this game will be launched in 3 days, with 1 million players participating. The game bracelets will be randomly distributed to eligible players around the world in 2 days. After this public beta test, a 15-day survival trial mission will begin. The first 100 players ranked by realm in the survival trial mission will receive a large number of rewards, so please participate. Public beta test. 1 million people. Sunan was stunned. He never thought that this game would have a public beta test. As it turned out, he had been playing a closed beta version. With 1 million people participating in the public beta test, the real world might be thrown into chaos. If it were a normal game, 1 million people participating in the public beta wouldn't be a big deal. Even if it were 10 million or 1 billion people, it wouldn't cause much disturbance. But this game is not a simple game. The power players have in the game can be used in the real world, and this alone is enough to drive everyone crazy. That nothing has happened yet is mainly because not many people have discovered the anomalies in the game. But as time goes on, trouble is inevitable and might not even take long. However, that's not even the key issue. The key is that when a player loses control in the game, they will also lose control in reality. At the mortal level, the probability of losing control is not high. Perhaps it's not a big deal. However, as a player's realm improves, the chances of losing control become greater. It's unimaginable how chaotic reality will be once a large number of players lose control. Big trouble is coming. The more Sunan thought about it, the more alarmed he became. He had a feeling that chaos was about to ensue. The officials should have noticed the game by now, but it's hard to tell what they will do this time. Sunan couldn't help but speculate. Just as he thought, as soon as the news of the upcoming public beta test reached the officials, they could no longer remain seated. A secret meeting was urgently convened in Kyoto. At the same time, similar events were happening in other countries. Many people had already realized that a storm was brewing. Sunan didn't know about these things, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this time, he had already taken out the Iron Ape bloodline and was preparing to merge it with his second bloodline. Chapter 21, Zhang Feng's Plan. The game is about to enter public beta testing, and chaos is coming. All Sunan can do now is to increase his strength as quickly as possible. According to what the mysterious woman said, to avoid losing control during blood fusion, there are not only restrictions on the bloodlines being fused, which must come from different systems, but also requirements for the previous bloodline. It must at least reach great accomplishment. I don't know how that out-of-control player managed to fuse 2 bloodlines in such a short time, but there's a high probability that when he fused the second bloodline, the first one hadn't achieved great accomplishment. Maybe the 2 bloodlines that the player fused were not from the same system. Holding the bloody bloodline crystal in his hand, Sunan looked at the foreknowledge on his panel. Just in case, he chose to use foreknowledge once. You have obtained another bloodline and are preparing to attempt fusion. In your opinion, in order to successfully fuse bloodlines, the previous bloodline must be at least great accomplishment, and bloodlines from different systems cannot be fused. As you thought, as long as you follow these 2 principles at the lower stage, there will be no bloodline conflicts. As the bloodline is swallowed, you immediately feel a burning heat explosion inside your body, seeping into your organs. At the same time, the mountain elephant bloodline in your body boils instantaneously, as if its territory has been invaded, and it tries to expel the Iron Ape bloodline. With the blessing of the Iron Ape Sutra, the Iron Ape bloodline, which has just been expelled by the mountain elephant bloodline, suddenly erupts and seeps back into your organs, competing with the mountain elephant bloodline for your body. 1 minute later, the 2 bloodlines are evenly matched in your body. 2 minutes later, under your control, the mountain elephant bloodline gradually fades, and the Iron Ape bloodline gradually infiltrates your body. 3 minutes later, congratulations, you have successfully fused the Iron Ape Sutra. As expected, as long as I don't mess with bloodline fusion, there won't be any problems. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. With the affirmative answer given by this foreknowledge, he basically no longer needs to waste foreknowledge times on bloodline fusion in the future. At least at mortal level, this is the case. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the bloodline directly. 3 minutes later. With the heat flow covering his whole body, Sunan instantly felt different. Success! With a smile on his lips, he immediately looked at his personal information panel. Demon Sutra, Mountain Elephant Sutra, Great Perfection, Iron Ape Sutra, not yet started. Bloodline, Mountain Elephant Bloodline, Iron Ape Bloodline. The Iron Ape Sutra has changed from its unattainable state due to the lack of a bloodline, and can now be upgraded. I have 6 demon power points available, which is just enough to upgrade it to minor achievement. Spend 2 demon power points to upgrade to beginner. Spend 4 demon power points to upgrade to minor achievement. Sunan could clearly feel that his strength had increased significantly in a short time. If he previously had a strength of about 1,000 caddies, his force now is about 1,300 caddies. This is still without using a bloodline combat skill. At present, my strength is still too weak. Only after raising this second bloodline to great perfection will I have the qualifications to confront other mortal level monsters. Martial artists will always be martial artists, incomparable to demons. After hunting 2 mortal level demons in a row, Sunan had a clear understanding of the gap between humans and demons. At the same level, the Iron Ape yesterday had a significant gap in its strength, physicality, and speed. If it weren't for the fact that the demon was heavily wounded and its strength had decreased sharply, even if Sunan raised his second Demon Sutra to great perfection, he might not have been its opponent. He closed his personal information, opened his task panel, and today's daily tasks appeared before his eyes. Daily Task 1, Kill a Guard. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 2, Explore Cell No 30. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Mortal Level Monster. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 5 Demon Power Points. Explore Cell No 30. This task actually appeared. Sunan frowned, deeply aware of the danger of cell number 30. Even getting close to it was a problem, let alone entering it. In Sunan's opinion, hunting a prison guard is easier than entering cell number 30. Although the strength of the wolf demon guard is strong, it is visible and tangible, and he doesn't know how to face cell number 30. This point is also proved by the difficulty of the task. A 3-star task is far beyond the difficulty of a 2-star task. Today, if I am unlucky, I might not even be able to complete a single task. He didn't need to consider the first and second tasks, the third task was the only one he had the best chance of completing. But even for the third task of hunting down a demon, it's not a 100% guarantee of success. If he's unlucky, there might not be any demons to hunt down. Sunan takes out the Kuntian key and prepares to leave cell number 12. He plans to go to cell number 19 first to see what Zhang Feng wants to do. Before that, he still needs to use his foreknowledge ability. If he meets the wolf demon guard in the corridor after leaving the cell, it would be very unlucky. Of course, he won't waste a foreknowledge just for the sake of the wolf demon. He plans to use this chance to find a demon to hunt down. Foreknowledge. You leave cell number 12, planning to find a demon to hunt down. Soon, you set your sights on cell No 18. Your luck is good. On the way, you don't encounter any demons, successfully arriving in front of cell number 18. Using the Kuntian key, you enter cell No 18. From previous experiences, the moment you enter the prison cell, you quickly move to one side to avoid being attacked by a demon while also preparing to strike. The demon in the cell doesn't attack you immediately but instead looks at you curiously, interested in how you managed to enter the cell. The demon asks for the key to enter the cell, but you refuse. Annoyed, the demon suddenly attacks/P. This is also a mortal level demon, but even mortal level demons have differences in strength. Your luck is not good. This demon seems to be one of the stronger ones. You only managed to hold on for 4 rounds against the demon. You died/P. The second foreknowledge of the day ends in death. Sunan is not the least bit surprised. Inside the prison, a large amount of demons and human martial artists are imprisoned. If he encounters a human martial artist, it would be fine. However, if he encounters a demon, it would be challenging to survive. After all, finding a wounded demon like he found yesterday is nearly impossible. Fortunately, his foreknowledge was not without any gain. At least it confirmed that the wolf demon guard was not in the corridor. Sunan leaves cell number 12 and quickly heads towards cell number 19. In cell number 19, there are not only Zhang Feng but also 2 other players. The three are still shocked by the information that the game would soon enter the public beta test. Unlike the other players, Zhang Feng and the other two can be regarded as Zhou Cheng's confidants. Naturally, they know quite a bit about the game from Zhou Cheng, meaning they are aware of how unusual the game is. Brother Feng, what should we do? When the public beta begins, will it affect Brother Cheng's tasks? It will definitely have some consequences. With more people, accidents will inevitably happen. This place is related to Brother Cheng's mainline task. We must understand this place thoroughly before Brother Cheng completes this part of the mainline quest. Only this way, Brother Cheng can complete the mainline task as fast as possible when he comes here. It's hard to believe that the final task of Brother Cheng's mainline task is a 4-star level. I don't know how he managed to get it. Zhang Feng is talking with the other two players. They don't know that, out in the cell, Sunan is pressing his ear against the prison door, trying to leverage the two demon sutras to raise his senses dramatically. There is potent sound insulation in the cells. Even with Sunan pressed against the door, he can barely make out the conversation between the three players. Fortunately, with no one else in the room, the three are speaking without any worry, so their voices are not covered up. The Brother Cheng they're talking about must be Zhou Cheng. A 4-star mainline task, that Zhou Cheng is not simple. He managed to trigger such a high difficulty task. Sunan sighed in his heart. He completed a 4-star novice task, triggering the first 3-star quest on the mainline task. Although the last task would also be a 4-star level, it would not be higher than Zhou Cheng's task difficulty level. Zhou Cheng said in the forum that he had completed a 1-star novice task. It seems like the credibility of this great god player's words is not very high. Zhang Feng and the other two players didn't come here accidentally, instead, they came purposely to investigate the situation on behalf of Zhou Cheng. Back in the cell, the discussion between Zhang Feng and others hasn't stopped. But the wolf demon guard is too powerful, we can't get out now, can we? There's no choice. We can only fight hard now. I'll lead the wolf demon guard later on, and we'll break out together. The wolf demon guard is powerful, but it is impossible to kill all three of us at once. As long as one of us escapes, it will be considered a success. Brother Feng, you're the strongest among us, and we haven't even completed our novice tasks. Even if we escape, we can't be of much help. We'll cover you, and you'll take the opportunity to run. Alright, that's the only way now. When I find a way to open the prison door, I'll let you guys go. The three are planning to use the same method as Sunan, even at the cost of being killed or dying in the process, to escape the cell. However, unlike Sunan's previous method of resisting the wolf demon's attack and barely surviving, Zhang Feng plans to use the other two players to distract the wolf demon and escape in the process. If only Wang Nan would log in, using him as cannon fodder, our chances of escaping would be much higher. It's a pity, such a perfect human shield hasn't logged in till now. Could it be that he really quit the game? I'll exit the game and contact him again. If he still doesn't log in, then we'll forget about him. Upon hearing this, Sunan's face turns grim. Although he noticed that Zhang Feng was anxious for him to log in for a reason, he never expected it to be just for using him as cannon fodder. Chapter 22, Spellcaster Warriors. The idea is good, but unfortunately, you've underestimated the wolf demon's strength, and your plan is doomed to fail. Sunan sneered. He didn't have much faith in Zhang Feng and the others. Previously, with his demon art mastery, he couldn't even withstand 2 moves from the wolf demon. Zhang Feng had only achieved the demon cultivation initial success, such strength could barely withstand a single blow from the wolf demon, let alone the other two. If Sunan were an ordinary player and was used by Zhang Feng, perhaps Zhang Feng might have been successful, but now, the chances of success seemed slim. Zhang Feng seemed to have quit the game to rush him, and the prison cell became quiet. Seeing this, Sunan knew he couldn't stay here any longer. Once Zhang Feng logged in again, the plan would be put into action, and if he stayed in the corridor, he might be discovered by the wolf demon. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to quit the game first. Quit game. Before he could even get out of the game warehouse, his phone was constantly beeping with notification sounds, incessant and non-stop. The one sending messages was Zhang Feng. Sunan ignored it, casually set his phone to silent, and tossed it aside. Zhou Cheng is very anxious about this mainline task. It must be a limited time task, but I don't know what the task is about. It would be nice to get some information from Zhang Feng about it. Recalling the information he received earlier, Su Nan's face slightly tensed. He seriously suspected that Zhou Cheng had completed at least a 3-star level novice task. If that was the case, then Zhou Cheng's Demon Sutra probably had already reached great perfection. It's now inevitable that Zhou Cheng has hidden strength, but I wonder if there are other players who have hidden strength as well. It's not impossible, maybe these people realized the problem with the game from the beginning and hid themselves. The previous out-of-control player was an example. When most of the players were worrying about the novice tasks, that player had already merged 2 bloodlines. If it weren't for his imminent loss of control and having no choice but to post for help, nobody would have known that someone had secretly merged 2 bloodlines. Su Nan guessed quietly. He didn't know that just as he had guessed, players who hid their strength weren't limited to Zhou Cheng alone. Also in Donglan City. In an old apartment building. A young man, feeling the changes in his body, couldn't help but be excited, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, it's real. It's actually real. I did it. His name was Lu Qiang, a player in the demon world. Unlike others, he completed his novice task on the very first day of entering the game, all because he was taken as a disciple by a master when he entered the game. When the master learned that he was an outsider, he directly told him that the so-called demon world was not a game world, but a real one. Initially, Lu Qiang didn't believe it, but the next thing the master did shattered his perception. With just a light touch on his head, the master seemed to know all of Lu Qiang's memories, even the details he didn't remember clearly. That made him have to believe the master's words. Because the matter was too bizarre, he didn't reveal it to anyone, and no one even knew that he was playing the game. From then on, he began to earnestly accumulate demon power. Although the master wouldn't help him complete tasks, he would occasionally provide some assistance. That little bit of help was enough for him to easily surpass the majority of players. After more than a week of hard work, he not only raised his demon art to perfection today but also amassed enough demon power to awaken his bloodline combat technique. With the awakening of his bloodline combat skill, he successfully gained the power of the game in reality. Now, no one else has awakened a bloodline combat technique except for me. What does Zhou Cheng count for? He's nothing in front of me. Lu Qiang was excited in his heart, and with a grab, a fist-sized fireball condensed in his hand, accompanied by the rise of flame. This was his bloodline ability, fire controlling. He was a spellcaster warrior. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see who else dares to look down on me in the future. Lu Qiang laughed again, and the flames in his hands gave him unparalleled confidence. Just as he was laughing, his room door was suddenly kicked violently twice by someone. Then followed an angry man's cursing, "Are you looking for death? What the hell are you making a fuss about in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Hearing the scolding, Lu Qiang's smile vanished in an instant, and for a moment, he couldn't help but want to kill the guy. Fortunately, this thought had just risen but was quickly extinguished. Opening the door and looking at the tall, fierce-faced man in front of him, he apologized, "I'm sorry." "Sorry? That's it? Do you effing know that you woke me up? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll cut off your head and kick it like a soccer ball." The man cursed and grabbed Lu Qiang's hair, appearing as if he really wanted to cut off Lu Qiang's head. At this moment, Lu Qiang's smile disappeared completely. "Have you finished? Once you finish, you can die." There was no begging for mercy or escape, only a miserable scream accompanied by a raging fire. Su Nan did not log into the game that night. He didn't know if Zhang Feng and the others were successful. It wasn't until the next morning, looking at the series of messages Zhang Feng had sent the night before, that he casually made up a reason and sent it over. It only took 10 seconds for Zhang Feng to respond to the message. "Brother Wang Nan, I wanted to invite you to escape from the cell together last night, but you didn't come. It's such a pity." "Yes, it's a pity that there was one less scapegoat." Su Nan sneered. If he didn't know Zhang Feng's real purpose, he might have believed it. He casually made up another excuse and ignored Zhang Feng after learning that the three of them failed to escape from the prison cell. Downtown Donglan City. Linjiang Hotel. This is the most famous 5-star hotel in Donglan and also the place where Su Nan works. "Brother Nan, what do you think happened yesterday? Do you think there really are supernatural powers in this world?" Thinking of yesterday's events, Wang Chong still felt lingering fear. Within a few hours of the incident, it quickly made headlines on various media outlets. It was defined as the Donglan City Bearman incident by the media. The personal information of the out-of-control player had also been completely exposed. Li Suheng, 23 years old, an employee of a foreign company, honest, introverted, and his only hobby was playing games, a typical gaming enthusiast. Who would have thought that such an ordinary otaku would be the protagonist of last night's incident? After fermenting overnight, almost everyone knew about the Bearman incident in Donglan City. At first, many people thought it was fake, but there were too many photos and videos leaked from the scene, making it hard to deny the truth. A surveillance video inside the shopping mall, which has been shared nearly 10 million times on various platforms, explicitly showed Li Suheng turning from a normal human being into a bearman. This shattered the worldview of many people. After becoming a bearman, Li Suheng's strength increased dozens of times, easily smashing a solid wood door in the mall, his power even greater than a real giant bear. This completely surpassed reality and couldn't be explained by science. It made people wonder if there were powers beyond reality in this world. Judging from the situation yesterday, there should be supernatural powers. Sunan nodded. No one knew more about yesterday's events than him. Wang Chong sighed with longing in his eyes. It would be great if I could have supernatural powers. Sunan glanced at him and calmly said, having supernatural powers isn't necessarily a good thing. You saw the fate of that guy yesterday. That might be the price for having supernatural powers. Wang Chong thought for a moment and agreed, you're right. If having supernatural powers means turning into that kind of creature, I'd rather not have them. Let's not talk about this. It's too far away from us. Brother Nan, let's go and check all the firefighting equipment in the hotel. Sunan was puzzled, don't those things have regular inspections? I saw them last week. Why are we having a comprehensive inspection today? This is the task that Fatty Lee arranged for us today. Apparently, there was a severe fire in an apartment not far from us last night, and several people were burned alive. Really? Sunan suddenly realized. If it happened before, this would have made headlines, but now everyone is discussing the Bearman incident and few people care about this. Sunan didn't pay attention either. He and Wang Chong worked all morning, finally checking all the equipment. Noon. After lunch, Wang Chong mysteriously said, Brother Nan, I just heard that a big shot will come to our hotel tomorrow. Sunan replied indifferently, our hotel is the most famous 5-star hotel in Donglan City. Isn't it normal for big shots to come? Wang Chong said, it's not the same. I heard that this big shot will stay at our hotel for a long time and has booked an entire floor of rooms on the top floor. Now, the people in the guest room department are busy cleaning the rooms. Booking an entire floor? Who is this big spender? Now Sunan was curious. It's rare for wealthy people travel to book an entire floor at once. This means that the other party has many people. Wang Chong grinned and said, Brother Nan, you can't guess what that person booked the rooms for. Sunan had a thought and said, it seems it's not for a place to stay. Wang Chong nodded, that's right. I heard that the person is planning to set up a game studio here, and some people will come to install game warehouses this afternoon. Setting up a game studio in a 5-star hotel? What a lavish move! Sunan wondered. For some reason, now whenever he heard the word game, he subconsciously thought of the demon world. He couldn't help but suspect that setting up the game studio had something to do with the game demon world. Do you know which game that person is planning to enter by setting up the game studio? Wang Chong shook his head, I don't know about that. I heard all this from Fatty Lee. Maybe he knows. Then, he seemed to remember something and continued, Fatty Lee said that the other party is in a hurry and demands that we set up everything within 3 days. In a hurry? 3 days? Can this be a coincidence? Sunan became more suspicious. The Demon World public beta test will start in 3 days, and the person setting up the game studio is in a hurry, demanding to complete everything within 3 days. If this has nothing to do with the Demon World, Sunan wouldn't believe it. He was even 80% sure that the game studio being set up was for the Demon World. Most likely, it was a player from Demon World since few people outside of the game were paying attention to it. What a coincidence, having a player set up a studio here. I just don't know who it would be. Sunan showed a playful smile. As expected, that afternoon, more than 40 high-end game warehouses were brought into the hotel and installed, each worth $1 million. Sunan went to join the excitement and watched the installation but did not pay attention anymore. He didn't want anyone to know that he was a player in the demon world. 9 o'clock at night. Sunan returned home and immediately logged into the game. He still didn't know how to complete today's daily tasks. Chapter 23, 3 Goals. You arrive in front of the prison door of cell number 16 and use the Kuntian key to unlock the door. As soon as you enter the cell, a strong gust of wind blows in your direction. You see a deformed middle-aged man, half of his body covered with fine scales and the other half exposed with flesh like a skinned antelope. This is a martial artist whose bloodline has gone out of control. In his eyes, you are delicious food, and he has set his sights on you. Under the control of evil energy, the out-of-control martial artist is fearless in death. Under his crazed assault, you barely hold on for a dozen breaths. You die. This is today's third premonition. As usual, it ends in death. I thought it was too simple before. As long as I had the Kuntian key and foreknowledge, I could find demons from these cells that I could handle. Now it seems that this blind cat and dead rat approach has a high degree of difficulty. I only have 4 chances of foreknowledge per day, and I can't afford to waste them like this. Sunan frowns, continuing like this, even if he uses the remaining 2 chances of foreknowledge today, he may not be able to find a demon he can handle. However, he is not without a solution. He doesn't know what is in these cells, but someone should know. Sunan thinks of the mysterious girl in cell number 24 and his eyes light up. Without hesitation, he heads straight for cell number 24. A moment later, he opens the prison door of cell number 24 and dashes in. It seems you have already obtained the bloodline you wanted. Just as he enters the cell, the woman's voice rings out in the darkness. Sunan immediately says, "I have to thank you for your guidance, Senior." In the center of the cell, the woman slowly opens her eyes and says, "You must have had more trouble." Sunan doesn't beat around the bush and directly asks, "Senior, I want to know which demons I can deal with in the cells on this floor." The mysterious girl understands what Sunan wants to do, and after a moment of silence, she slowly says, "This Kuntian prison is divided into 5 floors. The first floor holds mortal-level demons, the second floor holds spirit-level demons, and so on. The lower the floor, the stronger the demons. All the demons on the first floor are of mortal level." Upon hearing this, Sunan looks at the woman and asks subconsciously, "Then Senior, you?" It's impossible for the woman to be mortal level, that's for sure. He doesn't understand why she is on the first floor. "Don't ask what you shouldn't," the woman coldly says. Hearing this, Sunan wisely shuts his mouth, knowing that this must involve the woman's secret. At the same time, he thinks of the out-of-control martial artist that had tried to ambush him before. He was not of mortal level either. Could it be that the mysterious woman in front of him also wants to use this prison to delay her loss of control? This cell is very special. Not only does it suppress the bloodlines of demon martial artists, but it also slowly drains their power. Mortal-level demons will be dried up within a month, so new demons are added every month. It's only been 10 days since the last time the prison was replenished with new demons. Most of them have only 2/3 of their full strength left, but that's still beyond your reach. The mysterious woman reveals more information about the Kuntian prison to Sunan. Hearing this, Sunan is shocked, only 2/3 their full strength during their prime. He had thought that the demons who easily killed him in his previous premonitions were at their peak. But it turns out, that was just 2/3 of their strength. In light of this, martial artists seem insignificant compared to demons. To defeat a mortal-level demon, he would need to merge at least 3 bloodlines. He remembers the bat demon he killed before and realizes how lucky he was at that time. "Senior, what should I do? I can't improve my strength without hunting demons." Sunan frowns. The woman's face remains calm and she says, "Give the Kuntian key to me." "The Kuntian key? What is it for?" Sunan is puzzled, not understanding what the woman wants with the key. Without much thought, he hands the key to her. The Kuntian key was held in the woman's hand, her eyes slightly closed. The next moment, something unexpected happened to Sunan. The woman somehow made the silver-white key bloom with dazzling light in her hand. The light didn't last long, and when the mysterious girl reopened her eyes, she threw the key to Sunan and said, "There are 72 prison cells on the first floor of the prison, and among these cells, 65 of them imprison demons. Among these demons, most of them are not something you can deal with. The ones you can deal with are only in 3 cells, 15, 28 and 42. There seemed to be abilities of the Kuntian key that Sunan didn't know about. The mysterious girl seemed to be able to check all the prison cells with the help of the key. In just a short breath, the mysterious girl had already selected the targets for Sunan. 3. Sunan frowned. Out of 65 demons, he could only deal with 3 of them, making the ratio too small. This could only mean one issue: he was too weak. Sunan quickly calculated that the 3 demons meant 3 2-star tasks, which would be 15 demon points. He needed 24 demon points to cultivate the Iron Ape Sutra to perfection. Even if he handled all 3 demons, there wouldn't be enough power to perfect the Iron Ape Sutra, let alone awaken the bloodline combat skill. Not being able to awaken a bloodline combat skill, his strength would not be enough to deal with other demons. This would put him in a dead cycle of having no demons to hunt. Unless he could complete a 3-star task. Sunan's face turned ugly, as 3-star tasks weren't easy to complete. Remembering the task refreshed today, he asked, "Senior, do you know what's imprisoned in cell No 30? The mysterious girl glanced at him and said, "The existence in the cell is not something you can deal with." "Senior, I'm not planning to face that existence. But I don't know if it's aware of me or not. Every time I get close to that cell, I get killed inexplicably." This issue had troubled him for 2 days, and if he couldn't solve it, it meant that he could only stop in front of the cell number 30. "You're saying that every time you pass that cell, you die?" "Yes." Sunan nodded. "Looks like that old fellow is completely out of control and can't control his own power anymore." The woman's voice was very soft, but Sunan still heard it. There was a flash in his eyes as he asked, "Senior, are you saying that the being in cell number 30 is also a human martial artist?" The mysterious girl nodded and said, "Yes, that cell houses a very strong senior." "Senior?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Sunan was taken aback. What kind of existence could be called a senior by her? "I don't know what realm that senior once belonged to, only that he was seriously injured several years ago, resulting in almost complete dispersal of his strength." The girl spoke slowly, her eyes showing pity. Strength almost completely dispersed. Sunan was even more shocked. An existence with an almost completely dispersed strength could still silently kill him when out of control, making him unable to imagine how powerful it was. He quickly asked, "What should I do then, senior?" The mysterious girl was silent and didn't respond to Sunan, seemingly lost in her thoughts. After a long time, she finally said, "Maybe you can go and take a look inside cell number 30, and you might even gain some fortuitous encounters." Chapter 24, Identity Jade Plate. Enter cell No 30. Sunan's eyes lit up. Exploring cell number 30 is a 3-star task, which can reward 15 demon power points if completed. Before, he didn't think he could complete this task, but now it's different. Since the mysterious girl asked him to go to cell number 30, it means it's possible for him. "Senior, how can I get into cell No 30? The mysterious girl said, "That senior should not be completely out of control yet. Although he is on the verge of losing control most of the time in one day, his sanity is affected by evil energy, but he will occasionally regain consciousness. As long as you are lucky enough and just happen to meet that senior when he is sober, there may be a chance to enter." "Is it about luck?" Sunan's spirit rose. Luck was not his strong point, but he had the talent of foreknowledge. "Just keep trying with foreknowledge, and it might be possible." "What should I do after I get in?" Since there's a real chance of getting in, he naturally has to consider what to do afterwards. This task is not like the 1-star task last time, which was completed as soon as he entered the prison cell. This task is to explore. What does it mean to explore? At least he has to communicate with that powerful person on the verge of losing control. However, that powerful person is on the verge of losing control, and his sanity has been affected by evil energy. If he goes in and is immediately killed, wouldn't that be like entering a death trap? The mysterious girl also thought of this problem. After pondering for a moment, she took out a white jade plate and said, "This is my identity jade. When you go in, just say I asked you to go in, and that senior should not do anything to you." "Thank you, senior." Sunan's eyes gleamed, and he quickly took the jade plate. It seemed that the woman and that powerful person knew each other, so she had the confidence that the powerful person would not attack him for the woman's sake. "I'll lend you this for now, but you have to return it to me after using it," the woman added. Though Sunan agreed verbally, he didn't believe it in his heart. He thought, how could anything in his hands be returned? Furthermore, this jade plate was not merely a symbol of identity. It was creamy white, with a carving of the sun, moon, and mountains on one side and 3 extremely complicated characters on the other. This was the writing of the demon world, which was recorded in the Demon Sutra he practiced. Having the Demon Sutra as a foundation, he naturally recognized these characters. Zhou Lingyan. Zhou Lingyan's identity jade. The jade represents Zhou Lingyan's identity and contains a burst of power she infused in it 3 years ago. If shattered, it can unleash the full power of Zhou Lingyan's peak period 3 years ago. What kind of power would it be if it could erupt with Zhou Lingyan's full power? A treasure. A treasure. This was not an identity jade, it was more like a bomb that could create miracles if used at the right time. So, the senior's last name is Zhou. Sunan smiled, and finally knew the woman's name. Zhou Lingyan's face remained calm, and she said lightly, "If you can really enter that cell, please say hello to that senior for me." "Senior, rest assured, I know what to do without you saying it," Sunan subconsciously replied. But then, he became confused. "Senior, why don't you go there yourself?" He had asked this question last time too, but Zhou Lingyan didn't answer him. This time, Zhou Lingyan still didn't intend to answer, and she said coldly, "I've given you everything you need, you can leave now." It was an order to leave. Left with no choice, Sunan had to say goodbye and leave cell number 24. The goal of this trip was not only achieved but exceeded, which made him very happy. He put Zhou Lingyan's identity jade into his personal space, and only then did he look at his task list. He hadn't completed any of today's 3 tasks, and it was already late. There was only 1 hour left until the midnight task refresh. "Let me finish the task of hunting demons first, then go and see if I can enter cell 30. Not wanting to waste time, he started his 4th foreknowledge attempt of the day. During your visit to cell number 24, you learned that on the 1st floor of this prison, there are only 3 demons you can kill. Among them, the demon in cell number 28 is closest to you, and you plan to go to cell no 28. Using the Kuntian key, you smoothly enter cell number 28. As soon as you enter the cell, you see various things that fascinate you. Your mind is affected by the illusions, forgetting where you are and the purpose of your trip. Unbeknownst to you, the demon is already in front of you. This is a black fox demon proficient in creating illusions. Confusing enemies is its main strength. As long as you can break free from the illusions, killing it should be easy. Unfortunately, your mind controlled by the illusions, you did not realize this. The demon's claws slowly enter your chest. Unable to feel any pain, you are still deeply trapped in the illusions created by the demon. You die. Just before dying, you finally regain your senses and realize that you should have attacked the moment you entered the cell. Where's the demon I was supposed to be able to deal with? Are you sure I'm not just delivering a kill to the demon? Another death, and Sunan didn't know what to say. He thought that the demon Zhou Lingyan said he could deal with should be easy to solve, but he didn't expect that he would die the first time. This could only mean one thing: even the easiest demons here are not easy prey for him. However, this was not what Sunan cared about. What he cares about is the last tip of foreknowledge. He remembered that there were no hints after the first 2 foreknowledge deaths, but during the last time he hunted the Iron Ape, the foreknowledge also gave similar hints at the end. Does this mean that as long as the gap in strength is not too large, the foreknowledge will hint at what I should do? He thought of a possibility. It's not impossible. Of course, there's another possibility: maybe it's not a hint from foreknowledge, but he truly realized the problem just before dying. There's a high probability of this, and Sunan prefers to believe it's the latter. Now that he knows what to do, there's no need to waste another foreknowledge opportunity. He's ready to take action directly. A few minutes later, Sunan had already left cell number 28. Seeing the game prompts appearing in front of him, the corner of his mouth showed a smile. Congratulations! Daily task: hunt down and kill immortal level demon has been completed. 5 points of demonic power reward have been granted. Current available demonic power, 5 points. If I complete another task tomorrow, I can upgrade the Iron Ape Sutra to Great Accomplishment. It takes 8 points of demonic power to upgrade the Demon Sutra from minor achievement to great accomplishment, and he still needs 3 more points. Unfortunately, there are no more foreknowledge opportunities. If there were, he would want to try using foreknowledge to see if he could hunt the demon in cell number 42. To go to cell number 42, he must pass through cell number 30. If he can pass, it means that the powerful person in cell number 30 has temporarily regained his sanity, otherwise, he hasn't. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As there's still time before the midnight task refresh, Sunan doesn't wait and logs out of the game directly. Over an hour later. Midnight. Sunan logs into the game. Chapter 25, Gold Shop Arson. As one day ends, a new one begins, and the daily tasks are refreshed. In comparison to yesterday, there's not much difference in today's daily tasks. There is still the task to kill a guard, an exploration task for cell number 30, and a task to hunt mortal level demons. Out of the 3 task slots, 2 are occupied by 3-star tasks. The number of tasks he completes daily directly affects the amount of demon power he gains. But now, 2 unfinishable tasks have been occupying the tasking slot for a while, leaving a significant impact on him. It's an unavoidable situation, as the task refresh is clearly linked to the map he is currently in and the events he has come across. In other words, as long as he stays in this prison for 1 more day, there's a great chance he won't be able to rid himself of these 2 tasks. If it were only this, he could still undertake the 2-star task to hunt mortal level demons every day. His situation wouldn't be that bad. The problem is that in the entire first floor of the prison, there are only 3 demons which he can handle. One of them is located in cell 42, which means he only has 1 more demon to hunt. Once today's demon is hunted, he will face an awkward situation where there is no demon left to hunt. To change this situation, he has no choice but to complete a 3-star task. I can only take it 1 step at a time, Sunan sighs helplessly. Now, all he can hope for is not to be too unlucky, and encounter the awake one in cell number 30 as quickly as possible. First, I will hunt the demon I can hunt. He used his foreknowledge opportunity once more and started today's hunt. This time, his target is cell number 15. Using the Kuntian key, you successfully entered cell No 15. Inside the cell is a ground rat demon, half a man's height. You were the first to attack the ground rat demon. Unexpectedly, this demon is not strong and is the weakest you have encountered. You surprisingly have the upper hand. This is the first time you've fought a demon head-on and are excited. You plan to finish the battle swiftly, using the bloodline battle skill Mountain Elephant Tramples Mountain, delivering a significant blow to the demon. After a fierce fight, you successfully killed the demon. I already killed it. Very much to Sunan's surprise, only 1 use of foreknowledge led to success. This is the easiest to kill demon he has encountered so far. Without any hesitation, he headed straight to cell number 15. A few minutes later, the task was complete, and he received another 5 demon power points. His available demon power was now 10 points. Feeling good. With a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, Sunan realized that this had been the quickest task he'd ever completed so far. Level up the Iron Ape Sutra. As he spent 8 demon power points, he could feel his blood pulsing within him. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly. Great accomplishment of Iron Ape Sutra. I've probably gained about 300 more pounds of strength. After closely feeling the changes in his body, Sunan nodded with satisfaction. 1 type of great demon art perfection and 1 type of great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, his rate of improvement was astounding. But it was still far from enough. He hasn't been able to complete even the first stage of the mainline task, and there are only 17 days left before the demon beast arrives. There are still 3 foreknowledge opportunities left, they should all be used to probe the situation of cell No 30. After successfully hunting 1 more demon, your confidence has increased again. You decide to continue heading to cell 42 to hunt demons. As you pass cell number 30, you naturally slow down your steps. You have died. This was Sunan's 4th time dying at the entrance of cell number 30. He sighed. This task wasn't something that could be completed in a short time as expected. Log out from the game. He had 2 more chances to foretell, but he didn't continue. At this point in time, trying to foresee the future was unlikely to succeed. He planned to try again in the morning, and if that didn't work, he would wait until the evening to try yet again. The next day, Sunan was awakened by the alarm clock. It was exactly 7 o'clock. The first thing he did was not wash up, but log into the game and try to foresee the future again, as planned. Unfortunately, his failure was anticipated. "Fatty, do you ever stop? You just had us check everything yesterday, and you're having us check again today? Are you trying to make work for the sake of it?" Sunan had just arrived at the hotel where he worked and heard Wang Chong's disgruntled voice. Across from Wang Chong sat a muscular man in his 30s, the head of the hotel's security team, nicknamed Fatty. While Fatty seemed very strict at work and held high expectations for his subordinates, he was actually very warm-hearted. He had a good relationship with Sunan, Wang Chong, and the others outside of work, and they often went out to eat kebabs together. "What's going on?" Sunan stepped forward and asked. Wang Chong said, "Brother Nan, this Fatty is giving us extra work for no reason. He wants us to recheck the fire safety equipment that we just checked yesterday." Fatty said, "This is just as a precaution. Last night, a gold shop not far from us caught fire. Although no one was injured, the loss was quite heavy. That's a coincidence, isn't it? There was a fire in a residential block the night before last, and last night there was a fire in the gold shop. Both places are very close to us." Sunan felt something strange about the whole situation. Fatty continued, "But this time it seems to be arson. The police are already investigating. After the fire was extinguished, they discovered that all the gold in the shop had disappeared. So could it be that someone stole the gold and then set the fire on purpose?" asked Wang Chong. "It certainly seems that way," Fatty nodded. After a pause, he added mysteriously, "It's said that after the fire was extinguished, the surveillance footage from the shop opposite the gold shop showed that the fire in the gold shop ignited in an instant." "What do you mean?" Sunan asked. Fatty clarified, "The fire in the gold shop ignited and spread to the entire shop within less than a second. Even if it was drenched in gasoline, the spread of flames would take some time. It couldn't happen that fast. Moreover, no flammable or explosive materials were found in the gold shop. This is quite incredible. And there's another issue. The fire in the gold shop was so hot that it melted most of the metal items in the shop." Fatty shared all the information he had gathered. After listening to him, Sunan's expression changed subtly. He thought of a possibility. Players. This was caused by a game player, and specifically, a player from the law controlling class. In the game, martial artist's bloodline could be divided into 3 classes: physique series, secret power system, and law controlling class. Law controlling class could control fire, water, and thunder. He had never seen a martial artist from the law controlling class, but just based on the word's literal meaning, one could infer that such a martial artist possesses the ability to control fire. He had previously guessed that Zhou Cheng was not the only one hiding his game strength. Now, it seems his guess was correct. And coincidentally, that player wasn't far from him. The game hasn't entered public beta yet, and chaos is already starting. "I wonder what this world will become after the game goes public," Sunan expressed, concern in his eyes. Now he felt an urgent need to increase his strength. Eventually, the task of checking the fire safety equipment fell to the two of them. Having no choice, Sunan and Wang Chong reluctantly began to recheck the equipment. In the afternoon, a VIP guest arrived at the hotel. It was the person who had booked out the entire top floor of the hotel yesterday to set up a game studio. Chapter 26, Bracelet Distribution. This time, the hotel manager personally greeted them with a few waiters. To Sunan's surprise, the other party was a woman. The woman, dressed in a light blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, had an elegant demeanor and was even better than many popular stars. "It's actually her." Seeing the woman, Wang Chong was very surprised, and there was even more joy in his eyes, as if he had seen a goddess. "You know her?" Sunan was puzzled. Wang Chong looked at Sunan weirdly and said, "Brother Nan, you don't even know her? She's the daughter of the boss of our hotel." Upon hearing this, Sunan remembered something and suddenly said, "Oh, so she's that Bai Meng Meng." He learned about the name Bai Meng Meng from Wang Chong. As soon as he entered the hotel, this guy inquired about the hotel's background. When he learned that the hotel's boss had an unmarried daughter who was extremely beautiful, he was determined to marry a rich and beautiful woman and reach the peak of life. Unfortunately, Bai Mengmeng had never been to the hotel, so Wang Chong often sighed that he had no opportunity. No wonder they're booking an entire floor of rooms, it's their own hotel, of course, they can use it as they please. Sunan suddenly realized. The hotel he was staying at belonged to a large company called Jianghua Group. This company was a giant enterprise in Donglan City, involving not only manufacturing, transportation and tourism but also finance, real estate, and other industries, with a total market value of 40 to 50 billion. And the boss of Jianghua Group was Bai Mengmeng's father. Wang Chong watched Bai Mengmeng enter the elevator and muttered, "I didn't expect her to be the one setting up the game studio. Brother Nan, I feel like my chance has arrived." Then he hurriedly said, "No, I have to find out which game Bai Mengmeng plays. Maybe I can join her studio too, and then wouldn't I be just one step away from marrying a rich and beautiful woman? Good luck with that." Sunan laughed. Night falls. After finishing work for the day, Sunan returned home. He still had one more opportunity for foreknowledge today, and he naturally wouldn't waste it. He logged into the game and started the foreknowledge right away. A minute later, he quit the game. No doubt, he had failed again. Glancing at the time, it was only 9 o'clock. With nothing to do, he opened the group monster chat group set up by Zhou Cheng. Due to the upcoming public beta test of the game, the players in the group were extremely active, all discussing information related to the public test. The most discussed question was in what form the game bracelets would be distributed. Today is already the second day. According to the game notice, the game bracelets will be distributed to players worldwide who meet the qualifications tomorrow. The problem is, we can't even find the game company that made this game right now. Will the game bracelets really be sent out? Could this public test announcement be fake? Maybe it's really like what the group owner said, this game is not an ordinary game at all. Otherwise, how could there be no information about game bracelets until now? And you can't buy this game's bracelet in the market either. Everyone was curious. Even though Zhou Cheng had previously revealed the unusual nature of the game, many players still had doubts about the game. Even those who chose to believe were not fully convinced, still showing skepticism. When the game announcement previously mentioned detected players losing control, they thought it was a prank by the game's officials. So much so that many people suspected the so-called public beta test was fake, otherwise, there was no explanation for the absence of even a game official website. Sunan was also curious about how the game bracelets would be distributed. But what he was more curious about was who made this game and what the purpose was. Also, what was the identity of the woman who gave him the bracelet back then? Why would his own bracelet possess talents that others didn't have? If the game bracelets are really going to be distributed tomorrow, maybe I can take this opportunity to find out who made the game. Tonight, there is only one day left until the game's public test. There has been no discussion about the game in reality. This shows that knowledge of the Demon World game is still limited to a few people. 1 million places, that's 1 million game bracelets. With such a huge number, relevant information about the game's creators could surely be found, unless those bracelets could appear out of thin air in the hands of the players. Of course, Sunan had no doubt that the game's creators had the ability to make those bracelets appear out of nowhere. Everything will be clear tomorrow. Time passes. Midnight quietly came, and the daily tasks were refreshed in the game. Sunan once again logged into the game. Just like yesterday, there were 2 3-star tasks and 1 2-star task today. The difference from yesterday was that, while he could complete one task yesterday, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to finish any of them today. I'll try foreknowledge once now, and if it doesn't work, I'll try again tomorrow morning, and save the remaining 2 attempts for after work tomorrow. If possible, he would like to foresee 24 hours a day, but that clearly couldn't happen. He started the foreknowledge, and after just a few lines of text were refreshed, it ended with his 6th death. Piece of trash game. Time for sleep. Today is the final day of the game's public beta test countdown. Early morning. Sunan was awakened by the alarm clock. He habitually picked up his phone and looked at it. Instantly, he jolted wide awake. The group monster chat group had already blown up. It's because the game bracelets for the Demon World have really been distributed. It appears out of thin air. The game bracelets actually appeared out of thin air. There are no signs at all. Oh my god! Who can tell me how this is done? Is it extraterrestrial civilization? It's true, what the group owner said is true, the world in this game is absolutely real. Did it really appear out of thin air? Even though he had already guessed that this possibility would arise, when it really happened, Sunan was still shocked. He could not imagine what this meant. Perhaps, as other players speculated, it is indeed an alien civilization controlling all of this. Of course, Sunan would rather believe that all of this is related to the demon world in the game. Because the powerful people in the game obviously knew that players would appear. Looking at the headlines of major platforms, without exception, they are all about the appearance of game bracelets. It is impossible to verify who first discovered the bracelet, but it can be confirmed that the game bracelets appeared out of thin air at 5 am. It seemed like they had been placed there in advance by someone and appeared at a specific time without a trace. At first, many people thought it was a prank, but as more and more bracelets appeared, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. Soon, with the news breaking that the protagonist of the Bearman incident in Donglan City the day before was actually a player from the demon world, everyone freaked out. The subsequent developments were completely beyond imagination, with various tycoons making their moves, and massively buying up bracelets, causing the price of the game bracelets to soar. 2 hours have passed now, and the price of the game bracelets has been fried to millions per piece, and this price is increasing at an astonishing rate every minute. At the first sign of the bracelets, the official side made a move. They not only bought up game bracelets but also directly contacted the first batch of players. What are you guys going to do? The officials have called me and asked if I'm interested in joining them. I got a call too, I agreed, and they said they'll send someone to pick me up. I don't want to join the officials, I just want to be an individual player, free and unrestricted. But I don't know how to refuse them. Guys, please help me figure out a way, I'm online waiting, in a hurry. In the queue group, many players have received an invitation from the officials. Seeing this, Sunan's heart sank. If other players could be found by the officials, he could be as well, and that's not what he wanted to see right now. Fortunately, it wasn't long before some players discovered that the players approached by the officials had either posted or replied to messages in the forums. What's meant to come will come eventually. If you can't avoid it, then try to improve your strength as much as possible. Close the group chat. Log into the game and use a foreknowledge opportunity according to the plan. As expected, he failed again. He has only 2 foreknowledge opportunities today. Linjiang Hotel. Wang Chong is still shocked. Brother Nan, there's really a force beyond reality in this world, and it even exists in the form of a game. Then, he is annoyed, I didn't get a qualification for this public beta test. With the current price of bracelets, why would I still go to work if I managed to get a game bracelet? Sunan comforted, it's said that this is only the first public beta of the game, and there will be opportunities in the future. Wang Chong cried, even if there are opportunities later, it won't be so valuable. I've lost 100 million, rounding off. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, right, Brother Nan, do you know that Miss Bai was one of the first players in the demon world? She knew about the game's public beta testing early on, and that's why she spent a lot of money setting up the game studio. Really? Sunan pretended to be surprised, no wonder she was willing to invest heavily in building a game studio, doesn't that mean she's also buying up game bracelets now? Wang Chong nodded, I've heard that she started buying them as soon as the bracelets appeared and only spent 100 million to buy 13 game bracelets. Now she's looking for suitable members to use those bracelets. Sure enough, being the daughter of the richest man in Donglan City means she's really wealthy. She can easily afford 100 million. Sunan sighed slightly. According to the current price, buying 13 bracelets for 100 million could indeed be considered cheap. Looking at Wang Chong, Sunan joked, it seems that you not only lost 100 million, but you also lost the opportunity to marry a rich and beautiful woman. If Wang Chong could get a game bracelet, he would have had the chance to get close to Bai Mengmeng, and he might even be able to join Bai Mengmeng's game studio. Now, there's no chance. Who says it isn't? Wang Chong had an even bitter face, looking dejected. The appearance of the Demon World game bracelets caused the entire world to boil. Major conglomerates are eager to flex their muscles and ready to enter the game to show off. All eyes are focused on this suddenly emerging game, and the world's development is beginning to change subtly. However, this change apparently cannot affect Sunan's peaceful life. 8 o'clock at night. After handing over to the night shift colleague, the first thing Sunan did when he returned home was to log into the game. Today his third premonition had begun. He thought it would be another failed premonition. However, to his surprise, something unexpected happened. Chapter 27, Ancient Gold Scroll. You are eager to hunt the demon in cell 42, but the presence in cell 30 hinders your steps. You fear no hardships and set out again, hoping to find the right opportunity. This time you are lucky, for as you pass cell number 30, you are not killed by the power that seems to have escaped it. You successfully arrive at cell 42. I've made it through. I actually passed cell no 30. Words on the panel were quickly flashing by. Sunan was at first stunned and then overjoyed. He was originally prepared for a long-term battle with cell number 30. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky that he only needed 3 of his 4 daily foreknowledge opportunities to succeed. Zhou Lingyan said that I could gain a chance in cell number 30, but I wonder what that chance could be. Sunan couldn't wait any longer, but one thing was certain, he now had a chance to complete his 3-star task. That was worth 15 demon points, the equivalent of doing 3 2-star daily tasks or 15 1-star tasks. Upon entering cell 42, you are greeted by the foul fangs of a demon. Your instincts and preparedness help you easily dodge the bite, but then comes a barrage of claws. This is a demon with speed as its main attribute, and you can only defend while looking for a chance to counterattack. 3 breaths later, you find an opportunity to counterattack. You start fighting back, but, unfortunately, the demon is too fast, dodging most of your attacks. You struggle in the fight, feeling frustrated that despite your superior strength, you always fall short of inflicting serious damage on your opponent. Eventually, after 2 minutes of attrition, your speed gradually slows down. The demon seizes this opportunity and tears your throat with a single strike. You are dead. Before dying, you realize that if only you had a little more strength or speed, you could have hunted down the demon. The foreknowledge ends with death, but Sunan is not disappointed. The purpose of this foreknowledge has been achieved. As long as he can enter cell number 30 and complete the task there, the demon in cell 42 will be like fish on a chopping board. The reward of 15 demon points would be enough for him to raise the Iron Ape Sutra to perfection. I still have one more foreknowledge opportunity. This time I'll foresee entering cell no 30. Although he is confident that the powerful person inside cell number 30 has temporarily escaped the control of evil energies and regained their sanity, the task is still a 3-star one and he dares not gamble. The foreknowledge begins. Cell number 30 is very dangerous, and you know you may die inside, but you fear no danger and decide to explore cell no 30. You successfully arrive at cell number 30, using the Kuntian key to unlock the prison door. As the door is opened, an intense aura of death stares at you from a pair of ancient and cloudy eyes. You see a disheveled old man sitting in a corner of the cell on one side, looking weak and as if he's nearing the end of his life. You immediately take out the identity jade representing Zhou Lingyan and greet the old man on her behalf. The old man recognizes the jade and his eyes slowly soften. You boldly try to enter the cell. The old man does not attack you, but neither does he pay attention to you. You try to communicate with the old man. However, he seems not to hear, giving no response. You won't give up. If you can't communicate with the old man, you won't be able to gain any benefit from him. In order to attract the old man's attention, you say outright that you are an outsider. The old man's eyes reveal surprise. He glances at you but then loses interest. He's so cold. This doesn't move him at all. Watching this, Sunan couldn't help it. Last time, when he faced Zhou Lingyan and revealed that he was an outsider, her attitude changed quickly. This tactic had only mildly surprised the old man. It is evident that while Sunan's identity as an outsider may be mysterious, it does not hold much weight for some people. Or, his identity as an outsider is not enough to interest the old man. You try various methods to communicate with the old man, but he still ignores you. With no other options, you decide to go back and consult Zhou Lingyan. Just as you are about to leave the cell, the old man suddenly notices something, and comes to your side. He places a hand on your head, probing a certain force within you. Congratulations, the technique seeds in your body caught the old man's attention. He becomes interested in you and inquires how you acquired them. Technique seeds. Sunan is both surprised and delighted. The technique seeds were the reward he received for completing a 4-star novice task. They have remained dormant within him since he acquired them, as he has not yet found a method to activate them. He never imagined that this very thing would reveal its usefulness here. You don't hide the origin of the technique seeds. After hearing your brief account, the old man finally shows an incredulous expression. He takes out a yellow golden booklet, silent for a moment. The old man tells you that the booklet contains an ancient scripture passed down from ancient times, which records a powerful forbidden technique. Unfortunately, with the collapse of the ancient world and the great changes in heaven and earth, the ancient scripture, while still preserved and coincidentally acquired by the old man, is no longer viable for cultivation. Your technique seeds are also a product of ancient times. Although a few still remain in this world, they are similarly unreachable and unactivated like the once powerful technique. As an outsider, being able to receive the technique seed's approval causes the old man to see the possibility of cultivating the ancient scripture in you. He decides to give you the golden booklet. Text messages rapidly jump across the screen, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 minutes allocated to foreknowledge has passed. The foreknowledge ends here. An ancient scripture. Is this my destined opportunity? Sunan is shocked. Even if he doesn't know what kind of secret technique is recorded, the title itself is awe-inspiring. At the very least, he can confirm that the value of this item exceeds his imagination. No longer hesitating, he eagerly heads for cell number 30. Following the events of his foreknowledge, Sunan immediately took out Zhou Lingyan's identity jade card as he opened the door to cell number 30. What happened next mirrored the events in his foreknowledge. At first, he did not attract the old man's attention. It wasn't until he was about to leave that the old man noticed the technique's seeds within him. In the end, the old man gave him the golden booklet. Is this the ancient gold scroll that records secret techniques? Holding the one-finger-thick golden booklet in his hand, Sunan's heart trembled. Ancient gold scroll, mythical item, used to record secret techniques in ancient times. This scroll records a scripture called Life Wheel Scripture. After using it, you will acquire the method to cultivate the Life Wheel Scripture. Do you want to use it now? Chapter 28, Practice Conditions. No. He naturally wouldn't use it in front of the old man. I've had this golden booklet for 300 years, and I've studied it countless times and tried countless methods. Unfortunately, times have changed, and this ancient scripture is destined not to be cultivated successfully. But you're different, you're an outsider, and most importantly, you've been recognized by the technique seeds, so you might have a chance to cultivate the ancient scripture. If one day you can truly cultivate this ancient scripture, you must promise me that you will cleanse the demons from this world and return a bright and clear world to humanity. Sunan solemnly nodded and said, Senior, rest assured, if I ever cultivate this ancient scripture, I will make it my duty to slay demons and return a piece of heaven and earth to my people. Even without the old man saying it, he would do the same, because demons are a source of demon power for him. The old man nodded, his voice gradually became low. Go, I will soon completely lose control and seal myself here to prevent becoming a monster controlled by evil energy. Do not come back here again. Senior, farewell. Sunan bowed to the old man and turned to leave the prison cell. Just as he left the cell and closed the prison door, the prompt for completing the task appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the 3-star task. Explore cell No 30, 15. Demon points reward has been issued. Current available demonic power, 17 points. Finally, it's done. He breathed a sigh of relief. This 3-star task is crucial to whether he can continue hunting demons and gaining demon power. There's only one demon left in this prison that he can kill, and the demon power gained from hunting demons isn't enough to bring the Iron Ape Sutra to perfection. If the Iron Ape Sutra isn't perfected, it would be difficult for him to hunt other demons, thus falling into a vicious cycle. But now it's different. With 17 demon points he can bring the Iron Ape Sutra to perfection. Although it's still hard to continue hunting other demons, there's hope. Let me see what's so special about this ancient scripture. He took out the golden booklet containing the ancient scripture, and this time, he did not hesitate to use it. Golden light flowed, an array of light shot out from the booklet and entered his mind. Immediately, the little golden booklet lost all its luster, its surface corroded and rusty. At the same time, his personal information panel changed. In between the bloodline and technique columns, an ancient scripture column appeared. Ancient scripture, life wheel scripture, not yet started. Lack of cultivation conditions, unable to cultivate. Can't cultivate. Sunan wasn't too surprised, lacking cultivation conditions and unable to cultivate was within his expectations. If it were so easy to cultivate, the old man would have done it long ago, and wouldn't have left it for him. He didn't give up, though, and still planned to try cultivating according to the method recorded in the ancient scripture. However, soon after, he stopped cultivating. It felt completely different from cultivating the Demon Sutra. There was no response from the ancient scripture within his body. Undoubtedly, he couldn't cultivate this ancient scripture either. The old man said that after the ancient world shattered, it was impossible to cultivate the ancient scripture in this world. It must be a problem with this world. What would happen if I tried to cultivate it in the real world? Sunan suddenly thought of a method, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Since the Demon Sutra could circulate in the real world, there was no reason why the ancient scripture couldn't. What if the ancient scripture, which couldn't be cultivated in this world, could actually work in the real world? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to quit the game and experiment. However, he soon restrained himself, as he still had tasks left to complete today. Let's finish hunting the demons first. Putting aside the issue of the ancient scripture, he turned his attention to the Iron Ape Sutra on his personal information panel. With a thought, a full 16 points of demon power vanished. As the bloodline surged within his body, Sunan could clearly sense the increase in his strength. The Iron Ape Sutra was finally perfected. Next, all that is left is the awakening of the bloodline combat technique. The awakening of the bloodline combat technique couldn't really help him increase his strength, but it was an effective way to enhance his fighting prowess. His foreknowledge opportunity for today was gone, so he couldn't do any more foresight. Fortunately, his previous foresight had already told him that as long as his strength could be increased again, he would be able to deal with that demon. Now he had already met that condition. Directly entered cell 42. A few minutes later, Sunan left cell 42. The task was completed without doubt, and 5 demon power points were added to his account, leaving him with a total of 6 demon power points. Quit game. In his bedroom, he climbed out of the game warehouse. He glanced at the time. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since he entered the game, and it was still just after 8 o'clock, not yet 9 o'clock. There's still plenty of time, let's see whether I can practice the life wheel scripture or not. He was a bit impatient. The cultivation method of the life wheel scripture was completely different from that of the Demon Sutra. The essence of the Demon Sutra was to enhance one's bloodline, while the life wheel scripture was to cultivate one's obscure destiny. Sunan didn't know what destiny was, he could only follow the cultivation method according to the life wheel scripture. Hi! Just as he began to practice the technique, he suddenly realized something was off. While practicing in the game, he felt that he was just making useless efforts, and there was no response from the technique. But when practicing in reality, he immediately felt the difference. His body underwent inexplicable changes. It's possible. The life wheel scripture can really be practiced in the real world. Sunan was surprised and delighted. Without thinking too much, he continued to follow the ancient scripture's method to cultivate, intending to give it his all to try to reach the beginner level of this ancient scripture. As the ancient scripture continued to operate within his body, slowly, his body began to undergo bizarre changes. An hour later, Sunan stood up, his face full of disbelief. His strength had doubled. This is not the growth brought about by the life wheel scripture. The life wheel scripture doesn't have strength enhancement effects. It's the bloodline. He clearly felt that at this moment, there were 2 bloodline powers within his body, one was the mountain elephant bloodline, and the other was the iron ape bloodline. The 2 bloodlines were about equal in terms of strength enhancement. Keep in mind that the mountain elephant bloodline only appeared in his real life after awakening the bloodline combat technique. But the iron ape bloodline was only at perfection, and it hadn't even awakened the bloodline yet, so it shouldn't have appeared in his body at this time. However, here it was. This was the effect of the life wheel scripture. The life wheel scripture completely integrated his in-game power into his body, no longer restricted by bloodline awakening. Does this mean that as long as I gain a bloodline in the game, my real-life body can immediately use it? If that's true, then the life wheel scripture is too powerful. He continued to carefully sense the changes in his body. He noticed, in a daze, a huge wheel within his body, slowly spinning. The wheel was divided into 3 circles from the inside out. The innermost circle radiated a faint glow, while the middle and outer circles were strange, not only without any brightness but also like an illusion, faintly visible. What is this thing? Sunan wondered. The life wheel scripture only had the cultivation method, but it didn't have any other introductions, so he didn't know the specific abilities of the ancient scripture. Log back into the game and check, maybe the game will know what this is. Logging into the game once more, he immediately opened the personal information panel. Chapter 29, Life Stealing, Stealing Heaven. Name, Wang Nan. Race, Human. Realm, Mortal Level. Demon Sutra, Mountain Elephant Sutra, Great Perfection, Iron Ape Sutra, Perfection. Bloodline, Mountain Elephant Bloodline, Iron Ape Bloodline. Ancient Scripture, Life Wheel Scripture, Unique, First Level. Technique, Bone Shifting, Activatable. Talent, Foreseeing the Future, Unique. Demon Power, 6 points. The success of Life Wheel Scripture cultivation is not shown as beginner on the panel, but as the first level, indicating that there are many levels in this ancient scripture. And there's a unique label. Does this mean that, like the foreknowledge of the future, only I can cultivate the Life Wheel Scripture? The bone shifting has also become activatable. Is this due to the Life Wheel Scripture? Sunan easily spotted the changes to the panel's information, his eyes gleaming with delight. Real-world cultivation indeed reflects in the game. He focused on the Life Wheel Scripture, and the introduction related to the Life Wheel Scripture appeared before his eyes. Life Wheel Scripture, Unique First Level, Mysterious Ancient Scripture from Ancient Times, can condense the life wheel within the body after successful cultivation. Effect 1, Life Stealing. You have 2 chances to steal others' fate. When you kill a target that can have its life stolen, you will automatically steal their destiny. Effect 2, Stealing Heaven. When you steal someone's destiny, you possess the ability to swap day and night. Actively operate the life wheel, and your identity will change. Other effects not known, please explore by yourself. Life Stealing? Stealing Heaven. After carefully reading the introduction of the Life Wheel Scripture, Sunan finally understood the general functioning of the Life Wheel Scripture. It was evident that the wheel in his body was so-called life wheel. And life stealing and stealing heaven were abilities derived from this life wheel. These 2 abilities seemed interesting from their introductions. Life stealing was responsible for stealing the fates of others, while stealing heaven was responsible for using such stolen fates. However, their specific uses were yet unknown and would require experimentation to find out. His gaze fell on the first level after the Life Wheel Scripture. Another prompt popped up. To upgrade the Life Wheel Scripture to the second level requires 100 Demon Power Points and you lack enough Demon Power. 100 Demon Power Points? That's a lot. Sunan exhaled quietly. As expected from items of the ancient times, they simply couldn't be compared to ordinary Demon Sutras. 100 Demon Power Points was a large amount. He sure couldn't upgrade it in a short span of time. Let's leave this aside for now. There's no target to steal fate from at the moment, so there's no point stressing over this while I'm here. Sunan abandoned his thoughts about the Life Wheel Scripture and turned his attention to the technique column. Technique seeds and Life Wheel Scripture both originated from ancient times. Clearly, these 2 were products of the same system. To activate the technique seeds, ancient scriptures from the ancient times were necessary. Earlier, as he had not been cultivating ancient scriptures, naturally, he couldn't activate the technique seeds. Technique, Bone Shifting, Activatable. Activate. With his thoughts guiding him, the Life Wheel Scripture began to spin uncontrollably on its own. In a daze, he gained a new ability. It was an ability independent of his bloodline, almost like a talent. He couldn't resist trying it out. Instantly, his body began to transform. His stature grew taller, and his appearance changed. If he had a mirror right now, Sunan knew that he would definitely see the face of Wang Chong reflected in it. He had taken on the appearance of Wang Chong. Isn't this just an advanced version of disguise? Sunan was surprised. The ability of bone shifting was simple, it changed his body, allowing him to look like anyone else. This change was not limited to just humans. If he wished, he could even transform into other creatures, even demons. It was a mystical transformation technique. The only restriction being, he couldn't transform into something much smaller or larger than his own size. This ability is pretty good. Although this technique didn't increase his strength, it might play an unexpected role in certain situations. For instance, taking the form of a wolf demon. A bold idea rose in Sunan's heart. Perhaps, he could use the form of a wolf demon to slip out of the prison. Then he thought about Life Wheel Scripture's stealing heaven ability, which could also make him take the form of someone else. Don't these two abilities overlap? No, bone shifting just changes my outward appearance. In essence, I am still me, there's no real transformation. Stealing heaven is different. It can make me become another person on the level of destiny. It's on a whole other level. If these two abilities are combined, wouldn't I be able to perfectly impersonate anyone? There was a gleam in Sunan's eyes. If things really were as he supposed, he might be able to play the game under a different identity. A moment later, he quit the game. The time was now 9 o'clock, 3 hours from the public beta test of the game. He was getting excited. After this public beta test, a survival trial lasting 15 days would begin. Most importantly, rankings would be established based on Ream. He wondered where he would fall. Climbing out from the game warehouse, Sunan was about to open the game forum to check on the status of other players. Suddenly, he noticed a red glow emerging in the distant night sky outside the window. The red light illuminated the night sky and could be seen from a great distance, an effect beyond what neon lights could achieve. What's going on over there? Sunan felt curious and approached the window to look into the distance. His apartment was on the 23rd floor with an excellent view. With the added bonus of the Demon Sutra, he could see things even 5 or 6 kilometers away. In his line of sight, the source of the red light was a building on the ground, which, Sunan remembered, should be a large shopping mall. The red light flickered, and Sunan could faintly hear the continuous sound of sirens. It was a fire truck's alarm. It's a fire. Sunan's eyebrows shot up as he thought of the fires from the previous 2 nights. With this one, it was the 3rd in a row. 3 fires in 3 days, and all relatively close by. What are the odds? It must be a player, Sunan concluded. At the same time, a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Once someone obtained power, they often couldn't resist their desires. The player causing chaos now was the first, but definitely wouldn't be the last. As players gradually mastered the power in the game, the rules of this world were bound to be rewritten. Chaos was about to arrive. In such an era, to live well, one must possess power beyond that of an ordinary person. He had no plans to meddle in other people's affairs. He had no intention of maintaining social peace. Besides, even if he wanted to, it wouldn't come to him. After 3 consecutive fires, the officials, no matter how slow they were, must have understood by now. That player was probably already being watched by the authorities. Without giving it another thought, he turned to leave the window. Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye, and he let out a surprised noise. Huh? What's that over there? Immediately, he activated the Demon Sutra again, greatly enhancing his vision and looking towards the area he had just spotted from the corner of his eye. It was a place about 2 kilometers away from him, a large area without any lights, shrouded in darkness. That was a vast protective forest, with a railway line going through the middle, and a small river on one side of the forest. Just a moment ago, he was sure he saw a fireball suddenly rising in the protective forest. The fireball appeared abruptly, and disappeared just as quickly. It all happened in the blink of an eye. It was only because his apartment was on a higher floor that he could see this event from a wide perspective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen it. Sunan was certain that the fireball that had just erupted was not something an ordinary person could create. 9 out of 10 times, it was that law-controlling class martial artist. Interesting, a hint of intrigue flashed in Sunan's eyes. He originally didn't plan to meddle, but now that he had discovered this player, he decided to check it out. Chapter 30, Fierce Battle in the Forest. Boom! Under the night, the scorching flames exploded with a dull roar. A willow tree, as thick as an adult's thigh, was broken in half, filling the air with the smell of charred wood. In the protective forest, 2 men faced each other. One of them was a young man, and the other was slightly older, approaching middle age. I didn't expect that in this small Donglan city, besides me, there are other players who have already awakened their Demon Sutra. Li Suheng stared at the man opposite him, his face ugly. Ever since he gained the power in the game, his confidence skyrocketed, and he finally dared to carry out what he originally wanted to do but didn't dare to do. He also wondered if his actions would attract official attention. However, the difficulty of the game told him that, not to mention in Donglan City, even in the whole country, there would not be many players with Bloodline Awakening. But he never imagined that on the third day, he would encounter another player with Bloodline Awakening. What angered him even more was that this player had targeted him and attacked him without a word upon seeing him. Li Suheng stared at the middle-aged man. You awakened your bloodline at this time, it means you got quite an opportunity in the game. You and I are destined to be the protagonists of this era. We should work together to create our future instead of fighting each other to the death here. The middle-aged man said solemnly, different paths lead to different outcomes. Relying on your power that transcends reality, you have caused chaos and seriously disrupted social order. Today, I must capture you. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Li Suheng's face changed. Capture me? Are you with the officials? He was slightly alarmed inside, never expecting to be noticed by the officials so quickly. At the same time, he also didn't expect the officials to have a player with awakened bloodlines so soon. How could Li Suheng know that he was noticed by the officials after his second move? However, at that time, there were no bloodline awakening players in Donglan City, so the officials could only keep an eye on him temporarily. Not until today, when the officials accidentally recruited a player whose bloodline was about to awaken during a large-scale recruitment of the first batch of players. That player was the middle-aged man standing before him now. His name was Yang Zheng. He was originally a police officer, but had to retire early due to an accident a few years ago. A player with a nearly awakened bloodline, who was also a former police officer, was immediately appointed by the officials as the person in charge of Donglan City due to his dual identity. Then, using the resources they had, they quickly helped Yang Zheng complete his daily task in the game. Finally, a few hours ago, Yang Zheng succeeded in awakening his bloodline by gathering enough demon power. Yang Zheng said, Li Suheng, you can't escape. I advise you to surrender. You shouldn't have gone down this path with your abilities. The country needs talents like you now. As long as you're willing to make up for your mistakes, there's still a possibility of letting you go in the future. Li Suheng sneered, not giving Yang Zheng any respect. You think you can really handle me? Your physique power is indeed much greater than mine, but my flames aren't weak either. Yang Zheng said, whether I can handle you or not, we'll find out by trying. As his words fell, Yang Zheng suddenly charged towards Li Suheng. Seeing this, Li Suheng cursed, you're so ungrateful. The battle between the two was about to begin again. Both sides used their skills. Li Suheng shot flames at Yang Zheng, while Yang Zheng relied on his strength to display astonishing speed, trying to get close to Li Suheng. However, both of them were bloodline awakening fighters, their strength was at the same level, and neither could easily defeat the other. A moment later, Li Suheng's face looked ugly, and he quickly said, I admit you're strong, but if you think you can catch me, you're dreaming. With that said, he made a decision on the spot and turned to run. He was alone, but Yang Zheng wasn't. If his strength was exhausted by Yang Zheng, and other officials arrived, he could only surrender. You can't get away. Yang Zheng was getting anxious. He didn't hold anything back, and a pistol appeared in his hand as he touched his waist. Bang! Bullets shot out. Upon hearing the gunshots, Li Suheng's face finally changed. He reacted quickly, immediately taking shelter behind a relatively thick willow tree. However, the bullet still hit his shoulder. What can a gun do? You can't catch me today. Li Suheng endured the intense pain, gritting his teeth, and in the next moment, a fire serpent danced out. This was his bloodline combat skill. He originally didn't want to use it, because once he did, his bloodline power would be significantly consumed, which would be very disadvantageous for him. But now, there was no other choice. The fire serpent danced as if it had come to life, rapidly wrapping around Yang Zheng. The willow trees it passed were ignited, showing the high temperature of the fire serpent. Yang Zheng changed color. He had a feeling that if he was entangled by the fire serpent, he would undoubtedly die. Helplessly, he could only quickly retreat, distancing himself from the fire serpent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Suheng swiftly escaped. About 10 minutes later, on a secluded path, Li Suheng covered the wound on his shoulder while gasping for air, his face extremely pale. He never expected that the officials would send a bloodline awakening warrior so quickly. He was careless this time. My strength is still too weak. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. With my opportunities in the game, it won't be long before I awaken my second bloodline. At that time, I'll make that guy wish he was dead. Li Suheng gritted his teeth. He wished he could kill the person who injured him just now, but he knew that he couldn't do it. His current situation was very dangerous. He needed to find a safe place to avoid being captured as soon as possible. Quickly, he followed the path forward. Without going too far, Li Suheng suddenly noticed that a young man was following him at some point. The young man seemed to have noticed his abnormality and was staring at him. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Li Suheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If it had been before, he would have definitely killed the young man in front of him. But now he couldn't. Using the bloodline combat skill had almost drained the bloodline power in his body. Now, every bit of his strength was extremely precious and could not be wasted on an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the young man laughed without showing any fear. This person was Sunan. However, at this moment, his appearance had changed greatly. His once handsome face became ordinary, and his figure became obese. This was the effect of bone shifting. After entering the beginner stage of the life wheel scripture, he could use the power of the game without any restrictions, including techniques. What if I catch you and hand you over to the guy just now? You saw it. Li Suheng was startled and then realized that he was both surprised and angry, no longer concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Kid, you brought death upon yourself, don't blame me. He didn't realize Sunan's differences. This wasn't his fault. The game Demon World was extremely difficult, and ordinary people couldn't even complete the novice task in a week. In his opinion, having him and Yang Zheng, the two bloodline awakening warriors, in Donglan City was already a miracle. There couldn't be any other players who had awakened bloodline combat skills. Go die! A ball of flame shot out. Li Suheng made his move. Chapter 31, Two Roles. Li Suheng's mouth carried a ferocious grin, as if he had already seen Sunan swallowed by the flames, struggling in pain. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Sunan effortlessly dodged the attack with a single step. This. Li Suheng's pupils contracted sharply, his flame attack was extremely fast. Although not as fast as a bullet, it was still beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Is he also a player who had a bloodline awakening? A thought flashed through Li Suheng's mind. Without giving him time to think, he suddenly realized that Sunan had already arrived in front of him. He had no time to react, and Sunan's palm had already struck his skull in his line of sight. In an instant, Li Suheng heard the sound of his skull cracking. This was definitely not the power a bloodline awakening should have. As the last thought flashed by, Li Suheng's corpse fell down stiffly. Until his death, he could not understand how there could be other bloodline awakening players in Donglan City. Moreover, it seemed as if they had awakened more than one bloodline. What's the point of forcing me to make a move? Shaking off the liquid splattered on his hand, Sunan was disgusted. This was his first time killing someone, but he didn't know if it was because he had killed too many demons. He didn't feel anything special. After all, those humanoid-headed beast-bodied demons weren't much different from humans. Ignoring Li Suheng's corpse, he turned to leave. Suddenly, his face changed. Inside his body, the huge life wheel started spinning on its own. As the life wheel spun quickly, the next moment, it seemed as if he had established an invisible connection with Li Suheng's corpse on the ground. Vaguely, he felt something indescribable and indistinct being rapidly peeled away from Li Suheng's body and devoured by his life wheel. Instantly, the life wheel emitted a bright light and spun even faster. When the life wheel stopped spinning, Sunan saw that not only the first circle was exceptionally bright, but also the originally faint and illusory second circle had become bright and no longer illusory. This is life-stealing. An epiphany rose in Sunan's heart. He knew that he had taken Li Suheng's fate. Now, with just a thought, he could replace Li Suheng. Looking at Li Suheng's corpse again, his gaze fell on the game bracelet on Li Suheng's left wrist. After some thought, he took it off. I have to leave this place first. Without time to think more, Sunan turned around and left. He didn't know that just a few minutes after he left, 2 men wearing duckbill caps and black masks covering their faces quickly arrived in front of Li Suheng's corpse. We're too late. Who is it? How can there be other bloodline awakening players in Donglan City? The bracelet isn't on him. It must have been taken by the one who killed him. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the eyes of the 2 men flashed with displeasure. They had come to find the missing bracelet, and they had originally locked their target on Li Suheng. Unexpectedly, before they could make a move, Li Suheng had already been killed by someone else. There are other bloodline awakening players in Donglan City. That guy's bracelet may not necessarily be the one we're looking for. That's right, the hidden bloodline awakening player is more likely. Whether it is or not, we must find that person as soon as possible. That bracelet must be recovered quickly. The 2 men didn't even look at the corpse on the ground and quickly left. Not long after they left, another figure discovered the location. The person who arrived was Yang Zheng, who had fought with Li Suheng earlier. Was it another player who made a move? Yang Zheng's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful look, not knowing what he was thinking. Upon returning home, Sunan's eyes showed joy. He never expected that the ancient scripture, which he had just begun to learn half an hour ago, would have worked so quickly. The life wheel slowly spun inside his body, and now he could control the life wheel within him. His heart stirred, and the light from the second life wheel that had stolen Li Suheng's fate suddenly shone brightly, while the light from the first life wheel quickly dimmed. He immediately felt that something had changed within him. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. But he knew that his fate had been changed, replaced by Li Suheng's. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Li Suheng's game bracelet. The reason he wanted to take Li Suheng's bracelet was to see if he could use Li Suheng's bracelet after his fate had changed to Li Suheng's. Enter the game warehouse. An unexpected thing happened. Consciousness connecting. Connection successful. Detected game bracelet, loading into the game. Unknown error occurred, data lost, data correction in progress. Data correction completed, welcome Zhang Yang back to the game. Zhang Yang. Did it work? Looking at the pop-up messages, Sunan's eyes filled with anticipation. If he could truly use Li Suheng's bracelet to log in, wouldn't he be replacing Li Suheng in the game? However, he was disappointed. He couldn't replace Li Suheng's role. He appeared in the familiar prison corridor. Failure? No, if it failed, why can I enter the game with someone else's bracelet? Sunan was puzzled and immediately looked at his personal information panel. He saw that his panel had changed dramatically, and it was no longer the familiar appearance. Name, Zhang Yang. Race, human. Realm, mortal level. Demon Sutra, none. Bloodline, none. Demon power, 0 points. His personal information panel had turned into a panel for a player named Zhang Yang. Sunan suddenly realized that this should be Li Suheng's pseudonym in the game. Seeing this, Sunan's disappointment vanished in an instant. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. Just due to some unknown reasons, the replacement was not complete. Most of the information was lost, resulting in him still being in the prison, and the panel being blank. The life wheel scripture changed my identity, and now I'm Li Suheng in the game. It's just that I'm not the real Li Suheng, and I don't have his bloodline or his demon sutra. It seemed like he had an additional alternate account. Sunan was overjoyed. If it were an ordinary game, having multiple accounts wouldn't matter, but the demon world was different. This place seemed like a real world. Having multiple accounts here would greatly increase the space he could manipulate. Clenching his fists, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the change in identity did not mean that he could not use the powers of the other identity. His bloodline power was not restricted at all, and a powerful force surged from every corner of his body. He could still use the mountain elephant bloodline and the iron ape bloodline. At this moment, a series of prompts popped up. Notice, bloodline loss detected, demon sutra loss detected, you can reselect a controlling technique bloodline to integrate. Notice, detected that you have practiced the ancient Ru Wheel Sutra, personal information has been updated. Notice, detected that you have the art of body transformation, personal information has been updated. Notice, detected that you have the talent to foresee the future, personal information has been updated. Notice, detected that you have 6 usable demon power points, personal information has been updated. After 5 consecutive notices appeared, his initially blank personal information panel had changed instantly. Chapter 32, Public Beta Test begins. Name, Zhang Yang. Race, Human. Realm, Mortal Level. Demon Sutra, None. Bloodline, None. Ancient Scripture, Life Wheel Scripture, First Level. Technique, Bone Shifting. Talent, Foreknowledge of the Future, Unique. Demon Power, 6 points. Is this, sharing the abilities of my other identity? The appearance of the personal information panel drastically changes, caught Sunan by surprise for a moment, but he quickly adapted. The joy was evident in his eyes. Obviously, apart from the Demon Sutra and Bloodline not being shared, his ancient scripture, talent, techniques, and demon power were all shared with his own character role. This meant that even if he changed his identity, it wouldn't impact his strength. Even the demon power obtained through his character Zhang Yang could also be used on his own panel. But what piqued Sunan's interest the most was the first prompt. Lost Bloodline, able to reintegrate with a law-controlling class bloodline. A law-controlling class bloodline? Sunan was curious, he didn't expect the game to give him such a hint. Was it because Li Suheng was previously a law-controlling class warrior? A martial artist cannot fuse 2 different kinds of bloodlines, or it will inevitably lead to a bloodline conflict out of control. Considering he already has the physique bloodline, he should ideally choose the same line for fusion. Yet, the game informed him that he could choose to fuse the controlling technique bloodline. Does this mean that he can genuinely fuse the controlling technique bloodline? The possibility isn't zero, after all, he is now Li Suheng. How is Sunan's physique bloodline related to Li Suheng? Can it work or not? Why not give it a try? Other people would undoubtedly hesitate in this situation, but not him. He had the foreknowledge talent, he could completely try it in his foresight. Thinking of this, Sunan could hardly resist. Unfortunately, he didn't have the prerequisite conditions. He didn't possess any other bloodline or sutras. No rush for bloodline and sutras, what I need now is demon power. Now that I've become Li Suheng in the game, can I undertake Li Suheng's tasks? He thought about the tasks. He opened the task panel. Prompt, unknown error has occurred, mainline tasks unavailable, daily tasks regenerated. Daily task 1, hunt down immortal level demon. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily task 2, explore the first floor of the prison. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 1 demon power point. Daily task 3, hunt a guard. Task difficulty, 3 star. Task reward, 15 demon power points. It's possible. It really is. Sunan's breathing quickened, he could undertake Li Suheng's tasks. This implied that he had 3 more tasks daily than other players. It implied that the maximum demon power he could accumulate daily was twice that of the other players. The only downside was the absence of a mainline task, that would have been perfect. He was unsure whether he could get the mainline task in the future. Since I have the tasks now, what about personal space? The game has 3 panels, the personal information panel, task panel, and personal space. He now has the first 2 panels. There is no reason why he would not have the last. He opened his personal space. As expected, a 10x10 grid appeared before him. Whether Li Suheng's personal space was empty to begin with, or that it had endured some sort of loss, there was nothing in it. It was simply an empty space. Sure enough, it is forbidden level ancient scripture from the ancient times. I have genuinely acquired another player's destiny and replaced him. This power is outrageous. I have one more chance to taunt fate. If I use it again, does it imply I am playing 3 accounts at the same time? Sunan's breathing became shallower and faster. This wasn't as simple as playing 3 accounts simultaneously. Although the identities were different, the power gained was all applied to his body. This meant that the power of 3 people was being concentrated on one person. With this, it would be hard for him not to become powerful. I can use the will scripture in the game. What will happen if I change my identity now? He thought of a question again and the curiosity stirred his heart. He controlled the life wheel once more. Suddenly, the life wheel that had seized Li Suheng's destiny dimmed, and the central circle of the life wheel started shining. The next moment, Sunan's personal information panel in front of him also changed accordingly. The personal information panel of Zhongyang disappeared, replaced by his familiar panel, while the Lost Demon Sutra and Bloodline also resurfaced. He successfully changed his identity directly within the game. The central circle of the life wheel belongs to me, representing me, and the second circle represents Li Suheng. All I need to do is switch the life wheel to change identities. Sunan suddenly understood the significance of the three wheels on the life wheel. Thinking about this, he was overjoyed. With this, wouldn't he be able to switch identities freely in the game without changing his game bracelet? Was this not equal to having an extra game bracelet to log in with? Thinking of this, he immediately logged out and logged in again using his own bracelet. As expected, he could still log in using his own bracelet. However, what needed to be noted was that he had to switch the life wheel to himself when logging in, or he couldn't log in. This was beneficial for him. After all, the bracelet he was currently using wasn't secure. If possible, he planned to hide that bracelet in the future and only use Li Suheng's bracelet to log in. It's almost midnight, the public beta test of the game is about to begin. Unknowingly, it was already 11 o'clock. He had completed 2 tasks for his game character, except for an unachievable 3-star task. However, the tasks of the newly acquired Zhongyang were not yet completed. Among Zhongyang's tasks, the simplest was to explore the first floor of the prison. Sunan planned to finish this task. 1 demon power point is still a demon power point. It must not be wasted. Besides, if it's not completed now, this task would be refreshed after midnight. Being a 1-star task, it wasn't difficult. It probably wouldn't require him to investigate all the prison cells on the first floor. Most likely, it just required him to circle around the entire first floor of the prison once. But there was a problem with the task. If he had bad luck and encountered a wolf demon guard, he would be done for. Luckily for Sunan this time, he didn't encounter any wolf demons on his round. And the old man in cell number 30 seemed to have performed the so-called self-sealing. When passing by cell number 30, there were no abnormalities. The task was completed, and 1 demon power point was added to his account. He did not continue to do tasks. The remaining 2 tasks were not that easy to complete. He logged out of the game and began to wait. Finally, an hour later, it was exactly midnight. Daily tasks were refreshed, and the public beta test of the game began. Sunan logged into the game immediately using Li Suheng's bracelet. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Survival Task. The first public test has officially begun, with a quota of 1 million players. The player chat section and friends section are now open. Survival trial mission is now open, please check the task panel for detailed information. In cell number 15, Sunan appeared in the cell where he had killed the demon beast. As soon as he logged in, the game announcement popped up in front of him. Chat section? So we can chat in-game from now on. Sunan was surprised. He had previously thought that there would be no chat feature in this game, but it seems like it just hadn't been opened yet. Instead of exploring the chat feature, he immediately opened the task bar. Daily Task 1, Kill a Guard. Daily Task 2, Kill a Mortal Level Demon. Daily Task 3, Escape from Prison. 3 daily tasks, 2 of which were already quite familiar to him. Even now, using the role of Zhongyang could not escape from these. Even the third task, Escaping from Prison, overlaps with the first part of his mainline task, both being 3-star level. I must find a way to leave the prison as soon as possible. For the mainline task Demon Crisis, there are a total of 20 days to complete it. 5 days had already passed, leaving only 15 days in the countdown. Most importantly, the task of escaping from prison is just the first stage, and the subsequent tasks will definitely be more difficult. He has to leave enough time for the later tasks. Survival Trial Mission, Mandatory Task. Outsiders, your massive arrival has completely attracted the attention of the demons. The ancient wise ones among the demons prophesied that your appearance will completely break the long-term dominant position of demons in this world. Your arrival is a disaster for the demons, something they absolutely will not tolerate. To kill you in your cradle, the 12 demon emperors ordered a 15-day annihilation campaign targeting you. During this period, all mortal level demons will receive the support of the 12 demon emperors, making their strength slightly stronger. Task requirement: don't die more than 10 times within 15 days, and bring a demon scripture to perfection. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 1 demon scripture, 1 bloodline, 15 demon points. Failure penalty, permanently deprived of game qualifications. During the task period, the personal realm rankings will be open, and players in the rankings will receive a large number of additional rewards at the end of the mission. There's actually a penalty for failing this task. Permanently deprived of game qualifications? That's too harsh a punishment. Sunan frowned. Even in ordinary games, being permanently deprived of game qualifications would be a huge punishment, let alone in a game as unusual as this one. Fortunately, of the 2 task conditions, he had already completed one of them. As long as he does not die more than 10 times in the next 15 days, there should be no problem. He opened his personal information panel. At the bottom of the panel, he could see a new rankings section and a chat box. He opened the rankings. A series of player information appeared in front of Sunan. First place, Wang Nan, Mortal Realm. Great Perfection Demon Scripture, 1, Perfection Demon Scripture, 1, Great Accomplishment Demon Scripture, 0, Minor Achieved Demon Scripture, 0, Beginner Demon Scripture, 0. Second place, Qian Yu, Mortal Realm. Great Perfection Demon Scripture, 1, Perfection Demon Scripture, 0, Great Accomplishment Demon Scripture, 1, Minor Achieved Demon Scripture, 0, Beginner Demon Scripture, 0. Third place, Zhou Cheng, Mortal Realm. Great Perfection Demon Scripture, 1, Perfection Demon Scripture, 0, Great Accomplishment Demon Scripture, 1, Minor Achieved Demon Scripture, 0, Beginner Demon Scripture, 0. 10th place, Yetao, Mortal Realm. Great Perfection Demon Scripture, 1, Perfection Demon Scripture, 0, Great Accomplishment Demon Scripture, 0, Minor Achieved Demon Scripture, 0, Beginner Demon Scripture, 0. 11th place, Zhang Chen, Mortal Realm. Great Perfection Demon Scripture, 0, Perfection Demon Scripture, 1, Great Accomplishment Demon Scripture, 0, Minor Achieved Demon Scripture, 0, Beginner Demon Scripture, 0. Your current ranking, 814. At a glance, Sunan instantly saw his own name. There was no way to avoid it, the position of the first place was too eye-catching, so it was impossible not to notice. First place, huh? It seems my progress is not slower than others. Sunan let out a sigh of relief, somewhat surprised but not too surprised. He had entered the game a week later than other players, and it had only been 5 days since he started. Luckily, he had completed the novice task, which was a 4-star task, and then, with the help of his foreknowledge talent, he completed several 2-star tasks. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have made it into the top 10 yet. Lots of hidden talents here. I can't believe there's actually 9 other players who have great demon art perfection. I never saw any of them on the forum before. All the top 10 players in the ranking had at least 1 great perfection demon scripture. It wasn't until the 11th place that a player with a perfection demon scripture appeared. This didn't even include the defeated Li Suheng. Otherwise, there would be 11 players with great demon art perfection. The progress of the 2nd and 3rd ranked players, Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng, was only slightly slower than Sunan's, having already brought their 2nd demon scripture to great accomplishment. Except for the 3rd ranked Zhou Cheng, Sunan had never heard of any of the others. It was as if they had popped up out of nowhere. Without the rankings, it would be hard to believe that in such a difficult game, which had only been out for a little over a dozen days, there were already so many players with great demon art perfection. I can't underestimate anyone, these people are all really tenacious. Sunan sighed quietly. Little did he know, the other players on the ranking list were also falling silent at this time. They thought they could at least rank in the top 3, but they never expected that there would be so many people who had reached great demon art perfection. Especially when they saw that Sunan was just 1 step away from having his 2nd demon scripture at great perfection, they couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Cheng, in particular, was most unwilling to accept this. He had already regarded the 1st place as his own, never thinking that he would only be ranked 3rd, which was hard for him to accept. I'm not even in 1st place. Where did these monsters come from? That shouldn't be. With my perfect start, how could anyone else be ahead of me? Wang Nan? Who is this person? How many 2-star tasks did he have to do to bring his 2nd demon scripture to perfection in such a short time? Find him. No matter what, we must find him. At the same time, in the prison where Sunan was located, Zhang Feng logged into the game. This time, he did not appear in cell number 19 but in the corridor outside cell number 19. Yesterday, with the help of 2 other players, his luck finally exploded, and he managed to escape from the cell. Without taking the time to celebrate, he immediately looked at the rankings, wanting to see his position. At the moment when he saw the name of the player ranked first, Zhang Feng was stunned and looked towards cell number 19 subconsciously. Wang Nan? Could it be that guy? Thinking back to the player he had met in the cell 4 days before, Zhang Feng couldn't believe it. He immediately quit the game. Whether it was him or not, he had to check it out. Chapter 34, Second Floor of the Prison. If I can get this character on the leaderboard as well and raise it to the top 100, or even the top 10, won't I be able to get 2 sets of rewards? Noticing his ranking at the bottom of the leaderboard, Sunan couldn't help but be tempted. The possibility was very likely since the leaderboard separated his 2 characters, it would inevitably calculate the rewards separately. Perhaps even the death count was calculated separately for each of his characters. He still has 1 chance to steal fate. If he uses that as well, does it mean that he can get 3 sets of rewards? Thinking of this, he looks at the ranking list again, his eyes couldn't help but glow with excitement. This task is great. After a moment, he closes the rankings and enters the chat panel. The chat panel is divided into 4 sections: World Chat, Regional Chat, Friend Private Chat, and Friend Management. Sunan tried to enter the World Chat but found that it was not yet available. Helpless, he had no choice but to choose Regional Chat. This demon world is too realistic. Is this actually a real world? What's going on? My novice task actually has a 3-star task? Aren't 3-star tasks supposed to be extremely rare? Are there any great gods in the top 10 of the leaderboard? Please be my guide. The punishment for failing a survival task is too severe. If we fail, does that mean we won't have a chance to play this game again? The chat channel is bustling with activity, with messages flying by like a waterfall, making people's heads spin. Naturally, the discussion revolved around the leaderboard and the punishment for failure. As the current top-ranked player, Sunan became the focus of everyone's attention. Regarding this, Sunan didn't pay any attention. He opens the friend tab and, to his surprise, sees a dense list of friend requests. Ignoring those, he takes a quick glance and then exits the chat. Rotating the life wheel scripture, he switches from Zhang Yang's character to his own. 3 daily tasks appear before him. The first and second tasks remain: hunt down and kill a mortal level demon and kill a guard. He is already very familiar with these 2 tasks. Only for the third task, Sunan sees it for the first time. Daily Task 3, explore the second floor of the prison. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. This is actually a 3-star level task. A little unbelievable. You know, the task to explore the first floor of the prison is just 1 star, but when it comes to the second floor, it directly turns into 3 stars, with a huge leap in difficulty. Let's give it a try. What if this task isn't that difficult? He decides to try this task. It's the same 3-star task, but he feels that exploring the second floor of the prison is much more reliable than killing a guard. The wolf demon guard far exceeds mortal level demon's strength, and there's a high chance that it is a higher level spirit level monster, while the monsters imprisoned on the second floor are only spirit level. Compared to killing a spirit level monster, exploring the second floor of the prison seems simpler in terms of difficulty. Foreknowledge begins. Leaving the prison cell, you prepare to explore the second floor of the prison. Fortunately, you don't encounter any guards along the way, and quickly reach the end of the first floor of the prison, where there are stairs leading downward. You carefully walk down the stairs, and soon, you notice that there are 2 guards standing at the end of the stairs. The 2 guards also notice you, and are instantly attracted to you, quickly rushing towards you to grab you. Facing the attack of 2 guards, you are not their match and don't even have the qualifications to resist. You're dead. There are actually 2 wolf demon guards at the entrance to the second level. Sunan finally understood why this was a 3-star task. He couldn't even deal with 1 wolf demon guard, let alone 2. This task could even be reasonably classified as a 4-star level. Oh right, I can morph into a wolf demon. What if I use the wolf demon's appearance to enter the second level of the prison? Just as he was about to give up on this task, he suddenly remembered his bone-shifting ability and had an idea. Bone-shifting not only could change his appearance but also made him look like a demon. He had thought of using the wolf demon's appearance to sneak out of the prison before. But this method had many problems. Firstly, would his disguised wolf demon be exposed? Secondly, not only were there powerful guards at the prison exit, but also a stone door. Although he had the Kuntian key in his hand, it most likely couldn't open that door. The introduction of the Kuntian key was clear, it could only open the doors of the prison cells. Although the keys might be on the wolf demons, he couldn't get them. Of course, it was not ruled out that the door didn't need a key, or the key was on the demon guarding the stone door. Anything was possible, and it needed to be tried. Now, heading to the entrance to the second level of the prison was different. There were only 2 wolf demon guards there. As long as the 2 guards couldn't recognize his disguised wolf demon, it was possible to enter the second level of the prison. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible he felt this method was. Without any hesitation, he immediately began the attempt. Using bone shifting, his appearance began to change, with coarse, long hair growing out, and in the blink of an eye, his head turned into a wolf demon's. This really is amazing. There was no discomfort, it was as if he had always looked like this. Waiting for a minute for the foreknowledge talent to cool down, he immediately started the second foreknowledge. You transform into the appearance of a first-level wolf demon guard, planning to sneak into the second level of the prison in this disguise. Leaving the cell, you accidentally encounter a person in front of cell 32. It's Zhang Feng, whom you met in cell 19. Zhang Feng sees you and turns to run. To avoid suspicion, you hesitantly decide to act according to the behavior of the wolf demons and kill Zhang Feng. You chase after him. As Zhang Feng doesn't get very far, you easily block and kill him as he's no match for you. Zhang Feng? He left cell 19. Seeing Zhang Feng appear in his foreknowledge information, Sunan was very surprised. Since he casually refused Zhang Feng last time, Zhang Feng hadn't approached him. He thought that this guy knew he couldn't escape cell 19 and was just waiting for Zhou Cheng to rescue him. But unexpectedly, he did manage to leave cell 19. You continue on your way and quickly reach the entrance to the second level of the prison. The guards watching the second level see you and do not attack you but question why you entered the second level. You come up with an excuse, but the 2 guards don't let you in, telling you that besides detaining prisoners, first-level guards are prohibited from entering the second level. Out of options, you decide to barge in. Your actions violate the prison's rules, and the 2 guards attack you. You're dead. He didn't even see any flaws in his disguise. At the end of the foreknowledge, Sunan's eyes shone brightly. This foreknowledge gave him a pleasant surprise. First and foremost, his bone shifting could deceive the guards. With that, he had a lot more room to operate. Apart from detaining prisoners, first-level guards are forbidden to enter the second level. In that case, why not just find a prisoner? In theory, the second level of the prison should detain spirit-level demons, but there should be exceptions. He remembered that when escaping from cell 19, the wolf demon guard had tried to send him to the second level of the prison on the charge of deliberately making noise. This showed that if a first-level prisoner violated the prison rules, they could be sent to a higher-level cell. What's so hard about finding a prisoner? There's one in the corridor right now. Chapter 35, Awakening Again. Zhang Feng, don't blame me for this. The prisoner he was referring to was naturally Zhang Feng. Even if Zhang Feng escaping from his cell hadn't already violated the prison rules, he would still go in to get him out. This was related to his 15 demon points. Moreover, last time Zhang Feng wanted to use him as cannon fodder, this time he used Zhang Feng, it was like settling the score. With a plan in place, he didn't continue foreseeing, but opened the cell door and left directly. Foreknowledge needs a minute to cool down. If Zhang Feng encountered a real wolf demon and was killed a minute later, he would lose this appropriate tool. Opening his cell, Sunan silently headed towards the second floor of the prison. Sure enough, not long after, he saw Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who just came online, was still stopped in shock at Wang Nan being ranked first. He couldn't figure out how the man who was clamoring to quit the game before could be the one at the top of the rankings. Now he highly suspects that the Wang Nan he met before just happened to have the same name as the one ranked first on the leaderboard. This possibility is not zero, the demon world did not prohibit the use of repeated names. Hope it's really just the same name. A look of hope appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps. It's the wolf demon. Zhang Feng shuddered, and then wondered why the footsteps of the wolf demon were so faint today. Before he could think more, he was horrified to find that the wolf demon was already near him. Unlucky. Looking at the familiar wolf's head, Zhang Feng's face changed drastically, and he turned his head and ran without thinking. His speed was not slow, but how could he be faster than Sunan? He was caught by Sunan before he could run far. Just when Zhang Feng thought he was going to be killed, something unexpected happened. The wolf demon punched him twice, causing him heavy damage and making him lose his ability to fight. The next events made his face change even more. The wolf demon actually held him with one hand and headed towards the second floor of the prison. What does this wolf demon want to do? Zhang Feng was puzzled. He wanted to log out, but was prompted that he couldn't log out. With Zhang Feng in hand, Sunan quickly arrived at the entrance of the second floor. Indeed, at the end of the stairway were two wolf demon guards standing there. For some reason, the feeling these two wolf demon guards gave him was much more terrifying than the one on the first floor. Halt! A guard growled. Without hesitation, Sunan said, "Both of you, this guy was trying to escape and violated the prison rules. I am going to lock him up in the cell on the second floor." The two guards glanced at Zhang Feng in Sunan's hand without saying anything further. One of the wolf demons threw a key to Sunan and said, "Lock him in cell number 56. After quickly catching the key, Sunan casually dragged Zhang Feng into the second floor of the prison. "Damn it! They want to lock me up in the second floor prison." Zhang Feng's face turned grim. He had just managed to escape from cell 19, if he was thrown into a cell on the second floor, it would be near impossible for him to escape. He struggled, but unfortunately, Sunan had anticipated this possibility in advance. He had heavily injured him in advance, leaving him with no strength to struggle. Eventually, he can only be taken resentfully by Sunan to the second floor of the prison. The two wolf demons guarding the entrance did not follow up. Sunan easily held Zhang Feng and made it to cell number 56. He opened the prison door and ruthlessly threw Zhang Feng in, then shut the door. Now, Zhang Feng was risking even wanting to die. Once trapped here, he wouldn't be able to acquire demon power. After the 15-day survival challenge, if he hasn't brought the Demon Sutra to perfection, he would completely lose his qualification to enter the game. No, I can't just sit and wait for death, I have to find a way out. Zhang Feng was anxious. He regretted a lot now. If he had known escaping from cell 19 would end up like this, he wouldn't have left there even if he was being killed. Now he could only wait for Zhou Cheng to save him. Wang Nan, that Wang Nan should still be in this prison, let him come to save me, he might be able to save me. Zhang Feng was now desperate and hoped that the Wang Nan he encountered was the same Wang Nan on the ranking list. Unaware of Zhang Feng's thoughts, Sunan was swiftly moving towards the depths of the second level. The task asked him to explore the second level, so he had to traverse the entire second level prison before he could consider the task complete. The first level of the prison had 72 cells, while the second level only had 63 cells, 9 less. This made Sunan suspect if there were only 54 cells at the third level. It didn't take long before he had explored the entire second level. A notification for the completion of his task popped up. Congratulations on completing your daily task exploring the second level of the prison, 15 demon power points have been issued. Currently available demon power, 21 points. 21 points of demonic power, that's enough for me to awaken the bloodline combat skill of the Iron Ape Sutra. With a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, he turned and returned the key of cell number 56 to the demon guarding the entrance before leaving the second level of the prison. This was the second 3-star task he completed. The difficulty was even lower than many 2-star tasks, all thanks to the bone-shifting technique. After leaving the second level and confirming that the wolf demon guard wouldn't appear temporarily, he immediately opened up the personal information panel and focused on the Iron Ape Sutra. Upgrade. 10 demon power points vanished, and his Iron Ape bloodline surged wildly within him. In a daze, he transformed into a towering Iron Ape battling a ferocious tiger in a mountain forest. His iron arms swung, and the enormous power bursting from his fists was earth-shaking, like a meteor tearing through the sky. At the same time he awakened the bloodline combat technique, the regional chat in the game began to buzz with excitement. Look, the one ranked first, that Wang Nan, his realm has improved again, and his second demon art has reached great perfection. Heard that if a demon art reaches great perfection, one's body in reality will be altered. Does this mean he's become the strongest reality-based player? A demon art from beginner to great perfection requires 40 demon power points. 2 demon arts would be 8. How did he manage to gather so much demon power in such a short duration? As Sunan's strength increased, he immediately becomes the topic of discussion among many players. Ordinary players didn't care much and were merely joining in the excitement. But to the top 10 players on the leaderboard, it was different. Everyone had only one demon art at great perfection, but now Sunan had 2, widening the gap suddenly. This was especially the case for Qian Yu, who ranked second, and Zhou Cheng, who ranked third. Both of them felt immense pressure. Of all this, Sunan was unaware and wouldn't care even if he did know. Now, he had control of another role, and with the ability to alter his appearance, he was confident that he would not be found out in reality. As for the game, he was even less worried. He was feeling excellent. The Iron Ape bloodline had successfully awakened a bloodline combat skill. The awakened skill was actually a fist technique. Although it didn't enhance his strength, it greatly improved his combat skills. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill, please name this skill. After some thought, Sunan said, Fist of Ground Splitting. Bloodline combat skill named successfully. Congratulations on achieving great perfection in your second demon art, you now have better survival skills in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, daily use increased by 1. Foreknowledge chances increased. Sunan smiled. Originally he had 2 chances to use foreknowledge today, but now it became 3. Then he looked at today's tasks. There was another task to hunt mortal-level demons which he could complete. The task belonging to the character Zhang Yang also had such a task. 2 demon arts at great perfection, if elsewhere, he might not be a match facing a demon unaffected in strength. But in the Kuntian prison, 2 demon arts at great perfection were enough to face off against most demons. For the next few minutes, Sunan used foreknowledge to explore N0.13 prison cell and N0.14 prison cell, respectively. Perhaps it was an increase in strength or perhaps he was just lucky, but the demons in the 2 cells were not strong. 3 minutes after the end of foreknowledge, while he failed to kill the demons, he managed to avoid being killed by them. It's you guys. After analyzing the information from the foresight, Sunan felt that if he plans well, there could be a chance to kill the 2 demons. Chapter 36, The Dream Guild. He first chose the number 13 prison cell. 3 minutes later, he quit the game. Unfortunately, this time he was unable to kill the demon, and ended up in a draw with the fiend. In the end, he had no choice but to use the unlimited logout opportunity he had acquired from completing the task to exit the game. He did not give up. Over 10 minutes later, Sunan silently logged into the game, appearing in the prison cell. The demon in the cell did not notice his presence, and was caught off guard by his sneak attack. This was his plan. The demon could not possibly know that he could appear soundlessly in the prison cell, making this a great opportunity for a sneak attack. With 1 successful strike, the demon was severely wounded. After that, things were simpler. Following several minutes of struggle, he finally killed the demon. Next, he switched roles to Zhang Yang and entered the N0.14 prison cell. This time, the hunt went relatively smoothly. The demon in the N0.14 cell was a bit tenacious, but still fell in 1 hit. 2 2-star tasks, 1 3-star task, a total of 25 demon power points. Today is the day I gained the most demon power since the first day I entered the game. Now my usable demon power is back to 21 points, enough to upgrade another Demon Sutra to great accomplishment. Unfortunately, I don't have any Demon Sutras or bloodlines now. It's frustrating to have demon power but not be able to turn it into strength. Sunan lamented. What he urgently needs now are the 3rd Demon Sutra and bloodlines. The tasks he could complete were already done, with 1 remaining foreknowledge opportunity, which he planned to use to try and leave the prison cell. However, this matter is not urgent, as it is already the early morning, and he should rest now. 7 o'clock in the morning. Sunan was awakened by the alarm clock. He picked up his phone and immediately noticed numerous unread messages on the chat software. These messages were all sent by Zhang Feng. Reading through them from top to bottom, Sunan was puzzled. It was not surprising that Zhang Feng could guess that he was the number one on the ranking list. What surprised him was that Zhang Feng actually asked him for help. Zhang Feng said, "I didn't recognize Taishan despite having eyes. I hope Brother Wang Nan can forgive me. Now I'm trapped on the second floor of the prison and urgently need your help, brother." Sunan replied directly, "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I've already left that prison and it's beyond my ability to do anything." Since he was the one who locked Zhang Feng, how could he possibly rescue him? He wanted to dismiss Zhang Feng with a random excuse. He didn't know if Zhang Feng was waiting on the other side, but as soon as his message went out, a reply came back immediately. "Brother Nan, you have to help me. The reward is negotiable. If you don't help me, I'll be in deep trouble. Brother Nan, you've already mastered the second Demon Sutra. I'm sure you need the third Demon Sutra and a bloodline. As long as you can save me, I'm willing to find the Demon Sutra and bloodline for you." Demon Sutra and bloodline? Sunan was somewhat tempted. He did not doubt Zhang Feng's ability, others may not have the ability, but with Zhou Cheng's backing, Zhang Feng might. Zhou Cheng has a large layout in the game and has gathered a large number of players. If Zhou Cheng is willing to make a move, it might be possible for him to collect the Demon Sutra and bloodlines for him. Sunan was tempted, but he still refused. He knew exactly what kind of demons were being held on the second floor of the prison, even if Zhang Feng didn't. And it wasn't a place he could go just because he wanted to, let alone rescue someone. Although he could continue to pretend to be a wolf demon and find an excuse to get Zhang Feng out, doing so would definitely reveal to Zhang Feng that he could transform into a wolf demon. In another city. Zhang Feng looked at Sunan's reply on his phone, his face darkening. "How is it? Did he agree?" A voice sounded from behind Zhang Feng. He turned around to see a handsome, bespectacled young man. "Brother, he doesn't know what's good for him. He wouldn't even agree when I offered him a Demon Sutra and a bloodline," Zhang Feng said bitterly. The person behind him was none other than the third-ranked Zhou Cheng. Sunan only knew that Zhang Feng had a close relationship with Zhou Cheng but didn't know that they were actually half-brothers with the same mother but different fathers. He didn't agree. Zhou Cheng frowned and said after a moment of silence, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't agree. I will have someone think of a way to help you as soon as we finish our task tomorrow. I hope that Wang Nan won't affect my task." Linjiang Hotel. Upon seeing Sunan, Wang Chong excitedly said, "Brother Nan, have you seen the rankings in the demon world? I never imagined that my Meng Meng would actually be a top 20 expert in the rankings." Wang Chong has been paying extra attention to the information in the demon world in order to join Bai Ming Meng's future studio. Since he found out that the game started yesterday, he has been collecting information in the game. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a game bracelet and could only learn about the related information from the game forum like everyone else. "You're Meng Meng?" Sunan was confused for a moment before it finally dawned on him. He looked at Wang Chong strangely, "You really dare to call her that? If others heard you, you might lose your job. It's just you here," Wang Chong said nonchalantly. Sunan smiled and said, "What did you just say about Miss Bai being a top expert on the rankings?" "I just found out. Miss Bai's in-game name is Bai Meng, a top 20 player in the rankings, and has already achieved perfection in one Demon Sutra," Wang Chong proudly said, as if the top player was himself. "Bai Meng?" Sunan was surprised. He knew Bai Meng was among the first batch of players in the game, but he didn't know she was a top 20 player. "That's really amazing," Sunan praised sincerely. "How did you make sure that Bai Meng on the rankings is Miss Bai?" "Hehe, that's a secret." Wang Chong mysteriously smiled and didn't say more. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, "Brother Nan, the studio Bai Miss built has a total of 13 beauties, all of whom are her college classmates." "Really?" Sunan echoed casually, not understanding what Wang Chong was trying to say. Wang Chong looked as if he was hating iron for not becoming steel and said, "You don't know this, do you? Miss Bai's classmates are all not simple, each one of them is from wealthy and beautiful families. You can't miss such a good opportunity." Sunan was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Chapter 37, The Unlucky Player. Noon, the staff cafeteria of the hotel. At lunchtime, Sunan was surprisingly unable to find Wang Chong. This was a bit strange, since Wang Chong usually enjoyed sitting with him during meal times. His eyes swept around, and after a moment he finally discovered Wang Chong in a corner. At that time, there was a pretty-looking young girl sitting across from him. Seeing this scene, Sunan was initially stunned, followed by a sudden realization. Eventually, he understood where Wang Chong got informations about Bai Mengmeng. If his guess was correct, the girl sitting across Wang Chong was one of Bai Mengmeng's roommates. After the meal, Sunan jokingly told Wang Chong, "You naughty boy, wasn't it Miss Bai or nobody one? Have you so quickly discarded your goddess?" Wang Chong knew what Sunan was referring to and let out an embarrassed chuckle, "Hee, isn't this altogether information about Miss Bai? So, what did you find out?" "I found out that Miss Bai is going to form a game guild, she even has a name for it, it's called the Dream Guild." "Dream?" Sunan nodded without saying anything further. Afternoon. Because a co-worker in charge of external security had to take emergency leave, Sunan had to temporarily fill in. The duties of the hotel's external security and internal security are greatly different. Typically, external security involves a fair amount of car parking service for customers. Unexpectedly, in this process, he encountered an unexpected individual. It was the middle-aged man who had battled with Li Suheng yesterday. Bai Mengmeng, the 19th ranked player in the ranking list, daughter of the richest man in Donglan City. Food outside the hotel, Yang Zheng ponders over the information about Bai Mengmeng that he had collected today. After finding out yesterday that Li Suheng was killed by someone else, he immediately began investigating all the players in Donglan City. There were only a dozen players in the first batch in Donglan City. Among them, Bai Mengmeng was undoubtedly the most dazzling. At first, he even thought that the person who took action yesterday might be Bai Mengmeng, until he saw Bai Mengmeng's ranking on the leaderboards and dismissed the suspicion. Bai Mengmeng's first Demon Sutra had only just reached perfection, and although she was only one step away from possessing in-game powers, this was enough to eliminate the suspicion on Bai Mengmeng. However, he still couldn't underestimate Bai Mengmeng. After all, she was the strongest player in Donglan City apart from him, and as the person responsible for Donglan City, he would inevitably have to deal with her in the future. Yang Zheng stepped into the hotel. He did not notice Sunan glancing at him from afar. 2 hours later, Yang Zheng left the hotel, but there was no indication of what was discussed. Night falls. After returning home, Sunan did not immediately log into the game. Instead, he opened the game forum and began browsing. The forum today was 1,000,000 times busier than usual. The number of posts, which were only in the thousands before, had reached tens of thousands in just one day. A large number of newly logged-in game players were active on there. Even many normal people who aren't game players couldn't resist their curiosity and started to lurk around in the forum. "Is Deity Wang Nan there? I'm looking for a mentor. Anyone has information about Deity Wang Nan? I'm willing to pay a high price. Which difficulty level should I choose for the novice task? Need answers." Similar to the regional chat in the game, most of the players' topics are focused on the leaderboards and novice tasks. Sunan noticed that, at the top of the forum discussions, there was a post about blood fusion limits, and its reading volume had reached millions. The post detailed the 3 main blood system regulations and how to reduce blood conflicts. The surprising part was that the author of the post is the game's official. As expected from the official, it would have taken regular players a while to gather such information. Sunan exclaimed. He understood that the purpose of the official doing this is to prevent uncontrolled players from emerging. This method does indeed work in the early stages of the game, but as the player's in-game realm improves, loss of control is inevitable. Unless the officials can later find a solution to the conflict of bloodlines. He continued to flip through the posts. Suddenly, a post caught his attention. It was a plea for help posted by a player named Chu Zhong. What should I do if I start as a prisoner locked up with a demon? Waiting online, urgent. Could there be players who have been randomized to Kuntian prison? Seeing the title of the post, Sunan immediately thought of his own prison, and couldn't help becoming interested. Kuntian prison is not a beginner's map. Up to now, the only one who started in that prison was him. Zhang Feng and his 2 companions were just later captured into it. Clicking into the post, there were 2 game screenshots. One of them was a screenshot of the in-game scene, which showed the player in a closed environment. The second picture was a screenshot of the task panel. These were 3 novice tasks. Novice Task 1, Escape from Cell N0.6. Novice Task 2, Slay a mortal level demon. Novice Task 3, Kill a guard. All three tasks were very familiar to Sunan. Tasks 1 and 2 were of 2 stars difficulty. Unlike daily tasks, which only reward demon power, novice tasks award Demon Sutra and Bloodline. Seeing this, Sunan could confirm that the cell this player was in was cell 5 on the first floor of Kuntian prison. This player hasn't completed the novice tasks yet, maybe we can make use of this. Looking at the rewards in the screenshot task, he suddenly had a thought. He could perhaps help the other party to complete the task. Of course, it wouldn't be for free. He is currently short of Bloodline and Demon Sutra. If he can get the other party's task rewards, it could perfectly solve this problem. And the other party can easily escape the cell. This is undoubtedly a win-win situation. Of course, it also depends on whether the other party agrees or not. Once the idea came up, Sunan immediately registered a new account and replied to the other player's post. Hundreds of miles away from Donglan City, in a plush villa located in another city. Li Hao looked at the information he had collected, his face growing even darker. The moment the game bracelet of the demon world appeared yesterday, he immediately sniffed out the unusual nature of it and spared no expense to buy a game bracelet as soon as possible. Last night at 12 o'clock, he logged into the game the moment the public beta test started. When he found himself in a prison cell and had 3-star beginner tasks spawned, he was pretty excited. Having done his homework well in advance, he naturally knew about his extraordinary situation. He thought his opportunity had come, but before he had time to figure out how to leave the cell, he was killed by the demon in the cell. He only then understood that he was locked up with a demon. Where is this good luck? His misfortune had reached the extreme. What should I do? Even if I respawn and log into the game again, I'm sure I'll be killed by that demon again. What's the difference between logging into the game and sending myself to death? The map I'm in could be a high-level map, ordinary players might find it hard to reach, we can't expect others to save me in a short time. This was undoubtedly entering a dead-end cycle, there was no solution. The more Li Hao thought about it, the more anxious he became. The survival task was 15 days, once the time is up, if he hasn't mastered a type of Demon Sutra, it means he will forever lose the qualification to enter the game. Just when he was all at sea, he suddenly noticed that someone had replied to the post he posted in the forum. Chapter 38, Methods of Escape. Could it be another guy who wants to ridicule me? The sight of a new message alert made Li Hao's face turn even worse. Before this, several players had already responded to his post, but without exception, they were all mocking him. Li Hao was reluctant and didn't want to pin his hopes on the forum any longer, but somehow, he still took a glance at the newly received reply. Private message me, I can help you leave the prison cell. The message was concise, and Li Hao was startled upon reading it, somewhat unbelieving. He replied instinctively, you can help me? Stop bluffing, do you even know where I am imprisoned? As soon as the message was sent, the other party responded within a breath. Kuntian prison. An involuntary shudder ran through Li Hao on seeing just these 3 words, and his face immediately filled with delight. There was detailed information about novice tasks, and he had taken the task of escaping his cell before. The task instructions clearly informed him that it was a special prison called Kuntian prison. He hadn't told this information to anyone. There are other players in that prison. Li Hao was overjoyed and immediately initiated a private message to Sunan. Brother, save me, I can give you whatever amount of money you want. Li Hao was generous, appearing as if money was no object to him. But when he saw the other party's reply, he was stunned once again. I want all your task rewards. Impossible. Li Hao responded without even thinking. What was he joking? He knew that in the early stages of the game, Demon Sutra and Bloodlines were not easy to obtain. Only novice tasks and subsequent mainline tasks might grant these rewards. The purpose of the game's novice task rewards was to allow players to adapt to the game quickly. But if he loses the Demon Sutra and Bloodlines, he won't be able to use demon power even if he gains it later, making him no different from a powerless newcomer. He wanted to negotiate with the other party and change the terms of assistance. However, the other party responded very directly, think it over and give me an answer before midnight. I can assure you that in this prison, no one but me can save you. After sending these two messages, the other party seemed to have logged out of the forum, and no matter how Li Hao replied, there was no response. As Sunan expected, he had logged out of the forum. He knew that anyone faced with this condition would refuse. Sunan was not in a hurry, he logged into the game directly after leaving the forum. He still had one opportunity for foreknowledge remaining today. In the game, he appeared in the corridor of the prison. Unexpectedly, he had just logged in when he heard a clear clicking sound. It was the wolf demon guard. Unfortunately, this time he had encountered a wolf demon upon logging in. With no other choice, Sunan could only use his one-time unrestricted logout opportunity to quit the game. Only an hour later did he log in again. The wolf demon guard seemed to just be on routine patrol and didn't linger in the prison. This time, he didn't encounter the wolf demon again. Foreknowledge. Upon using his last foreknowledge opportunity, he wanted to foresee if taking on the appearance of the wolf demon would allow him to leave the prison. You use bone shifting to transform into the appearance of a level 1 wolf demon guard, intending to escape the prison. You quickly reach the prison's exit, but this time you are not killed directly. As you continue walking forward, you suddenly see a stone statue of a wolf-headed creature standing to the side of the stone door. At this moment, the stone statue opens its eyes and stares directly at you. A stone statue? It seems that the thing that killed me with a single shout last time was this, Sunan suddenly realized. The stone statue questions you, where is your identity token? You stammer and don't answer. The stone statue questions you again, this time you say you've lost the identity token. Your reply finally arouses the suspicion of the stone statue, it swipes a claw at you. You're powerless to resist, and it easily seizes you. Detecting your abnormality, the stone statue lets out an angry roar. You're dead. To escape the prison, I need the wolf demon's identity token. End of foreknowledge. Sunan was not surprised, but delighted instead. The foreknowledge not only informed him of the item required to escape the prison but, more importantly, even the powerful monster guarding the exit couldn't see through his disguise. This was crucial to whether he could leave or not. To leave, I must get the wolf demon guard's identity token, but I'm no match for the wolf demon right now. The strength of the monsters in this prison had been significantly weakened, only having 2/3 of their usual strength. In this situation, his 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection was barely enough to deal with them, meaning that normal mortal level monsters were equivalent to martial artists with 3 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection. Wolf demon guards are at the spirit level. He's no match for them, even with 3 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection, let alone just 2. He couldn't possibly get hold of the identity token from the wolf demon guard directly, so he had to think of another way. As Sunan calculated rapidly in his heart, he contemplated how to get the identity token from the wolf demon. Quit game. Checking the time, it's already 11 p.m. now. As he opens the forum, a series of unread messages pop up, all of which are from Li Hao without exception. Reading from top to bottom, Sunan reveals a smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Hao had agreed to the trade. Great, now I have another bloodline and Demon Sutra in my grasp. With a smile, Sunan then sent Li Hao a message. On the other side, Li Hao finally received Sunan's reply. His reply was brief and instructed Li Hao to log into the game at 12:03 am. 12:03 am? Fine, I want to see how you plan to rescue me. Not long ago, after much deliberation, he agreed to trade with Sunan. He had no choice. If what Sunan said was true and he was the only one in Kuntian prison who could save him, then he didn't have a choice. At the same time, he wanted to see how Sunan planned to save him. He knew there was a monster in the prison cell where he was. To his knowledge, the only people who could face a monster alone were the top 10 on the ranking list. No, even the top 10 players are no match for the monsters. So how did he save me? Li Hao's eyes filled with anticipation. Midnight. Sunan logged into the game on time. He used his own character, as the character Zhongyang was a secret, and it was best not to let anyone know about it. There were 3 daily tasks displayed before him, and the first 2 were still kill a guard and hunt down and kill a mortal level demon. What Sunan didn't expect was still the 3rd task. Daily Task 3, kill a level 2 guard. Task difficulty, 4 stars. Task reward, 30 demon points. A 4-star task. This was the first 4-star task that Sunan had encountered apart from the novice tasks. Absurd. I'm no match even for a level 1 guard, let alone a level 2. Sunan shook his head, knowing that the task would be impossible to complete for a long time. Now, let's get Li Hao out of here first. Chapter 39, Law Controlling Class Demon System. He had been logged in for nearly 2 minutes, and it was almost the time he had agreed upon with Li Hao. Foreknowledge. To be on the safe side, he still chose to use one foreknowledge opportunity, which could not only increase the chances of hunting down the demonic creatures but also let him know if that Li Hao would keep his promise of giving him the required items. You know that in Cell 5, there is an outsider being held captive, and you plan to rescue them. There are no guards encountered along the way, and you easily enter Cell 5 where a blazing bird demon is being held captive. This is a demon with the power of flame mastery. As soon as you enter the cell, a ball of flame shoots towards you at high speed. Fortunately, you are prepared and barely manage to dodge. The demon does not let up, sending 2 consecutive fireballs hurtling towards you at high speed. Even you struggle to dodge by the skin of your teeth. If you were any slower, you might have been blasted to death. This situation lasts for dozens of breaths until the demon has exhausted most of its strength, and the frequency of its attacks gradually slows down. You seize the opportunity, using the bloodline battle technique, earth-shattering fist to deal a heavy blow to the demon, followed by a powerful stomp on its body. You successfully kill the demon and rescue another outsider. Afterward, the other outsider expresses their gratitude to you and presents you with a mortal-level demon sutra and a corresponding bloodline as a reward. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline and demon sutra. At the end of the 3 minutes of foreknowledge, Sunan had already arrived in front of Cell 5. Using the Kuntian key to unlock the prison door, he quickly entered the cell. A burst of crimson flame flashed brightly in the darkness, and Sunan's swift response allowed him to dodge immediately. Meanwhile, as he battled with the demon, Li Hao in another city prepared to log into the game, having noted the time. That Kuntian prison must be an advanced map. Ordinary players like me wouldn't even be able to leave our cells if we started there. If that person can confidently rescue me, they must be far from ordinary. Could they be one of the top 10 ranked players? Li Hao secretly speculated that if this was indeed the case, it would be a great opportunity for him. The best way to quickly develop in this game was undoubtedly to ally with the power of the first batch of players. This was also one of the reasons he agreed to the transaction. He believed that if the person he traded with was indeed one of the top 10 great gods on the rankings, he might be able to seize this opportunity and rise rapidly. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel excited and eager to log into the game immediately. As time passed, the moment finally came when the clock struck 3, and he promptly logged into the game. Once again appearing in the prison cell, he was surprised to find that instead of darkness, the cell was as bright as daylight, illuminated by flickering flames. Using the light from the flames, he saw a scene that shocked him. He saw a figure leaping into the air, striking a heavy blow with their fist onto the winged demon, knocking it to the ground. Then, the figure swiftly stomped onto the demon again, crushing it to death underfoot. Is it dead? Li Hao was uncertain. This was a mortal-level demon, an existence that even the top 10 ranked great gods couldn't confront head-on. He couldn't believe that such a creature had been killed so easily. However, it didn't take long for him to be convinced. Within an instant of him being lost in his thoughts, the demon's body withered rapidly turning into a dried corpse. At the same time, the cell trembled slightly, and an invisible force descended upon it. Although Li Hao didn't know what was happening, he understood that the demon that had instantly killed him yesterday had truly been slain by the man before him. Li Hao's heart raced with excitement. He had only expected Sunan to rescue him, never imagining that Sunan would be able to kill the demon directly. Sunan noticed Li Hao and glanced at him, saying, "Claim your novice task rewards and I will take you out." All right. Li Hao nodded in a daze, still immersed in the shock of Sunan's earlier demon-slaying display. Defeating the demon with a punch and a kick, what kind of monster is this? Great God! This must be one of the top 10 great gods in the rankings. No. It's one of the top 3 great gods, only they could possibly do this. Accepting the novice task, Li Hao followed Sunan out of the prison cell in a daze, never expecting a 2-star mission to be completed so easily. As soon as the task completion notification popped up, he immediately chose to claim the reward. With the blood-red bloodline crystal and demon sutra in hand, Li Hao felt both excited and reluctant. He knew that if he handed over the Demon Sutra and bloodline, he would likely not be able to obtain another for a very long time. Fortunately, this wasn't insolvable, as he still had his mainline task. As long as he could complete the mainline task, he would still be able to obtain the Demon Sutra. Big brother, here's what you wanted. After a brief hesitation, Li Hao handed over the items to Sunan. Thigh. This is a thigh that must be hugged tightly. Whether he can rise or not depends on this one time. Sunan took the Demon Sutra and Bloodline Crystal, frowning slightly before storing them directly in his personal space. Glancing at Li Hao again, he said, "This place is very dangerous, not a place where you can stay. If you don't need to log into the game, don't come." With that, he was about to leave. He had only agreed to help Li Hao get out of the prison cell, not to continue taking care of him. Seeing Sunan about to leave, Li Hao panicked and immediately said, "Big brother, my mainline task's first stage is to hunt and kill 2 demons." Li Hao wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Sunan before he could finish. "Don't bother trying, the demons here are indeed weaker than those in other places, but they are still not opponents you can handle." Weaker than other places? Is it because of this prison? A thought flashed through Li Hao's mind, and before he could think more about it, he quickly said, "Big brother, I know my own weight very well. I want you to help me complete the task, we can negotiate the price." "I don't have the time to help you, figure it out yourself." Sunan could see Li Hao's intentions but had no interest in getting too involved. He had his own secrets, which he didn't want others to know. Li Hao became even more anxious, not wanting to miss such a big help. Besides, this place was an advanced map, and without Sunan, he wasn't even sure if he could survive every day, let alone complete tasks. If he couldn't complete tasks and gain demon power, wouldn't he still be permanently deprived of game qualifications once the 15-day survival task deadline arrived? "Big brother, give me a chance, how much money do you want? I can offer it." Sunan remained indifferent. It wasn't that he didn't desire money, but he knew that once he got involved with real-life matters, he might reveal his identity. As Li Hao tried to say something else, Sunan had already turned around and left for another prison cell. In Cell 8, Sunan fought the demon while operating the life wheel scripture, switching his identity to Zhang Yang. Like yesterday, Zhang Yang's daily tasks haven't changed, they were still escape from prison, kill the guards, and hunt demon at mortal level. A few minutes later, the demon in Cell 8 was successfully slain. Today's hunt down and kill immortal level demon tasks for both characters were completed. 10 demon power points were credited, plus the previous 21 points, his demon power had now reached 31 points, which was enough to upgrade a Demon Sutra to perfection. It just so happened that he currently had a bloodline that he hadn't used yet. "I just don't know if I can merge with this law-controlling class bloodline." Chapter 40, Information in Foreknowledge. Blazing Bird Bloodline Crystal, Mortal Level Bloodline, Law-Controlling Class, Bomb from the Flames, a bird that naturally possesses the ability to control fire. After taking it, you will obtain the Blazing Bird Bloodline, which must be used in conjunction with the Flame Sutra. Flame Sutra, Mortal Level Demon Sutra, Blazing Bird Clan's Demon Sutra for improving their bloodline, capable of significantly enhancing the Blazing Bird's ability to control flame. Would you like to use it now? The demon I killed was a Blazing Bird, and the bloodline I obtained is from the Blazing Bird clan. There must be some connection between them. Sunan was somewhat curious. However, this question was not something he could figure out at the moment. What he needed to consider now was whether he could fuse the bloodlines in his hands. The 2 bloodlines fused in his body were both from the physique series. Logically, he shouldn't be able to fuse the bloodlines of the law-controlling class. If he forced the fusion, the conflict between the bloodlines would most likely spiral out of control. However, the hints the game gave him earlier made him come up with some ideas. Perhaps, under the influence of the life wheel scripture, he could truly fuse bloodlines from different systems. Why think so much? If I try it, won't I know? Others in this situation, even with a 99% chance of success, wouldn't dare to casually attempt it. If their luck was bad, they wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. But he was different because he had foreknowledge. Foreknowledge. Today's second foreknowledge began. You have acquired a law-controlling series monster bloodline and its corresponding Demon Sutra. As someone who has fused with a physique bloodline, you know very well that if you fuse this bloodline, it is likely to lose control. But you still make a determined decision to merge. You use the jade plate with the flame scripture recorded on it and swallow the blazing bird bloodline crystal. The moment the blazing bird bloodline enters your body, it instantly clashes severely with the other two bloodlines. Your face changes, and you start to regret it, but there's nothing you can do. At the critical moment, you try to operate the life wheel scripture, placing all your hope on this mysterious ancient scripture. What you don't know is that as an ancient forbidden scripture, the life wheel scripture has functions beyond your imagination. The moment you practice the life wheel scripture, your fate has already transcended the control of certain unknown entities. Upon seeing this, Sunan was slightly shaken. Transcending the control of some entities? What does that mean? He was very clear about the marvelous effects of the life wheel scripture. Not only could it change his destiny, but it could also allow him to fully utilize his power in the game in reality. These 2 points alone were already incredible, but beyond that, he had not yet discovered any other amazing aspects. Could it be the game? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. This possibility was not impossible and was even quite likely. He never understood the reason behind the game's emergence nor its principles. He even suspected that the existence behind the game was controlling everything. He could catch a glimpse of this from the appearance of the game bracelet. His own bracelet's origin was unusual, and it was highly likely that those two who were searching for the bracelet never stopped looking for it. All of this indicated that behind the game, there might be a powerful existence he could not comprehend. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the entities behind the game may control everything about the players in the game? The more Sunan thought about it, the more horrified he became. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he hadn't been discovered earlier. The foreknowledge continued. As the life wheel scripture operates, a strange thing happens. Your body seems to become someone else entirely, and the conflicting bloodlines lose their target, gradually calming down. Without the influence of the mountain elephant bloodline and iron ape bloodline, the blazing bird bloodline quickly merges with your body. Congratulations, you have fused with the blazing bird bloodline. It's really possible. Overjoyed, Sunan realized that not only could he fuse the controlling technique bloodline, but it also meant he could fuse the secret power system bloodline. In that case, he might become the only existence in this world able to fuse 3 types of bloodline systems. Thinking of this, he became excited. At this moment, he couldn't help but wish to obtain a third identity as soon as possible. However, to obtain an identity, one must kill someone. This killing was not in the game, but a real-life killing. He didn't know how to proceed. After all, he couldn't just randomly kill someone. Now, he was hoping that more people like Li Suhang would appear. Even so, it shouldn't take too long for him to obtain his third identity. Once other players in the real world gain power in the game, they might not be able to resist their desires, and that would be his chance to take action. Since the feasibility of bloodline fusion had been confirmed, Sunan no longer hesitated. He looked at the Demon Sutra and bloodline in his hand, and directly chose to use them. As a white light entered his forehead, the jade plate containing the Demon Sutra shattered, and at the same time, he quickly swallowed the bloodline crystal. As the firebird bloodline entered his body, his mountain elephant bloodline and iron ape bloodline were instantly stimulated and began to rampage within his body, just as it had happened in his foreknowledge. Sunan's expression remained unchanged as he immediately began to operate the life wheel scripture. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He stretched out his palm, and with the flames rising, a small fireball the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his hand. The flame was small but gave him a feeling of wildness. Sunan's mouth showed a smile, and he opened the personal information panel. On Zhang Yang's role panel, the previously blank Demon Sutra and bloodline columns were no longer empty. He then tried to switch his identity to himself, but there were no changes on the panel, as if the blazing bird bloodline had nothing to do with him at all. He switched his role back to Zhang Yang, and looking at the 31 points of demonic power, a smile appeared on his face. Upgrade. Used 2 demon power points to upgrade to beginner level. Used 4 demon power points to upgrade to minor achievement. Used 8 demon power points to upgrade to great accomplishment. Used 16 demon power points to upgrade to perfection. There was only 1 point of demon power left from the initial 31 points. Feeling the rapid transformation within his body in a short time, Sunan felt exhilarated. This feeling of upgrading the Demon Sutra to perfection in one go is fantastic! Sunan exclaimed. His palm stretched out again, and a fist-sized red fireball appeared in his hand. Feeling the fierce breath within the fireball, Sunan was secretly surprised. If such power hit him, he wouldn't be able to bear it. While he was studying the power of the Firebird bloodline, he didn't know that players in the regional chat had discovered a new world and were once again studying the ranking list. It couldn't be helped that as Sunan's Demon Sutra increased, Zhang Yang's ranking on the realm rankings list quickly rose. Just in one breath, it went from over 800 to 43. Although this rank wasn't high, Zhang Yang was the last player who had reached perfection in the Demon Sutra. This position was easily discovered by others. Look, there is another person who has upgraded their Demon Sutra to perfection. Zhang Yang? Who is this person? There were players who reached great accomplishment of the Demon Sutra from rank 40 to 120, but why haven't I seen this person before in the top 120? I am sure that this person was not in the top 120, and he wasn't among the players who had reached minor achievement in the Demon Sutra. I have screenshots of the top 500 players in the previous ranking list. Could it be that Zhang Yang is not one of the first batch of players, but a newbie like us? It's not impossible. I heard that some people had good luck and were assigned to the human sex when they entered the game. They were taken as disciples by powerful martial artists. Those people are truly the chosen ones. They easily completed the novice task, and even the difficulty was said to be high. Sunan was unaware of the discussions among the players in the forum. His happiness had now faded, and seriousness took over his face. For some reason, the wolf demon guard had opened the prison door where he was being held and had come straight to him. This had never happened before. Chapter 41, Demon's Mutation. Damn rat, I finally found you. The wolf demon guard gritted his teeth, staring viciously at Sunan as if he wanted to skin him alive. How did this guy get in? Is this a coincidence? Sunan's pupils constricted slightly. Even though he has already reached perfection in the third type of the Demon Sutra, he should not underestimate the wolf demon. He knew he was no match for the wolf demon. After all, there was a huge gap in between their realms. Rat, I want to see where you will run to today. The wolf demon did not afford Sunan any time to react, it lunged directly at him. Sunan's face changed slightly, but he showed no fear. He knew he was not the wolf demon's opponent, yet he would not be casually killed like before. Well, I wanted to see how much of a gap there is between my current strength and the spirit level. Instead of using the unrestricted logout opportunity, he decided to confront the wolf demon. With a swing of his hand, a lump of flames shot out, seeking to disrupt the wolf demon's attack. However, even though his flame attack was fast, it was still slower than the wolf demon's speed. Effortlessly dodging the flame attack, the wolf demon became even more wrathful. With even faster speed, it arrived almost instantly within a step's distance of Sunan. Sunan dared not show the slightest carelessness. He did not intend to engage the wolf demon in battle, and directly employed his bloodline battle technique, Earth-Shattering Fist. All the strength in his body was gathered, channeling into his fists. At the same moment, he activated the power of the Firebird bloodline. Flames concentrated in his hands, but this time it was not a fireball, instead, it uniformly covered his fists. Although the power of his fists did not increase, the damage was significantly enhanced. Facing the wolf demon's attack, Sunan did not dodge. Because he could not dodge, and if he did, his fist would not be able to hit the wolf demon. He decided to risk getting severely injured, just to harm the wolf demon. Players can respawn after death, but the wolf demon cannot. If he could severely injure the wolf demon once each day, there might be a chance to kill the wolf demon. Sunan's plan was successful. When the wolf demon's claw landed on his chest, it lost the chance to avoid his punch of flames. Flames exploded, the wolf demon let out a scream of pain, and was forced to retreat several steps. At the same time, its chest was blasted into a mess, and the smell of burnt flesh was pungent in the air. This was no ordinary blow from Sunan. He channeled all his strength into it. Though it may not critically injure the wolf demon, it certainly inflicted considerable damage. The downside was that Sunan came off much worse in the exchange. The wolf demon's claw swept across his chest all the way down to his abdomen, where the wolf claw touched, the wounds were deep enough to see bone, and strips of flesh were literally torn off. That was not all, he clearly felt a strange power enter his body the moment the wolf demon's claw penetrated his flesh. What kind of power is this? Sunan was surprised. That power was not purely physical, it seemed more like an invisible force. The force went rampant in his body, it seemed intent on tearing his internal organs to pieces. Could this be the power of the secret power system? He had a hunch. He was too weak in the past, and the wolf demon easily injured him seriously with a single punch, so he could never notice the oddity in the wolf demon's attacks. Now the wolf demon's full-strength attack was not able to kill him, only then was he able to perceive the strangeness in the wolf demon's power. "Damn rat!" the wolf demon roared, angrily rushing at Sunan once more. "Quit game!" Not daring to continue battling with the wolf demon, Sunan decisively used his opportunity for unrestricted withdrawal. There was a massive difference in destructive power between the two parties, there was no more need to continue the battle. He didn't log back into the game that night. The following day, in the early morning, Sunan was awake as per usual by the alarm clock. He grabbed his phone out of habit, and opened up the forum only to find a large amount of unread messages were in his private chat. Once he opened it, all he saw were messages from Li Hao. Obviously, Li Hao had not given up on the idea of getting Sunan to help him complete his task. Sunan ignored the messages, instead being drawn to the hot topic currently being discussed on the forum. Last night, the supernatural creatures collectively acted up, most players who were in the game were targeted by monsters. What's going on? At this moment, the entire forum was discussing the matter regarding the monsters last night. Remembering the unusual wolf demon from last night, Sunan couldn't help but perk up. After carefully reading through the information on the forum, he finally understood the situation. Turns out, ever since the survival task started, the supernatural creatures initiated searches and hunts for the players. However, on the first day, they could not distinguish between players and ordinary martial artists. However, last night, all the monsters seemed to have received all the information about the players. They not only could pinpoint the players' locations, but they even knew about the players' resurrection ability. Are they even letting us play? I was about to complete my novice task and suddenly, a monster found me and killed me. The game was hard enough from the start, but now with this situation, they're pushing us into quitting the game. I'm the real victim here. I finally got the opportunity to respawn without restrictions, but after encountering a monster, I still saw the monster at the original position when I logged in 2 hours later. Cries of despair from the players echoed. If they could find the game's officials, they would definitely send them a batch of razor blades in protest. Monsters camping on players' corpse? This is gonna be hard. Sunan frowned, this wasn't good news for any player. Thinking about the wolf demon guard, he felt his heart sink further. If it was as what the other players had said, that the monsters knew about players' resurrection and would camp at the original location, then he would most likely encounter the wolf demon once he logged in again. I must think of a way to leave the prison as soon as possible. He was now more eager to leave the prison. Prison had its advantages, the strength of the monsters inside was much weaker than the normal ones, but the current disadvantage was also severe. In there, he had no place to run, he was like a turtle in a jar. Linjiang Hotel. Huh? What's happening today? Just upon arriving at the hotel, Sunan immediately noticed 6 strong and sturdy young men standing in the hotel lobby. They clearly weren't ordinary people, they looked like well-trained soldiers. With just a few glances, Sunan could tell, these were professional security personnel trained by security companies. Wang Chong introduced, Brother Nan, they're new colleagues, and they'll be part of our team. Speaking further, he introduced to the 6 young men in a senior-like manner, this is our security department's backbone, you can just call him Brother Nan in future. At this, Sunan grumpily kicked Wang Chong's leg, enough, stop pretending to be a big shot here. Pulling Wang Chong out of the hall, Sunan continued asking, our hotel security should have enough staff, right? Why have so many come this time? He was somewhat puzzled, even if occasionally a security personnel resigned, they would hire 1 or 2 personnel at most, never this many. Wang Chong explained, you may not know about this yet. Didn't Miss Bai acquired 13 game bracelets the day before yesterday? But now only 12 were used, and 1 is yet to be picked due to unavailability of a suitable candidate. I heard that there were people trying to get that bracelet yesterday, some event went as far as to claim they would steal the bracelet, just in case, Miss Bai decided to increase the hotel's security forces. Moreover, they are just a bunch of girls playing in the game warehouse, if anything unexpected happened outside, they wouldn't be able to resist. So that's the reason. Sunan nodded. Today was the second day of the game's public beta test. The game bracelet's price was soaring, reaching over 20 million per piece, and they were still hard to buy. If someone with malicious intent was eyeing it, it was indeed possible that they would do something outrageous. But, oftentimes, the most feared things come. They didn't know. At this time, not far from the hotel, in a residential building, a man was using a telescope to observe the security guards' movements outside the hotel. The man was in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, looking like a success. This was his preparation for the upcoming action. I can't wait any longer, I must act today. That Bai Mengmeng was already very close to awakening her bloodline combat skill yesterday. Once she awakens it, I will never get another chance. It seems that I am not the only one eyeing that item. If others take action before me, it would be too late. The man tried hard to calm himself down, observing the hotel environment again and confirming his escape route. The price of 20 million was too tempting for him, he needed this money. Of course, this was not the most important thing. If it was before, even if he knew where he could get 20 million, he would not dare to do it. But last night, a man who introduced himself as Mr. K found him. Not only did he provide him with Bai Mengmeng's room location, but he also promised that if he could get the bracelet, he would arrange for someone to cover his escape, and would immediately give him the money. Someone would help him escape, and give him the money as soon as he gets the item. Facing such a temptation, he was finally moved and prepared to take action. But now he had to wait. It will be time for the night shift security personnel to change shifts, that would be his best opportunity. He patiently waited for a while. Finally, the time was almost up, he decisively got into a car that had been prepared for him and arrived at the hotel. He went straight to the front desk, booked a room closest to the top floor, and then calmly went into the elevator. Chapter 42, The Person Behind. On the other side. After finishing the shift handover with the night shift, Sunan and Wang Chong begin their work today. Behind them are two new security guards. Wang Chong said, "Brother Nan, I'll take these two to familiarize themselves with the hotel today, and also process their entry, pick up some equipment. You go on with your work." "All right, you go ahead." Sunan nodded. Just as Wang Chong was about to leave with the two new guards, their walkie-talkies on their belts suddenly blared out an alarming warning. The frantic calls of other security guards could also be heard. "There's an incident. It's at Miss Bai's place." Sunan and the others' expressions changed instantly, and they rushed towards the top floor where Bai Mengmeng was located without thinking. Fortunately, they were not far from the top floor. In less than a minute, they had already reached it. In the corridor, a middle-aged man in a suit was holding a dagger to a young girl's throat, confronting 4 other security guards. Not far away, Bai Mengmeng had also been alerted and was standing with 10 other women, her face darkened as she watched the scene. Bad luck. Seeing Sunan and the others arrive, the middle-aged man in a suit looked even more displeased. According to the plan, he was supposed to sneak into Bai Mengmeng's room quietly and force her to hand over the bracelet. However, somehow, he entered the wrong room and instead found himself in another member's room. As luck would have it, he bumped into the girl in the room as soon as he entered. Shocked, the girl screamed. Now, the security personnel were directly drawn over. Despite this, the man in the suit didn't panic. He knew that as long as he made good use of the girl in his hands, he still had a chance. The man in the suit stared at Bai Mengmeng and said, "Miss Bai, you should know what I want. Give me the item, and I will let her go." Bai Mengmeng spoke in a low voice, "You release Chuer now, and not only will I give you the item, but I will also transfer 10 million to you immediately." Money didn't mean much to her, the important thing was to ensure the safety of the people. Another 2 million, hearing Bai Mengmeng's words, the middle-aged man in the suit began to breathe heavily, almost unable to resist agreeing. However, he quickly thought of something and snorted coldly, "I know your tricks. Now you can transfer the money to me, but later you can freeze the money. You're just buying time. Hand over the item quickly. I'll give it to you if you let Chuer go now." Bai Mengmeng did not hesitate and took out a bracelet. "Throw it to me. I'll let her go once I successfully leave." Bai Mengmeng stared deeply at the man in the suit, "I hope you keep your promise." Eventually, she threw the bracelet to the man in the suit. In the eyes of others, a bracelet was worth millions, but in her eyes, it was not worth as much as the safety of her members. As the bracelet arced towards the middle-aged man, all eyes were focused on it. Sunan suddenly noticed something. Not far from him, one of the new security guards had his eyes on Bai Mingmeng's hand. Something's wrong. An idea suddenly popped up in Sunan's mind, and then he saw the security guard suddenly make a move. His target was the game bracelet on Bai Mingmeng's wrist. Sunan instantly realized what the security guard was trying to do, and another question emerged in his mind. Once the game bracelet was used, it would be bound to the player's identity, and others couldn't use it. Why would this person try to steal the game bracelet? As thoughts raced through his mind, without much time to think, Sunan swung the baton he carried with him. The baton did not carry much force, but it hit the arm of the security guard accurately. This blow made the security guard grunt and involuntarily glare at Sunan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What are you doing?" Wang Chong was closest to Sunan and reacted first, swinging his baton at the security guard. The security guard was well trained and easily dodged Wang Chong's baton, then flashed over to the side of the middle-aged man in a suit and said, "Hurry up! Mr. K sent me to help you." "Mr. K? One of our own? But how are you helping me? It's clear that you're harming me." The middle-aged man's heart raced, and with the item in his hand, he didn't have time to think and immediately grabbed the girl named Chua and headed towards the elevator. Sunan didn't take action, for even if the situation turned serious and someone's life was at risk, he had to consider whether taking action would expose him to risk. The incident happened so suddenly that others were stunned. Their attention was focused on the middle-aged man in the suit, never thinking that there would be a traitor among them. Where the hell did he come from? Security Chief Fatty Lee also rushed over, just in time to see the previous scene, his face turning green with anger. As the head of security, he bore the greatest responsibility for this incident. "Miss Bai, are you all right?" Fatty Lee quickly asked. The other 10 or so women finally recovered from the shock and immediately gathered around to ask and show concern. Bai Mengmeng waved her hand and said, "Saving Chua is more important." Fatty Lee reacted quickly, looked at Sunan and the other security guards, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go after them!" For the safety of the girl, the security personnel dared not push the middle-aged man in the suit too hard, even failing to stop him from escaping. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as he left the hotel and boarded a waiting car. However, what made everyone even more upset was the fact that after the man in the suit got in the car, he did not let the girl named Chua go, but instead took her with him. Bai Mingmeng's face sank, and she immediately took out her phone and made a call. Not too far away, Sunan could hear clearly that Bai Mengmeng was calling someone named Yang Zheng. Fatty Lee made a quick decision and drove a luxury car that was used to welcome guests in the hotel, pointing to several security personnel and said, "You stay here to protect Miss Bai, the rest of you follow me." They were all well trained and quickly got into the car without hesitation. 2 cars sped along the road, one behind the other. It seemed that they had also noticed they were being followed, and the car in front sped up even more. They were heading in the direction of the suburbs. The chase lasted for half an hour. By the time the cars slowed down, they had arrived at an empty and uninhabited area in the suburbs, surrounded by unevenly sized farmland and nothing else. The car in front stopped, and a man in black got out of the passenger seat. Seeing this, Fatty Lee and the others quickly got out of their car. However, something happened in the next moment that made their faces change drastically. The man waved his hand, and a bright red fireball shot towards them. Spellcaster warriors. As the fireball shot out, Sunan became unsettled. He had never expected that this time, the incident would involve the presence of a bloodline warrior. This was somewhat incredible. It was known that, according to the in-game ranking list, there were only a few awakened bloodline players to be considered extremely rare. How could it be such a coincidence to meet one here? While the fireball was shot, it was fortunate that the target of the middle-aged man in black was not them, but the car beside them. "Be careful!" Fatty Lee shouted. As the fireball fell, the few people, who were all retired soldiers with professional training, reacted quickly and leaped to the side at the first moment. Boom! The fireball erupted like a grenade on the car, bursting out with scorching flames. This attack caused varying degrees of damage to each person, but luckily there were no casualties. "Everyone, run!" Fatty Lee shouted again. At this moment, he didn't care about saving people anymore. Facing such an enemy with supernatural abilities, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. Continuing this would only increase casualties. The others understood this and didn't care about the pain in their bodies. They quickly scattered and fled in all directions. Sunan also chose an unoccupied direction to run. However, he didn't run far. He was very curious about where this spellcaster warrior came from. I still need to go and check. Making sure there was no one around, he decided and used bone shifting. This technique was mysterious, unparalleled in its transformative properties, not only changing his body but also his clothes, truly a powerful transformation skill. The effect of the technique took place, changing his body shape, appearance, and clothes, making him look inconspicuous. He quietly returned. What he didn't expect was that from a distance, he saw that the situation in the field had changed. It was the same official member who had fought Li Suhang that day. Thinking of the previous call Bai Mengmeng had made, Sunan understood, it seems that the official player named Yang Zheng is involved. I just don't know what his in-game name is. Yang Zheng immediately started fighting with the man in black, and the two fought evenly. Seeing this, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy was not strong, and he posed no danger to him. However, the situation only lasted for a few breaths, and as another man in black got out of the car, the situation took a turn for the worse. Another warrior, a physical martial artist with strength as the primary attribute. Sunan frowned. One awakened bloodline player was already rare enough, and now another one appeared. When did awakened bloodline players become common? Could they not be players at all? Two warriors against Yang Zheng would be too much for him to handle. He accidentally got hit by a fireball. This blow directly turned him into a severely wounded person and fell to the ground without the ability to resist. The two men did not continue to attack, instead, they came over to Yang Zheng, took off his game bracelet. The two men in black only glanced at the number inside the bracelet, seemed disappointed, and tossed the bracelet onto the ground. Seeing this, Sunan's pupils shrank. He immediately thought of Bai Mengmeng's bracelet that was almost taken away before. Good guy, after such a big circle, it turns out to be just for this. Sunan suddenly understood that the target of this incident was not Bai Mengmeng's unused bracelet but the bracelet in his own hand. These two men in black were with those two wearing duckbill caps before. If it weren't for the differences in body shapes, he would even suspect that these two were the same two people as before. Obviously, not being able to find the bracelet for so long, they had no choice but to target the top players in Donglan City. Perhaps, if they couldn't find what they were looking for, the players in the entire Donglan City would be targeted. Looking at the two, Sunan sneered at the corners of his mouth. I was just worrying about where to find someone to slaughter and condense the third life wheel, and now, they are just delivered to my doorstep. He originally didn't plan to make a move, but since he discovered that the two were looking for the bracelet in his hand, it was necessary for him to act. The important thing was that the two were not particularly strong, so this was a good opportunity to find out the secret behind the bracelet. Chapter 43, Theft Failure. Yang Zheng was seriously injured. The two people in black completely lost interest in his bracelet. What they wanted was a special bracelet with innate talent, not this ordinary bracelet. Should we kill him, said one of them. This guy is from the official side. Killing him might cause trouble, the other hesitated. Cough, cough. Fresh blood coughed up, Yang Zheng stared at the two black-clothed men in front of him and said, "Who are you exactly?" He rushed over immediately after receiving Bai Mengmeng's call. He thought it was just a normal case and could easily solve it even if there were people behind the scenes controlling it. However, after catching up with the robbers, he realized his mistake. Two martial artists with awakening bloodline combat techniques, it's simply unbelievable. Even if he was foolish, he could smell the unusualness of it. Ignoring Yang Zheng, one of the black-clothed men said, "Since the official person is indeed troublesome, let's ignore him." They were obviously wary of the official side and didn't want their relationship to be too rigid. The two of them got in the car, ready to leave. Suddenly they noticed that a young man with an ordinary appearance was standing a few dozen meters in front of their car. Sunan said, "Are you two planning to leave just like that?" Hearing this, the two black-clad men were stunned and reacted in the next moment. Bloodline warriors. They couldn't see Sunan's details, but they knew that anyone who dared to stop them at this time wouldn't be an ordinary person. Could it be him? It's possible. Didn't L&M say last time that someone had intercepted their target? It's likely that this person did it last time. No matter whether the object is in his hands or not, we can't let him go since we've encountered him. The two black-clothed men quickly exchanged glances, with joy in their eyes. Without saying another word, they got out of the car and charged at Sunan. The physical warrior was in the lead, rushing towards Sunan like a speeding car. The law-controlling class martial artist stayed not far away, looking for a chance to strike Sunan at any time. Sunan also took action, planning to fight quickly. If it took too long, it would be troublesome if other accomplices of the two black-robed men were drawn here. Now, he could easily handle these two, but more would be uncertain. "Are you a physical warrior too?" sneered the black-clad man. His speed increased, trying to see who was stronger between him and Sunan. But at the moment Sunan threw his punch, his face changed abruptly. Even without contacting Sunan, he felt a powerful force. Sunan's strength was much greater than his. Not good. The black-clothed man with the physique system instantly lost the idea of fighting Sunan hard and wanted to dodge the punch. But Sunan didn't give him a chance at all, and hit him with a punch without any technique. Thump! His body let out a muffled sound. The black-clothed man with the physique system kept retreating. Sunan didn't give him a chance to escape, and used the bloodline battle technique, earth-shattering fist, hitting him with several consecutive punches. From the black-clothed man's attack to his severe injury, it all happened in a breath, and the other black-clothed man didn't even have a chance to strike. It wasn't until Sunan looked at him that the law-controlling class martial artist reacted, finally realizing Sunan's extraordinary skill. "You must have more than one great demon art perfection." The black-clothed man was horrified and started running without a second thought. How could Sunan let him go? He unleashed all his strength, rushing towards him at extreme speed. Frightened, the black-clothed man tried to use fireballs to block Sunan, but Sunan easily dodged them all. Before he could return to the car, he was caught and knocked down by Sunan, who then threw him beside the other black-clothed man. Not far away. Seeing this scene, Yang Zheng was shocked at heart. He knew very well how powerful these two black-clothed men were, but they were easily defeated by Sunan. Who are these people? Where did they come from? Yang Zheng was unsure, doubting whether these three were game players or not. If they were game players, why weren't they on the ranking list? If not, where did their power come from? Looking at the two people on the ground, struggling in vain, Sunan said, "As long as you can answer my questions well, I can spare your lives." First question, who are you? This was a question Sunan really wanted to know. He knew the black-clothed men were organized, but he didn't know anything about the organization. With pale faces, the two black-clothed men showed no intention of answering. "Won't answer." Sunan's face turned cold, stepping on the leg of the black-clothed man with the physique system without warning. There was a crisp sound as his femur broke. The black-clothed man immediately let out a miserable scream. Finally unable to bear it, he shouted angrily, "No matter who you are, you will pay a bloody price for opposing us." Before his words even fell, he desperately attacked Sunan, trying to die together with Sunan, regardless of the risk of being killed. Sunan reacted quickly and naturally wouldn't let him succeed. He used mountain elephant stomping heavily on the black-clothed man's chest. The man's chest was now completely sunken. He spurted blood from his mouth and died. This was Sunan's second time killing someone in reality, under the watchful eyes of others, but he still didn't feel uncomfortable. Expectation filled his eyes as he waited patiently. A moment later, he furrowed his brow. Strange? Why is this happening? After being killed by him, the life wheel scripture had no response, which was beyond his expectation. Could it be because this black-clothed man is not a target who can be robbed of his fate? He thought of a possibility. The ability of life-stealing was clearly stated in the description. After killing a target who can be robbed of their fate, he would automatically steal their fate. Now that he couldn't steal it, the problem was apparent. So not everyone's fate can be stolen, huh? Sunan was somewhat disappointed. Last time he killed someone randomly and stole their fate, which led him to believe that as long as he killed the person, he could steal it. It seemed there were still unknown restrictions in this process. What were they? He didn't have time to think any more and looked at the other black-clothed man. He's dead, now there's only you left. Second question, what are you guys looking for? Chapter 44, An Unexpected Invitation. Seeing their companion killed before their eyes, the remaining person in black's eyes were filled with resentment. Instead of answering Sunan, he mocked, "You don't even know you're at death's door. Just wait, you'll soon regret everything you've done today." What a tough talker! Sunan felt helpless, realizing that with his means, he couldn't get any information from the man in black. Since that's the case, it's better to leave it to the professionals. He looked at Yang Zheng in the distance and said, "This guy is all yours, I hope you can dig up the information about the organization behind him within 3 days." Yang Zheng had regained some strength and could barely stand up. Hearing Sunan's words, he immediately asked, "May I know your name, friend?" Sunan ignored him and turned to leave quickly. Seeing this, Yang Zheng became anxious and shouted, "How should I give the information from the interrogation to you? You don't need to worry about that, I'll come to find you in 3 days." Sunan didn't look back and soon disappeared from Yang Zheng's sight. Who exactly is he? Gazing in the direction where Sunan disappeared, Yang Zheng became even more puzzled. Not long after, several luxury cars arrived at high speed. Bai Mengmeng came with more than 10 security guards. What just happened? Where are my people? Bai Mengmeng looked at the corpse of the man in black, both anxious and puzzled. It's a bit complicated. We should save people first and talk about it later, said Yang Zheng with a complex expression. The group quickly searched the car driven by the man in black. Fortunately, the young girl named Chuer was still in the car, only temporarily unconscious and with no other problems. The middle-aged man in a suit and the security guard who had tried to snatch Bai Mengmeng's bracelet were also there, both unconscious after being knocked out. On the middle-aged man's hand, they found an unused game bracelet. At this moment, Security Chief Fatty Li and 2 other guards ran out from somewhere. Seeing Bai Mengmeng, he exclaimed, "Miss Bai, how did you get here? What happened here?" Bai Mengmeng asked. Fatty Li didn't dare to conceal anything, recounting what he had seen earlier. Finally, he added, "Miss Bai, it's not that we wanted to run, but that person had the power from within the game. If we didn't run, we would have died." Bai Mengmeng waved her hand, not saying anything. Soon, the scattered security guards returned one after another. Sunan, who had transformed back to his original appearance, also ran back with a lingering fear. "Brother Nan, you all right?" Wang Chong asked. Sunan shook his head, "I'm fine, how about you?" "I'm okay too." Wang Chong pretended to be relaxed. Staring at the corpse of the man in black on the ground, he exclaimed in surprise, "So that was the power from in the game? That's amazing." The others were also in awe, their eyes filled with shock. After confirming that everyone was okay, Yang Zheng took the powerless man in black away, and the others followed suit and left. No one knew. Shortly after they left, 2 men in black appeared at the place where they had fought. One of them looked around and said after a moment, "J is dead, and K has been taken away. The person who intervened must be a martial artist who has reached at least great perfection in 2 demon sutras." Great perfection in 2 demon sutras? Could it be that Wang Nan, the first on the ranking list? We can't rule out that possibility, but we can't rule out another possibility either. What is it? He's like us, coming from that place. Impossible. No one else could come out of that place except us. Whether there is such a possibility or not, we have to deal with it as if there is. Notify the others. It's difficult. Even A and B can only exert the strength of great perfection in 2 demon sutras at most right now. I don't know if they can handle that guy. Linjiang Hotel. In a former luxury guest room on the top floor, now converted into an office room. Bai Mengmeng looked at some documents in her hands and said, "Your name is Sunan, right?" "Yes, Miss Bai." Sunan nodded. He was a little surprised, not expecting to be called by Bai Mengmeng after returning. After pondering for a moment, he realized it was most likely related to him stopping the fake security guard from snatching the bracelet earlier. As expected, Bai Mengmeng said, "I checked the security footage earlier. The fact that you discovered the problem at the instant the fake security guard took action and stopped him in time shows that your observation and reaction ability are both excellent. Now I can give you a chance as a reward. Do you want to join my game studio? I can give you the last game bracelet to use. The sooner the bracelet is used, the greater its value becomes." After today's events, Bai Mengmeng realized that keeping the bracelet unused not only failed to generate any value but also attracted attention from the ill-intentioned. Join your game studio. Sunan was startled, not expecting this to be the reward. What a joke! If he joined her studio, his game identity would surely be exposed sooner or later. Without even thinking, he directly refused, "Sorry Miss Bai, the reward is too precious, and I'm not interested in the game." As he spoke, he thought of something and added, "Instead of wasting it on me, give it to someone else who can use it better. I think Wang Chong is a good choice." "You're unwilling?" Bai Mengmeng was surprised, not expecting Sunan would refuse. After a brief silence, she asked, "Do you know what the Demon World game signifies?" Sunan nodded, "I know, the man in black using flames earlier was using power from within the game. That's exactly why something so precious shouldn't be wasted on me." Bai Mengmeng said, "There's no waste if you have confidence in playing the game well. I can give you the bracelet right now." Sunan had no choice but to say, "Miss Bai, please consider someone else. The game is extremely difficult and not something I can handle." Hearing that, Bai Mengmeng felt a little disappointed. Initially, she saw great potential in Sunan's keen observation and quick reactions. Now it seemed that Sunan lacked something more crucial: self-confidence. If he didn't have the confidence to rise in the game, then he was destined not to be able to play it well. "You don't need to refuse right away. Go back and think it over, and give me your answer before you're off work today." Sunan hesitated for a moment, but decided to give Bai Mengmeng some face and nodded, "All right." After leaving Bai Mengmeng's office and coming downstairs, Wang Chong immediately asked curiously, "What did Miss Bai say to you?" Sunan shook his head, "Nothing much, just asking about what happened today." He didn't plan on telling Wang Chong about the bracelet. If Wang Chong knew he had refused Bai Mengmeng's invitation, he would undoubtedly try to get the bracelet for him, which was something he did not want to see. Today's events caused quite a stir in the hotel. Before long, numerous reporters had even come for interviews. But all these things had nothing to do with Sunan anymore. At 8:30 p.m. Returning home, Sunan logged into the game at the first opportunity. Although he had completed all the daily tasks for today, the threat of the wolf demon still remained. He had to find a way to solve this problem. Chapter 45, Zhou Cheng's Actions. Inside the prison cell. As Sunan scanned his surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief as he didn't see any traces of the wolf demon. There were no signs of recovery from the injuries on his body, and his strength was only a fraction of what it once was. He couldn't take any chances. Anyway, he still had a foreknowledge opportunity today, so he planned to use it first. You dragged your heavily injured body out of the cell, planning to head towards cell No. 24. You don't know that as soon as you appeared in the cell, the guards have spotted you and are rushing towards you quickly. As expected, the demons have the ability to detect players. Before his foreknowledge could even begin, the situation Sunan didn't want to happen had already taken place. The wolf demon's pursuit had set the result of this fact-finding session in stone. Hearing the footsteps of the wolf demon, you immediately choose to change directions and flee, but your heavily injured self doesn't get far before being caught up to by the wolf demon. You died. In his foreknowledge, Sunan had already heard the footsteps of the approaching wolf demon guard. Whether he stayed or left, the outcome was going to end in death. There's no choice, I have to quit the game. Feeling deeply powerless, he was completely out of ideas on how to get rid of the wolf demon that had targeted him. There is a limit to the number of deaths allowed in the survival task, and he didn't want to waste one of them. Furthermore, the feeling of dying was not pleasant. Sunan decided to exit the game without hesitation. However, the game informed him that he was in a dangerous environment and couldn't quit. His character only completed one daily task today, and the unlimited exit opportunity he had earned was used the last time he logged out. If it were anyone else, faced with such a situation, they would be at a loss. But he was different. He could change his identity and quit the game with another character. As the life wheel scripture revolved, there were no visible changes in Sunan's body and his injuries still showed no signs of recovery, but his character panel had changed to another person. Exiting the game once more. This time, using an unlimited exit opportunity, he successfully logged out. Climbing out of the game warehouse and sitting in front of the computer, Sunan couldn't make sense of it. How did the demons know of my existence? This question was crucial, and without understanding it, he couldn't continue playing the game. He opened the forum, trying to find the answer from there. On the forum, the players were still wailing with grief. The initially high difficulty of the game had already made many players miserable. Now that the demons had started actively hunting players, it had become the last straw that broke the camel's back for many people. Many players were afraid to log into the game in order not to waste their limited number of deaths. This game is basically selecting players. We are destined to be eliminated. The root cause of this incident must be the 12 demon emperors. They must be the biggest bosses in the game. The most speculated reason for the abnormal behavior of the demons was the 12 demon emperors mentioned in the introduction of the survival task. As for how the 12 demon emperors achieved this, nobody knew. After a while, Sunan didn't find the information he wanted. Instead, another hot topic discussed by the players caught his attention. Qian Yu, ranked second on the ranking list, and Zhou Cheng, ranked third, have both reached perfection in their second Demon Sutra today. They are now only one step away from catching up with the first-ranked Wang Nan. Top players are indeed top players. The increase in game difficulty seems to have nothing to do with them at all. Is God Zhou Cheng's deification guild still recruiting members? Can I still join now? Still looking for deity Wang Nan's contact information. High price wanted. The increase in game difficulty forced many players to turn their attention to the top 10 players on the ranking list, hoping to use their strength to change the current predicament. They had no choice. The 15-day survival task was right there, so they had to try every method they could think of. This is an opportunity for those ranked high on the list, and if they are willing, they can definitely quickly build up a sizable player influence. Sunan's eyes showed a strange gleam. He could already see the rise of various player influences happening soon. Just as he was about to exit the forum, he noticed an unread private message. There were already 99 plus unread messages in his private chat. Without looking, he knew these were all sent by Li Hao. The only person who knew about his forum account was Li Hao. Big brother, I know who you are. You must be deity Wang Nan. Big brother, are you there? Just make a sound if you're there. Squeak. Big brother. In the private chat section, Li Hao was entertaining himself tirelessly, sending a message every 2 or 3 minutes. Seeing this, Sunan almost laughed in anger, and couldn't help but want to block him outright. As he was about to do so, another message came through, grabbing his attention. Big brother, I just got news that someone is planning to form a team to break into our Kuntian prison. Someone wants to break into Kuntian prison? Sunan instantly thought of Zhang Feng and Zhou Cheng. At present, it seemed that only Zhang Feng and Zhou Cheng knew the location of Kuntian prison. Sunan sent a message to Li Hao, where did you get this information? Big brother, you finally replied to me. You made me wait so long. Receiving Sunan's reply, Li Hao seemed excited on the other end. I got this information from a friend who just joined Zhou Cheng's deification guild today. He said that Zhou Cheng was sending a player who had reached the great accomplishment of Demon Sutra with 15 players who achieved the minor accomplishment of Demon Sutra to enter the second floor of the prison tomorrow and save a member. To save someone? To save Zhang Feng? Sunan thought of a possibility but immediately shook his head, dismissing the conjecture. If it was to save Zhang Feng, there was no need for such a big show. Saving Zhang Feng was most likely just a cover Zhou Cheng presented to the public. Zhang Feng mentioned before that Zhou Cheng's last mainline task was in the Kuntian prison. Given that Zhou Cheng has already completed his previous mainline tasks, it's no wonder he's now preparing to tackle the last one and managed to achieve perfection in the second Demon Sutra today. Sunan analyzed quietly, understanding the key points. Zhou Cheng probably didn't want people to know about his actions, but since Kuntian prison was an advanced map, success required a large number of people at once, which naturally called for a cover story. Big brother, this is absolutely unforgivable. They want to come to our territory to rescue someone, and they don't even get your consent? Zhou Cheng really doesn't give you any face. Li Hao yelled, treating the Kuntian prison as if it were his and Sunan's territory. Sunan ignored his comment, remaining silent for a moment before saying, keep an eye on their movements and let me know if there's any news. If you do a good job, I can help you complete your tasks. On the other side, Li Hao was overjoyed and quickly replied, all right, big brother, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Not giving Li Hao any more attention, Sunan exited the forum. Time quickly arrived at midnight. He logged into the game once more. This time, he didn't immediately check his daily tasks but headed straight for cell number 24. If there was a place in this prison where he could find a way to get rid of the wolf demon, cell number 24 would undoubtedly hold the greatest chance. Chapter 46, Changing the Atmosphere. The prison corridor was eerily quiet. However, the sound of Sunan's footsteps approached from the direction of the prison exit. The wolf demon is here again. With no hesitation, Sunan quickly dashed towards cell number 24. Rat! You can't run! An angry voice echoed through the corridor. The wolf demon was much faster than Sunan. Fortunately, a new day had begun, and Sunan's wounds from yesterday had vanished. His strength was fully displayed, making it not so easy for the wolf demon to catch up to him. Moreover, the cell where he was hiding was not far from cell number 24. After only a few breaths, Sunan arrived at the door. He took out the Kuntian key, opened the cell door, entered, and closed the door behind him all in one fluid motion. Bang! Bang! Roar! Damn rat, open the door! The furious wolf demon roared, pounding on the door, but there was no sign of damage. It seems like there's only one key to cell number 24, and now it's in my possession. The wolf demon doesn't have a key, said Sunan with a smile. Without a key, even if the wolf demon was the prison guard, he would not be able to enter the cell. It seems you have already acquired the relic from the senior, Zhou Lingyan's voice rang out from within the cell. Sunan no longer paid attention to the wolf demon, turned around, and said, I have, thanks to your guidance. Without hiding anything, he recounted the events that took place in cell number 30. Of course, he didn't mention the power of the life wheel scripture to steal fate. That was his secret, and he wasn't going to tell anyone. He had a feeling that Zhou Lingyan had directed him to find the old man because she had already detected the technique seeds within him and believed that he could obtain the old man's legacy. If that were the case, it meant Zhou Lingyan had known what lay in store with the old man, and hiding anything from her would serve no purpose. As expected, when she heard that the old man had given him the life wheel scripture, Zhou Lingyan was not surprised. Instead, when he mentioned the old man's self-sealing, a thoughtful expression appeared in her eyes. Senior, now that 1,000,000 outsiders like me have descended. Sunan recounted the public beta test of the game once again. Finally, he asked, starting yesterday, as soon as we enter this world, the demons can detect us. Do you have any solution, senior? Upon hearing that 1,000,000 players had arrived, Zhou Lingyan's face showed shock, but she quickly regained her composure. When Sunan finished, she seemed to think of something, saying, it is rumored that there is a treasure called the sky-scanning mirror within the demon clan, which can explore the life energy of everything in heaven and earth. Once the life energy is captured, the target can be found no matter where it is. Also, the sky-scanning mirror can connect with the life energy of countless other demons, sharing the location of the target's life energy. Sky-scanning mirror? Sharing the target's life energy location with countless demons? Sunan gasped at the thought of such a powerful and influential treasure. It was unimaginable. The sky-scanning mirror targets life energy. If you can change your life energy, naturally, you can avoid the demons, Zhou Lingyan explained. So how can I change my life energy? He thought of the life wheel scripture, which should have changed his life energy when it changed his fate, but he had already tried it and found that it didn't work. Zhou Lingyan thought for a moment before saying, didn't you say your technique was a transformation technique? That's right. Sunan was puzzled, not understanding why Zhou Lingyan was asking that. Suddenly, he realized something and asked, do you mean to say that my technique can change my life energy? Zhou Lingyan shook her head, I don't know much about techniques. I need you to use it once for me to confirm. All right. With no intention of hiding anything, Sunan focused his mind and used his technique to transform his appearance into that of the wolf demon. Zhou Lingyan looked up and down at Sunan and couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. It's truly an ancient technique. What do you think, senior? Sunan asked eagerly. Zhou Lingyan nodded, of course. Players like you outsiders are the ones being hunted by demons. Just transform into an ordinary martial artist or a demon like you are now, and naturally, you can get rid of being hunted. Great! Excitement filled Sunan's eyes, he did not expect bone shifting to have such an effect. Just as he was about to transform back to his original appearance, he thought of something and asked. Senior, I plan to use the appearance of the wolf demon to leave the prison, but I still lack the wolf demon's identity token. He shared his plan for escaping the prison. The power of the wolf demon was too strong. Before, he had no idea how to obtain the wolf demon's identity token. Perhaps now he could borrow Zhou Lingyan's strength. Zhou Lingyan saw through his thoughts, her expression turned cold. I can't help you. Feeling disappointed, Sunan realized that as long as it involved Zhou Lingyan taking action, she would basically never agree. However, he still persisted, Senior, this is currently the fastest way for me to leave the prison. As long as I can get the identity token, I can leave immediately. This will save a lot of time and naturally allow me to steal the bronze bell for you sooner. Just like last time, he mentioned the bronze bell that Zhou Lingyan needed. It must be said that this trick worked well. Obviously persuaded, Zhou Lingyan fell silent for a while before saying, I can only help you get the wolf demon's identity token. Did she agree? Thrilled, Sunan knew that as long as Zhou Lingyan was willing to help, everything would become easier. Senior, what should I do? Open the door and let the wolf demon in. All right. Sunan nodded, transformed back to his original appearance, and without a word, opened the prison door. Damn rat, you finally came out. As the prison door opened, the wolf demon roared and directly rushed into the cell. However, as soon as he entered the cell, he stood still and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Zhou Lingyan said, I have temporarily trapped his mind in an illusion. Illusion. Sunan realized, and his eyes lit up again. If he struck the wolf demon's weak spot now, could he kill him in one hit? Seemingly realizing Sunan's thoughts, Zhou Lingyan said solemnly, don't attempt to attack. Your strike will not only fail to kill him but will also wake him up from the illusion. All right. Sunan abandoned his previous thought. As Zhou Lingyan's condition was clearly not good and she couldn't attack directly, he would have loved to deal with the wolf demon himself for the time being. Without time to think further, he started searching the wolf demon's body. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find the identity token. It should be in the storage ring he's wearing on his hand. Zhou Lingyan said. Storage ring. Sunan's gaze fell on the wolf demon's claw and he noticed an ancient-looking ring. After quickly taking it off, he asked curiously, how do I use this thing? Give it to me. Zhou Lingyan said. Sunan had no choice but to hand the ring to Zhou Lingyan. Without any visible action on Zhou Lingyan's part, she just stroked the surface of the ring and tossed it back to Sunan. Now, this ring is considered unowned. You just need to drip your blood on it to claim it. Sunan did as she instructed. Indeed, as soon as the blood dripped onto the ring, he felt a connection between himself and the ring, and he seemed to have grown a pair of eyes that could see the disorganized objects within the ring's space. With a thought, a metal plate the size of his palm appeared in his hand. This was the wolf demon's identity token. After obtaining the item, Sunan finally relaxed. With this, he could leave the prison. Chapter 47, Everything is ready. Storage ring, a ring filled with a cubic space on the interior. Its primary material is a space stone that possesses spatial power. Skywolf Clan Identity Token. After a demon from the Skywolf Clan is born, a saint-level expert from the Skywolf Clan will craft this lifelong identity token for it. It is a token used to verify identities amongst the Skywolf clansmen. Sunan was thrilled in his heart. Finally, he could leave this prison. As long as he got out of here, that would count as completing 2 3-star tasks at once. Not only would he receive a large number of demon power rewards after that, but he would also obtain demon techniques and bloodline. Zhou Lingyan remarked, the method for refining storage rings was lost when the ancient world shattered. This item is not too rare now, but it is not common either. Generally, demons don't have this kind of thing. It seems that this wolf demon isn't ordinary within demons. Sunan frowned and asked, so are you saying it's dangerous for me to use this wolf demon's identity to leave? Zhou Lingyan didn't answer directly and simply shook her head, maybe he was just lucky and got that ring by accident. Sunan nodded. He didn't pay too much attention to this point. If the wolf demon's identity was truly unique, then he could change his identity after leaving the prison. There wouldn't be much of a problem. Just when he was about to confidently leave the prison, Zhou Lingyan spoke again, if you leave like this, you will still be exposed. This wolf demon is at the spirit level, while you are only at the mortal level. Stronger demon beasts can spot your flaws. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, instantly shattering Sunan's illusions. He immediately asked, "Senior, what should I do then?" He threw the problem at Zhou Lingyi, and since she had pointed out this issue, there was a high probability that she had a solution. Otherwise, wouldn't all the previous efforts have been in vain? Indeed, Zhou Lingyi took out a jade pendant shaped like a ring and said, "Wear this." Sunan took it, and the information about the jade pendant instantly appeared before him. Hiding Spirit Ring, a small object crafted by the Grand Elder of the Qinkan sect during his leisure time. It holds the mystical power of hiding one's realm. Please note, this item can only be used by martial artists at the spirit level and below. Hide one's realm? This thing is great. Thank you, Senior. Sunan promptly put on the jade pendant. Meanwhile, he noticed that the hiding spirit ring was crafted by the Grand Elder of the Qinkan sect. He wondered what the relationship between the Qinkan sect, an influence, and Zhou Lingyi was. You can leave now. Leave this wolf demon here. When you have achieved enough strength to kill him, come back. Zhou Lingyi issued the order to dismiss him and sat cross-legged in the center of the prison cell. She had never stood up all this time, looking aloof. Sunan didn't say anything more and eagerly left the prison cell. Transforming into the appearance of a wolf demon and walking down the corridor lifted his spirits like never before. It had been 9 days since he entered the game, and there were only 13 days left for the mainline task of 20 days countdown. At long last, he could leave this prison. However, before doing that, he still needed to complete the task of killing demons for both his roles today. Maybe it was because he hadn't triggered any new events yesterday, but there wasn't any change in the daily tasks of the 2 roles, they remained the same as they had been yesterday. Sunan took a glance and headed to the nearest prison cell. In the Kuntian prison, demons have been kept confined in prison cells for a long time, with their strength continuously siphoned off by the prison, leaving only less than 2/3 of their original strength. After the 3rd bloodline had reached completion, the first level of the prison didn't pose much challenge to Sunan anymore. If it wasn't due to the deadline for the mainline task drawing near, he might have even considered staying here peacefully to grind out tasks. Just because I'm leaving doesn't mean I can't come back. As long as my disguise as a wolf demon isn't discovered, I can totally come for a few inspections every day, just like a wolf demon would. Killing the mortal level demons of the 1st level was no longer much of a challenge for him. He didn't even need to use foresight, and quickly completed the daily task of hunting down and killing a mortal level demon for both roles. 10 demon power points credited to his account. His usable demon power reached 11 points. He could awaken the flame scripture. Awaken. Sunan wasn't in the habit of hoarding demon power, so he directly chose to awaken. With the consumption of 10 demon power points, his mind was immediately filled with a lot of information. Flames gathered in his hand, and with a flip of his palm, the flames came alive, transforming into a giant firebird soaring in the corridor. Sunan knew that now, with just a thought, this firebird would charge towards the designated target and tear it apart. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill, please name this combat skill. Let's just call it the Firebird technique. Bloodline combat skill named successfully. Congratulations on elevating a demon technique to great perfection, you now have an enhanced ability to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened, increasing its daily uses by 1. The daily usage limit for his talent to foresee the future reached 6 times. Meanwhile, on the ranking list, Zhang Yang's rank rose once again, directly going up to 18th spot. Today was the 3rd day of the public beta test. The number of players who had achieved great demon art perfection reached 18. But no one knew that the first and the last on the list were the same person. Excellent, I'm one step closer to achieving the goal of one person receiving double prizes. Taking note of his personal rank fluctuations, a smile appeared on Sunan's face. Having achieved great demon art perfection for 3 demon techniques, such a feat would leave other players speechless if they knew. And that was not all, very soon, he would be able to leave this prison, and then, the 4th demon technique reaching great perfection would be just within his reach. In terms of speed, he had left the other players far behind. With that thought, Sunan could no longer resist the itch to make his move. He decided to leave right now. First, let's use foresight. Disguised as a guard on the 1st floor and holding its identity token, you head toward the prison exit. You arrive at the exit of the prison. The stone statue demon guarding the exit gives you a glance and then closes its eyes. It doesn't notice anything unusual about you. You arrive under the stone door. With a muffled sound, the stone door opens from both sides, just enough for a person to pass through. You try your best to remain as normal as possible and slowly step through the stone doorway. After leaving the stone door, you discover that the entrance of the prison is constructed within a huge cave. In the cave, there are dozens of demon guards dressed in armor and holding long spears. They glance at you, but fortunately, they don't detect anything unusual about you either. You continue forward and leave the cave, finally seeing what lies beyond the prison. Congratulations on successfully deceiving all the guards and escaping the Kuntian prison. I did it. Even though he knew beforehand that it had a high probability of success, seeing the forecast information that he truly had escaped from the prison still brought Sunan great joy. This meant that he could finally complete the first phase of his main task. He didn't act immediately. The 3-minute time frame for his foreseeing the future wasn't over yet, the foresight was still ongoing. Chapter 48, 3 Paths. You look around and find yourself on an exceptionally massive canyon cliff, surrounded by ancient trees growing on the cliffs. In front of you are 3 rugged mountain paths. The 3 paths lead in 3 different directions, the first one on the left seemingly extends upward along the gorge, the second one in the middle extends downward, and the third one on the right extends forward, its destination unknown. After a brief hesitation, you decide to take the first path on the left, which seems to lead out of the gorge. Unknown to you, as you take the first step on the path, a demon beast's gaze penetrates the obstacles and watches you from the end of the path. You carefully walk forward. Foreknowledge time ends. In the end, Sunan does not reach the end of the path, nor does he die. But he isn't too pleased either. Although I didn't die in the end, being targeted by some unknown demon beast definitely isn't a good thing. Sunan takes a deep breath, prepared for this kind of situation. Zhou Lingyan has said that the location of Kuntian prison lies in Skywolf Valley, which is the territory of the Skywolf demon clan. It can be confirmed that there are definitely a large number of Skywolf clan demon beasts in this gorge. But now he disguising himself as a demon beast, as long as he's careful not to be exposed by a powerful demon beast, it should still be relatively safe. The left path has a big hidden danger, as soon as I set foot on it, I was watched. Next time, let's try the middle path. Not knowing which path the real wolf demons take daily, he can only try them one by one. Not in a hurry to leave the prison, he decides to use foresight again. A minute later, Sunan begins his second foresight of the day. Once again at the crossroads, this time you decide to choose the second path leading downwards into the gorge. The mountain path is rugged and slopes, you quickly descend, the silence along the way is eerie, aside from your own breathing and the scraping sound of the gravel beneath your feet. You can't hear any other sounds, as if this is a path leading to the abyss. After dozens of breaths, you suddenly realize that you have come to the end of the road, and there is a sudden break in the cliff ahead of you. You carefully peer down, and all you can see is a haze of fog. As you try to take a closer look, suddenly a white shadow leaps out from the side of the woods with incredible speed, giving you no time to react. You don't know what kind of demon beast the white shadow is, but it bites your neck and pulls you down the cliff with tremendous strength. You are dead. Just before you die, you vaguely see that the demon beast's exposed bones are stark white, and you realize that this path is absolutely impassable. Absolutely impassable? This path is also a dead end, so now there's only the third path left. It can't be that the last path is also a dead end, right? Sunan takes a deep breath, the excitement of finally leaving the prison gradually subsiding after the 2 foresights. Leaving here won't be safe, but rather, it means entering another dangerous situation. Luckily, this death at least tells him that the second path ends at a cliff, and there is also a powerful demon beast present. Of the 3 routes, only the third path is left, and it should be the right one by reasoning. To be safe, Sunan decides to use foresight once more. After all, what if only the first path is relatively safer, and the last 2 paths are both dead ends? This is not impossible. In the first path, he was watched by a demon beast but did not die. Once again at the crossroads, this time you choose the third path, not knowing where it leads. You walk quickly forward, hoping to reach the end soon. A minute later, you notice a sentry post on the side of the path ahead. 2 wolf demons on guard notice you, but ignoring you, you also pretend as if nothing has happened and continue forward. 2 minutes later, you discover another sentry post. The wolf demons on guard still don't pay any attention to you, so you keep going. His foresight does not provide any further information after this point. It takes 2 minutes to reach that point of the path and it takes another minute to leave the prison, a total of 3 minutes, and he doesn't die during the foresight. The third path is the right one. Sunan finally exhales a sigh of relief. Since the 2 groups of guard demons on the path didn't bother him, it's already evident that this is the right path. If not, the first group of guards would most likely have stopped him instead. Without any more hesitation, he followed the scenarios in his foreknowledge and headed towards the outside of the prison. When he passed the stone door at the exit, the stone statue demon guarding it indeed glanced at him and confirmed his identity before ignoring him. Upon exiting the stone door, his eyes were suddenly greeted with a vast cave space. There were more than 10 demons in the cave, each wearing armor, giving Sunan a strong feeling of their immense power, far from ordinary demons. They might be the actual prison guards. Compared to these demons, the wolf demon that Sunan disguised as might just be a lowly servant. Sunan tried his best to act as naturally as possible and left the cave without haste. Finally, he saw the 3-way fork in the road. At the same time, the task completion prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the main quest. Demon Crisis. Do you want to receive the rewards now? Receive. As Sunan walked towards the third path, he looked at the panel. Congratulations, you have obtained immortal level bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained immortal level demon sutra. Congratulations, you have gained 15 demon power points. The second phase of the main quest has been activated, please check the task list. The bloodline and demon sutra were issued in physical form, and he was close to the prison entrance now, so it was not the right time to check the bloodline and sutra. He could only bring up the task panel and check the main quest. Main quest, Demon Crisis. Second phase of the quest, Escape Sky Wolf Valley. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 15 demon points. Escape Sky Wolf Valley. Another 3-star task. This clearly told him that the danger here was no less than in Kuntian prison. This task might be difficult for others, but it should be slightly easier for me. Sunan wasn't too worried. After all, he was a demon now. As long as his identity was not exposed, everything else could be carefully planned step by step. He continued forward while operating the life wheel scripture to switch his role to Zhang Yang's state. Almost the instant the panel switched, the task completion prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Escape the Cell. 15 demon points have been awarded. Currently usable demon power, 31 points. Another 15 demon points credited. Sunan's eyes flashed with excitement. With the 2 daily tasks of hunting mortal level demons completed not long ago, he earned 40 demon points today. It's enough to raise a demon sutra from beginner to great perfection directly. This was simply outrageous. If other players knew about this, they would certainly report him for cheating. Following the mountain path, he soon encountered the first sentry post, guarded by wolf-headed humanoid wolf demons. The 2 demon beasts merely glanced at him and ignored him, while Sunan also paid no attention to the 2 demons. This path was very long, and he walked for a full 5 minutes, encountering 4 sentry posts without any accidents. It wasn't until he encountered the 5th sentry post that he finally saw a change in the scenery ahead. A gigantic cliff at a 45-degree angle loomed before him, and on the cliff, there was a cave at regular intervals. Dozens of ladder-like mountain paths connected these caves, ending up converging on the small path underneath Sunan's feet. He could see that wolf demons were occasionally coming in and out of those caves. Sunan was stunned and then realized that he had arrived at the wolf demon lair. At the same time, he thought of another question: which one of these caves was his? Chapter 49, Thousand Wolf Cave. Many demon caves were built on the cliffs, with hundreds visible at a glance. Without the memory of the wolf demon, Sunan couldn't possibly know which cave belonged to the wolf demon. He had no choice but to place his hopes in the wolf demon's storage ring. There weren't many items in the wolf demon's storage ring, as his attention was only on the identity tokens before, and he didn't pay close attention to other things. Now, upon careful inspection, he was immediately attracted to a long chain of keys. There were about 60 or 70 keys, the style of which Sunan was familiar with. These were the keys to the prison cells of the first floor of the Kuntian prison. Besides that, he also found some animal remains and animal hides. The hints given by the game were all from unidentified creatures, of no value, and it was not clear what purpose the wolf demon had for collecting these items. Continuing his search, he finally found a stone tablet similar to the wolf demon's identity token, with 3 numbers engraved on it. 102. Stone tablet, ordinary item, a stone tablet carved with the number 102, its purpose is not yet clear. Looking at the stone tablet and then carefully examining the caves, Sunan found that there was a number above each cave entrance on the rock wall. Starting from number 1, at the bottom the numbers increased American Samoa they went up. He quickly found cave number 102. With cave number 102, it seems this should be the cave's token. To be on the safe side, he decided to use his power of foreknowledge once more. You arrived at a place where demons gathered and found an item that seemed to be a cave token from the wolf demon's storage ring. You decided to try going to cave number 102. Walking up the steps and passing by other caves, some demons glanced at you, but they didn't bother you, and you successfully arrived at cave number 102. The cave extends into the mountain for an unknown length. You entered the cave and carefully explored it. After 2 or 3 breaths, you reached the end of the cave, which was a huge stone room. The stone room was pitch black. You activated the Demon Sutra to see everything clearly, and there were no other demons around. You tried searching inside the cave. You found the leftover half-piece of an unknown creature's flesh and blood. You discovered numerous unidentified creatures' skeletons. You found a large number of unidentified animal hides. That's right, this must be the wolf demon's cave. Sunan's eyes lit up. Unless there were other demons who also had a hobby of collecting skeletons and animal hides, chances were high that this cave belonged to the wolf demon guard. The large number of skeletons made you feel a bit unusual, the realization that there might be some secret behind the wolf demon's collection of skeletons. You carefully examined every skeleton, gradually discovering that these skeletons were not ordinary animal skeletons but belonged to various types of demons. These skeletons came from different types of demons, and most of them had existed for a very long time. Some skeletons had even weathered away, but besides that, you didn't find any other abnormalities. Is there something wrong with these skeletons? Sunan was surprised, thinking the collection was just a habit of the wolf demon. But now it seemed that the wolf demon had a purpose behind it. It's just that he didn't know what the wolf demon collected them for. You continued searching through the animal hides and found another clue. Compared to the skeletons, these animal hides were much fresher, seemingly collected from demons recently. It raised suspicion whether these demon hides were left behind from the demons in the prison cell after their strength had been drained. As you searched through the animal hides, suddenly, an obviously ancient animal hide caught your attention. The hide's surface was severely yellowed from its unknown age, and you could no longer discern which demon it had belonged to. You discovered that on this animal hide, there were clearly drawn lines and patterns, amongst which a part of the pattern was very familiar to you. Carefully discerning, you were pleasantly surprised to find that it was a map. Congratulations, you've discovered a topographic map of Skywolf Valley. A map. Sunan was overjoyed, not expecting the wolf demon to give him such a generous gift. With a topographic map of Skywolf Valley, it would be even easier for him to escape from here. The foreknowledge information in the panel ended here. Since it was determined to be safe, Sunan immediately headed towards cave number 102. He entered the cave smoothly. As expected from the foreknowledge, there were many skeletons in the cave. Sunan found the map among a pile of animal hides. Indeed, the moment he saw the map, he felt a familiarity with some parts of it because he had been on that route before. From the map, it could be seen that the demon gathering place they were in was at the center. This place was marked as Thousand Wolf Cave. Centered around Thousand Wolf Cave, there were 4 mountain roads extending in 4 different directions. One of the road's destinations was marked as Warm Moon Pond. From the map, there was a huge waterfall there, and Warm Moon Pond was formed under the waterfall. This location was circled in red, but the meaning behind it was unclear. With Thousand Wolf Cave as the center, the other 2 roads led to Moon Watching Peak and Purple Leaf Forest. From the map, one place was a mountain peak while the other was a forest, but it was unclear what purposes they served. The last road was the one he had taken before. The destination of that road was clearly marked on the map as Kuntien Prison. From Kuntien Prison, there were 2 other roads, one drew half its length and disappeared. Sunan knew that was the cliff. The other road led to the top of the gorge. Indeed, that was the road to leave the gorge, which could be clearly seen on the map. Looking at the map, there's only one road to leave the gorge. Sunan's face grew solemn. He had been watched by powerful demons when he took that road before. Trying to leave via that road might be difficult. Of course, he could also choose to forge his own path, not following the existing roads and traveling through the mountain forests instead. However, doing so would likely increase the danger level significantly. Whether this method was viable or not required exploration. There are many demons in this thousand-wolf cave, but they seem to have little communication with each other and just stick to their jobs. This is extremely beneficial for me, at least I don't have to worry about exposing flaws too quickly. For now, I'll stay here pretending to be the wolf demon guard, and then slowly look for a way to leave. Sunan made a plan for himself. From the looks of it, impersonating the wolf demon was still relatively safe for him, as no demons saw through his disguise. This was undoubtedly a good start. Once he was sure the area was safe, Sunan took out the Bloodlines and Demon Sutra he had received earlier. Chapter 50, The Ownership of the Bracelet. Wind Leopard Bloodline Crystal, Mortal Level Bloodline, Physique Series. The Wind Leopard is a darling of the wind, with speed as fast as the gale. Consuming it grants the Wind Leopard Bloodline, which must be used along with the Wind Leopard Scripture. Wind Leopard Scripture, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. This is the Demon Sutra used by the Wind Leopard clan to enhance their speed, greatly magnifying the power of the Wind Leopard's bloodline. Are you sure you want to use it now? The speed is as fast as a gale. Is this a speed-oriented bloodline? Sunan slightly knitted his brows. His Mountain Elephant and Iron Ape bloodlines were strength-oriented bloodlines. If possible, he hoped to continue integrating strength-oriented bloodlines. That would cause the least conflict between bloodlines and also most obviously improve strength. If he now integrated this Wind Leopard bloodline, although his speed would significantly increase, his strength growth would be relatively less. This type of growth could potentially allow a well-rounded development and reduce weaknesses, but it wasn't what he wanted. But then the problem emerged. If he didn't use this bloodline, where could he get another bloodline? In the game at this point, he couldn't find a place like a trading mall. Besides, there were no other players where he was, so even if he wanted to trade with other players, he couldn't do it. Forget it. I'll hold on to it for now. If I don't get any other bloodline, it won't be too late to integrate this one. After contemplating for a moment, Sunan decided not to use the bloodline. He quit the game. Went to bed to sleep. Wang Chong, what makes you so happy? In Linjiang Hotel, Sunan saw Wang Chong beaming from ear to ear and was slightly intrigued. Big brother Nan, I have some great news for you. Miss Bai has given the last right to use the game bracelet to me. From now on, I am a part of Miss Bai's studio. Wang Chong was very excited. He had always hoped to join Bai Mingmeng's studio, but back then he knew that it was just his imagination. He never expected that because of yesterday's incident, he would actually be valued by Bai Mingmeng. He got a promotion straight away and his future seems to have gotten closer to Bai Mingmeng. Sunan figured out what was going on and was secretly relieved and happy for Wang Chong. He patted Wang Chong's shoulder and jested, "Congratulations on that, you have to remember me when you marry a rich beauty." "Hehe, don't worry, brother Nan. I'll take care of you." Wang Chong laughed. He then seemed to remember something, the smile on his face faded slightly, and he said in a serious tone, "Brother Nan, as far as I know, Miss Bai planned to give this opportunity to you, but you turned it down." Sunan came up with a random excuse, "Now there is a survival task in the game. If you can't complete it, you'll never be able to enter the game again. Instead of being eliminated after entering the game now, it's better to enter later when other players have become stronger. The difficulty would be a lot smaller." Wang Chong stared at Sunan, his voice slightly heavy, "Brother Nan, did you reject Miss Bai because you wanted to give the opportunity to me?" Sunan laughed, "You're overthinking it. I'm really planning to enter the game later." However, his explanation clearly didn't work. Wang Chong was even more convinced that Sunan had deliberately given the opportunity to him, and he said excitedly, "Brother Nan, if you change your mind, I will go to Miss Bai immediately and ask her to give the spot back to you." Sunan immediately said, "Don't. Even if you give me the opportunity, I won't take it. Maybe later Miss Bai will change her mind and give the opportunity to someone else. He was joking. He had barely managed to reject Bai Mengmeng and certainly didn't want Wang Chong to make a mess of things. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong figured out the possibilities too, and he fell silent. After a moment, he solemnly said, "Brother Nan, rest assured, I will not let your kindness go to waste. Once I become stronger in the game, I will definitely get you a game bracelet." Su Nan laughed, "Okay, since you've said so much, it will be up to you to get me that bracelet. Brother Nan, you can count on me. I will absolutely complete the task," Wang Chong promised. The game bracelet was merely an episode, it had no impact on Su Nan's work. With Wang Chong joining Bai Mengmeng's studio and focusing all his energy on the game, he naturally could no longer continue his job as a security guard. That afternoon, Security Chief Fatty Li reassigned a new partner for Su Nan to fill Wang Chong's position. The newcomer was one of the guards who had just arrived yesterday. He was in his early 20s, a few years younger than Su Nan. His name was Lu Sudao. Thanks to Wang Chong's introduction the day before, Lu Sudao got familiar with the name Brother Nan and had no issues in addressing him accordingly all day. As night fell, returning home, Su Nan opened the forum and saw several private messages from Li Hao. "Big brother, it's bad. Your #1 spot might not last any longer." After click to read it, an unexpected look surfaced on his face. It turned out that last night, Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng, who had already achieved perfection in the second Demon Sutra, had made yet another breakthrough. They had upgraded their second Demon Sutra to great perfection. Now, on the leaderboard, he and the second-placed Qian Yu, as well as the third-placed Zhou Cheng, all had 2 types of Demon Sutras at great perfection. Although he was still ranking first since he was the first one to achieve great perfection in 2 Demon Sutras, many people thought that his first-place spot could potentially be overtaken by Qian Yu or Zhou Cheng at any time. These 2 people just reached perfection in the Demon Sutra, and they achieved great perfection as soon as their daily tasks refreshed. This means that each of them has gained at least 10 demon power points today. No wonder they were among the first batch of top players, their speed in gaining demon power is unparalleled. Su Nan sighed secretly. But he was not in a hurry. There were still 12 days left until the end of the survival task. It was meaningless to vie for the temporary first place. Besides, if he wanted to, he could upgrade his third Demon Sutra to perfection now. After finding a player's screenshot of the leaderboard on the forum, only then did Su Nan find out that after today's public beta test's 3rd day, the leaderboard had undergone significant changes. The number of players who had achieved great perfection in the Demon Sutra had reached 32. That was a 3-fold increase from the first day. As for players who had achieved 1 Demon Sutra to perfection, there were hundreds, and many of them were newcomers. It seems that players who had adventures are not in the minority. Su Nan sighed. With the increase in the player base, originally small probability of adventure events can turn into a high likelihood. Some players were lucky and took off right from the start of the game. This wasn't impossible. "Big brother, I got news that Zhou Cheng's people are planning to act tonight, what should we do?" Another one of Li Hao's messages caught Su Nan's attention. "They plan to act tonight? Such a hurry? I wonder what Zhou Cheng's mainline task is all about. I hope it doesn't affect me." Zhou Cheng's final mainline task was at the 4-star level, which could mean that he was aiming big. If it was anywhere else, he would at most be curious about it and not bother much. But the location of Zhou Cheng's task was in Kuntian Prison. Now, his identity in the game was the guard of Kuntian Prison, and their paths had intersected. Instructing Li Hao to continue watching Zhou Cheng's moves, Su Nan logged into the game. He still had 2 chances for foreknowledge today, and he couldn't afford to waste them. Through foreknowledge, he planned to inspect some of the locations marked on the map.